欢迎您收看《华尔街评论》。华尔街日报新的大学排名对学生来说是个好消息。美国企业研究所。长久以来，美国新闻与世界报道在大学排名业务上几乎垄断了市场，但情况正在发生变化。随着过去10年间政府门户网站上提供的大量大学成果数据，越来越多的竞争者进入了这个领域。最新加入这一行列的主要参与者是《华尔街日报》，该报最近刚刚发布了2024年美国最佳大学排名，根据学生成果、学校学习环境和校园多样性对400所美国大学进行排名。这对于有志于上大学的学生来说是个好消息，他们现在在考虑入学的时候有更多的指标可供选择。主要的大学排名之间存在很多重叠，但实际上每个排名都有一种独特的方法，反映了一套特定的价值观。理论上，学生现在可以使用反映他们自己对大学价值观的排名。例如，一个学生可能希望就读一个校园种族多样性的机构，而另一个学生可能希望使用只反映毕业生毕业后收入的排名。指数和其他定量指标试图将复杂的现实世界缩小为一个单一的维度。显然，在这个过程中会丢失很多东西。尽管如此，这些指标可以在学生决定选择一所大学而不是另一所大学时发挥重要作用，为那些没有时间或金钱研究大量数据和参观数十个校园的人提供职业和教育旅程的参考。但是，将多个变量如多样性、经济价值和学习环境折叠成一个单一的测量值，再根据主观权重进行排名，这样做是否合理呢？对于一些人来说，是的。但对于其他一些可能有更多特殊偏好的人来说，也许不是。这是教育部的大学评分卡在这一领域的一个优势。大学评分卡是奥巴马政府创建的一个数据门户网站，并由贝奇·德沃斯 Betsy DeVos 部长升级，以包括专业层面的数据。大学评分卡允许学生根据更细粒度的参数来选择大学。例如，评分卡允许按专业查看毕业后的收入。不幸的是，大学评分卡和大多数政府网站一样，在可用性方面还有待改进。它缺乏更好的界面和消费者友好的以价值为基础的排名，这是第三方排名机构可以提供的。随着这个领域继续创新，受到新的竞争的推动，我们希望看到大学评分卡提供的信息深度与第三方排名相匹配，同时也与可用性相结合。教育并非一刀切。华尔街日报和其他有兴趣进行类似项目的机构未来的排名可以为学生提供更多根据自己特殊偏好筛选评分卡的空间。更全面的大学排名可以根据学生的兴趣进行定制，不仅可以提高消费者做出明智选择的能力，还可以使高等教育市场更加活跃，最终使其更加负担得起。希望更多的机构像华尔街日报和美国新闻与世界报道一样创建大学排名，扩展学生根据自己的倾向进行筛选的能力。了解更多信息，摆脱两党对高等教育问责度的瘾，教育部应撤销其扼杀创新的在线教育运营商指导方针，一定的风险，民主党应放弃疯狂的言辞，追求高等教育改革。本文最初发表于美国企业研究所 AEI。 塔雷克·梅格里希，利比亚的危机战略与国际研究中心。塔里克·梅格里希 Tarek Medjlisi 是欧洲外交关系委员会中东和北非团队的高级政策研究员。塔里克，欢迎来到 Babel 节目。谢谢你的邀请。利比亚在10多年前陷入内战，这段时间以来一直存在着竞争的国家权力机构。为什么这种情况持续了这么长时间？为什么政治领导力在该国仍未巩固？我想先讲个轶事。在的离波里最近的战争之后，我和一位军人交谈，他告诉我，利比亚是他见过的唯一一个没有国家愿望的冲突。所有的军官在他们对事物的看法上都非常的局部化。他们想成为自己社区的统治者，或者至多是自己城市的统治者。许多政治和精英阶层没有太多的政治意识形态，他们对利比亚的未来没有太多的愿景，也不知道如何领导或治理利比亚。这个阶层真正关心的是如何获得利比亚的石油财富和大量的腐败。这更像是一场行政游戏，他们如何进入国家的不同渠道，控制和掌控国家的不同预算。最终的目标是最大化他们个人的财富，然后是他们可以雇佣的人数， 这样他们就会忠诚于他们。尽管发生了所有的内战，尽管发生了所有的冲突，尽管国家发生了革命，但至今为止还没有出现一个政治愿景或政治运动，这只是不同形式的腐败而已。如果你看看其他石油国家，比如伊拉克，例如石油财富的集中使你能够实现政治集中。萨达姆、侯赛因统治下的伊拉克是高度集权的，因为有人掌握了石油财富。而在利比亚，10多年过去了，没有人完全掌控石油财富。我对这种情况为什么没有更加巩固感到困惑。这是告诉你更多关于利比亚呢？还是告诉你更多关于那些自身在利比亚有利益的外部势力呢？我认为这是一个分裂的故事，他们之间的共同点是权力的平衡，没有人像他们自己认为的那样出色。卡扎菲统治下的利比亚就像萨达姆统治下的伊拉克一样，一切都完全集中在的黎波里。卡扎菲建立了一个奇怪的权力平衡，但他坐在层次结构的顶端。直到今天，卡扎菲的政府在某种程度上仍然存在，他的政治体制仍然存在。利比亚的所有石油财富都流向一个中央点，而每个人都在争夺的是利比亚的中央银行和的黎波里，尽管程度较小。不同之处在于，首先，在利比亚没有人真正拥有暴力的垄断权，因为仅仅通过暴力来统治是很难的。没有人具备政治智慧。另一方面，他们都有强大的外国支持者。其中在最近的战争中最成功的是土耳其，但俄罗斯、法国、意大利、阿联酋、卡塔尔和土耳其都参与其中，还有埃及。他们都在一定程度上相互制衡，没有人能够完全掌控一切。主要的分裂是东部和西部之间的分裂，这是利比亚的历史性分裂。你认为稳定这种分裂可能是明智的吗？在你看来，利比亚重新统一很重要吗？是的，是的。每隔几年，政策界都会提出正式分裂国家的概念。但是，对我来说，这实际上并没有解决任何问题。相反，你只是从内战的范式转变为两个国家之间的斗争的范式。卡扎菲在他统治期间做的事情并不多，但他通过基础设施将国家统一起来，石油基础设施、水利基础设施、电力基础设施。这些基础设施横跨西部、东部和南部3个地区。首先，如果你要正式划分分裂，那么划定边界将变得困难，因为每一方都希望尽可能多地占据石油。其次，要分离这些基础设施是很困难的，这需要很多时间、很多努力、很多争吵，而且你不会真正取得任何成果，所以对我来说，这似乎是一个误导。联合国 UN 长期以来一直致力于推动利比亚进行全国选举。在你看来，选举会带来什么？选举无法做到什么？人们喜欢把选举看作是一种万能药，好像只要进行一次投票之后，一切都会好起来。我认为，如果我们想更加冷静地总结过去12年的经验，选举对2件事很重要。首先，它使利比亚能够超越当前的政治体制。利比亚的政治体系包括2个议会，就像有2个政府一样。它实际上是一系列协议和半宪法文件的混合体，这导致了腐败和停滞的环境。利比亚人渴望做的事情，也是为了实现任何政治进展，就是进行一次彻底的清理，建立一个新的政治体系，一个更加有效的政治体系。这就引出了选举的第2个希望，那就是为国家制定一份路线图。在以前的选举中，很明显没有候选人真正有一个纲领，没有真正的政策计划。上一次国家有任何政治方向的时候，是在2012年的宪法宣言中。新的选举将提供一个机会，为未来的政府选举产生一个授权。这可以为政府创造一些明确的目标，这样就可以有一种清晰的感觉，即我们希望政府实现什么。鉴于利比亚仍处于过渡阶段，你有一些关键的工作，比如统一国家、完成宪法、进行下一轮选举。从那里开始，你可以从那里开始逐步建立你所需要的政治体系。有人告诉我，利比亚需要一个全新的政治阶层，但我不确定我们如何才能拥有一个新的政治阶层。我不确定我们如何才能拥有与现有政治家不同的政治家，我可以说是战争贵族。你是否看到任何改变参与政治的人的方式的途径？ 例如剥夺战争贵族的权利，将权力交给对意识形态、平台、政策等感兴趣的人。我的意思是，这必须是一个渐进的过程。所有这些人都是对的，利比亚迫切需要一个新的政治阶层。过去一周发生的事件比以往任何时候都更清楚地表明了这一点，但是认为你可以一下子就实现这一点是有点希望或者幼稚的。这就是为什么我强调政府授权和某种方向感的重要性，不仅是为了指导利比亚的政治进程，还为了限制无论谁赢得选举的人。很可能下一次选举获胜的议员，或者谁赢得下一次选举的人，会比上一次选举获胜的议员更糟糕一些。他们将是那些在腐败方面更加成功，或者在暴力方面更加成功的个人。我们看到很多民兵开始准备竞选。我们真正希望能够继续改善，而不是倒退的唯一方法是为这个政府设定明确的授权，为他们创造一系列的目标，以创建一种公众压力和国际支持的氛围，以确保这些目标得到实现和努力。然后逐渐的，你可以朝着改善迈出一小步。让我问一下国际问题。联合国多年来一直致力于参与利比亚事务，越来越受到批评，被认为是无效和无效的。你之前写过关于其他各方可能介入的可能性，你能谈谈国际机构和国际参与者进入利比亚的角色吗？他们对不同方面的各方来说有多可接受？他们应该做些什么？他们如何朝着积极的方向推动事情发展？具有讽刺意味的是，就像利比亚的政治体系一样混乱，旨在限制、控制和指导利比亚体系的国际体系同样混乱。至少在名义上，一切都应该通过联合国支持利比亚的行动和联合国特别代表来进行。实际上，联合国支持利比亚的行动多年来一直受到两个问题的严重阻碍。要么你有一个伟大的特别代表，他有一个愿景，想要实现一些东西，但是那些应该支持特别代表的国家没有这样做。相反，他们只是口头上支持，因此他们不断受到破坏，直到他们的计划失败，他们被赶走，或者像可怜的加桑·萨拉米博士一样，他的健康状况恶化到需要离开以保护自己的心智和生活。另一方面，需要有一定程度的国际凝聚力，对利比亚的不稳定感到疲劳，并愿意改变一些东西。我认为我们最近在2022年看到了这一点。然后你会得到一个几乎可以说是联合国版本的公司人的特别代表，阿卜杜拉耶·巴蒂利，现任的特别代表，他在那里工作，他在那里打勾。他谈到了需要对话、召集、进行对话、进行政治进程的需要，但是你在地面上看不到太多的活动或行动，直到国际社会对利比亚的不稳定感到厌倦，重新关注其他国家，或者他们只是尝试他们自己的政策。我们最终陷入了这样一种境地，即个别国家推动地面局势，通常是为了实现自己的目标。在过去的10年中，至少对利比亚来说，这从来没有朝着积极的方向发展。让我问2个相关的问题。首先，你认为利比亚的主要国际行动者应该是谁？其次，他们应该如何组织？坦率地说，在2022年年中，也就是去年的这个时候，或者可能是去年的这个时候之前，我非常高兴，因为我们没有特别代表。国会在军火关键时刻陷入僵局。美国企业研究所，华盛顿喜欢制造财政悬崖，以试图从谈判者那里获得严苛的要求。然而，通常的结果是，政策制定者只是给游戏时间增加了更多，并将悬崖推迟到日历右侧。这只会加剧纳税人资金的浪费，阻塞系统和财政前景的不确定性。尽管对于一些人来说，推迟政府不可避免的资金供应以保持联邦机构预算人为低水平可能感觉很好，但不确定性实际上比稳定的资金支持更加昂贵。为了保持政府开放并避免停摆，连续决议只是将支出冻结在去年的水平，直到详细的拨款法案通过和生效。给美国军方加上支出限制会扼杀创新，阻碍更长期生产的更便宜的合同谈判，并使数百个甚至数千个账户不匹配，从而延迟进展并导致以后的业务成本增加。在上周的新美国安全中心描述连续决议的后果时，国防部采购和维持能力副部长威廉·拉普兰特博士简洁地表达了这一点，无论你怎么看，都是糟糕的。 通过将个别拨款账户冻结在上一年的金额上，数百亿美元将被错配到上一财年的项目中，五角大楼的购买力将继续下降，导致全军的战备能力普遍下降。此外，在这种情况下，五角大楼无法启动新的武器或软件程序，也无法增加现有设备的生产。国会逃避其为联邦政府提供通过立法履行职责的基本责任，因此，在我们需要继续向乌克兰提供武器并填补我们自己的战争储备的情况下，这创造了一个可避免的不稳定局势。尽管在解决这个问题方面仍然不足，但总统的预算请求中充满了对多年合同的扩展请求，这使五角大楼能够为关键导弹和弹药提前支付。然而，这些高效的计划在完全授权和拨款国防预算之前无法开始。陆军副部长加布·卡马里洛最近警告说，连续决议将使追求关键系统如制导多发射火箭系统 GMLRS 和爱国者地对空导弹系统的多年采购计划陷入停滞。这位陆军领导者明确表示，如果没有那个多年授权，它将影响我们能够购买多少数量。GMLRS 和爱国者都是乌克兰的里程碑能力，需要填补并计划扩大生产。不仅华盛顿的无所作为不必要地延迟了生产的增加，而且预计会损失军队和纳税人的成本节约 1.47 亿美元。华盛顿的预算混乱对于与印太地区有关的弹药也有影响。以远程反舰导弹 RASM 和联合空对地远程攻击导弹 JAS 为例，这两种精确制导导弹系统在与同等对手的战斗中至关重要。目前的国防法案将这两种弹药计划在2024年进行首年的多年采购，并包括 RASM 生产的 42% 增长。这些武器需要长引线物品及关键零部件和能量，工业界需要大约20个月的时间来生产。考虑到这种长引线时间和这些关键弹药的短缺，尽快增加生产并与工业界签订多年合同以保持生产线繁忙至关重要。将2024年的支出冻结在2023年的水平上，不仅会延长将这些武器交到战斗人员手中所需的时间，而且还会减缓工业对我们脆弱的国防和制造业基地的投资。推迟关键武器的生产和停滞我们沉睡的制造能力复兴，只会帮助北京。今年早些时候，我在美国企业研究所与陆军部长克里斯汀·沃姆斯讨论时，他强调说，在连续决议下，对我们陆军来说，如果一年中有6个月，我们例如不能为项目启动任何新计划，那么我们很难有效地与中华人民共和国竞争，并做到我们需要做的一切。在中华人民共和国迅速建设新能力并增加军费开支的时候，我们的军队不断受到限制并落后。每年五角大楼都被要求用更少的资源做更多的事情，导致军队规模缩小、老化和日益削弱。这种情况在华盛顿已经成为一种事实。随着下一个财政年度的临近，华盛顿正争分夺秒地弥补我们的生产缺口，国会必须采取行动，适时为我们的军队提供适当的资金，推动工业基地发展，并扭转这些不利趋势。了解更多信息，美国太空司令部去哪里并不重要，重要的是它是否应该存在。华盛顿通过削减与中国竞争的预算，使战争更有可能。关于北京实际军费开支的真相，是时候摆脱堡垒美国与美国军事基地。本文最初发表于美国企业研究所 AEI。沙特以色列协议可能需要数年时间，而不是数周时间。战略与国际研究中心。这篇评论最初发表在《新时报》上，日期为2023年9月19日。美国官员喜欢在中东进行外交进程，从戴维营到马德里，从奥斯陆到日内瓦，再到谢波德斯敦等地。美国高级官员几十年来一直试图通过施压、诱惑和哄骗中东领导人。有时这些进程会导致条约的签署，但更多时候并不会。即便如此，长期进程的存在仍然能够聚焦美国政策，并帮助维持高级官员的关注。拜登政府斡旋沙特以色列协议的努力，只是美国在中东进行外交努力的最新一例。尽管希望越来越高，但达成实质性协议可能需要数年时间。在中东，和平进程是一项好生意，但这里的期望远远超过了现实。对于以色列和美国的许多人来说，沙特承认以色列一直是中东地区的最大奖项。 沙特阿拉伯在阿拉伯世界和穆斯林世界具有独特的重要性，多年来一直领导阿拉伯和穆斯林对以色列的抵制。尽管许多人为以色列与邻国的条约以及最近的亚伯拉罕协议感到欢欣鼓舞，但普遍认为沙特以色列协议将代表以色列地区关系的重大变革，决定性的结束其孤立，并为实现更加和平繁荣的地区铺平道路。众议院预算计划提议了常识性的福利改革。美国企业研究所众议院预算委员会主席乔迪·阿灵顿 RTX 今天发布了一份草案预算提案，详细说明了多数党在政府福利和计划的一系列开支优先事项和拟议变革。几项政策将促进福利受益人的更高就业水平，尤其是在福利受益人数量仍然高企的情况下，尽管就业机会众多。根据我们的 AEI 同事安吉拉·拉奇迪最近的研究，2019年领取 SNAP 福利的家庭中，只有不到1/3包括有工作的人，而只有6%的领取 SNAP 福利的家庭包括全职工人。自那时以来 ，SNAP 的案件数量，尤其是福利水平和计划成本已经大幅增长，大多数目前的 SNAP 家庭户主是工作年龄而非残疾人。与此同时，劳动力参与率仍然处于历史低位，尤其是对于美国本土人来说。例如，移民研究中心最近报告称，对于25至54岁没有学士学位的美国出生男性来说，劳动力参与率从2000年的 89.4% 下降到2023年4月的 84.4%， 当时美国失业率为 3.4%， 与上世纪60年代的最低水平相当。更好地将目前的福利受益人与工作联系起来，将增加他们的收入，并且结合对低收入工人的慷慨税收抵免，显著提高他们的家庭收入。这种组合，收入加福利，是减少贫困和确保我们的福利制度促进希望和向上流动的关键。以下是这项提案如何实现所有这些目标的方式。首先，它将加强现金福利、食品券和公共住房补贴受益人的工作要求。这是保守派的一个熟悉呼声，也是有充分理由的。过去，国家现金福利计划的基于工作的改革，成功的帮助数百万低收入单亲家庭增加了收入，减少了他们的贫困水平和对福利支票的依赖。但是类似的政策要么从未应用于其他计划，要么经常被豁免，甚至现金福利的工作要求随着时间的推移失去了效果。今年5月通过的两党财政责任法对现金福利和食品券的一些工作要求进行了调整，但其他共和党提出的改革被排除在外。需要采取更多措施，将数百万现有的福利受益人与工作联系起来，这就是这些拟议改革的目的。预算中的其他变化也促进了更多的工作，而非福利和其他福利领取。例如，我们了解到，预算假设延长现行法律要求儿童税收抵免申请人必须拥有有效的社会安全号码，以便申请这些基于工作的福利。这一要求将于2025年到期，应该予以延长。国会预算办公室在2022年发现，延长这一要求将在10年内节省超过240亿美元。其他假设的变化将加强失业救济金领取人的工作搜索要求，关闭不适当扩大食品券资格的漏洞，并根据长期以来的美国法律缩小非公民的福利资格。在预算委员会考虑这些渐进性变化的同时，他们还应该审查美国复兴、加强社会契约和拯救国家财政的保守计划中提出的更全面的变革。该 AEI 出版物由拉奇迪和前众议院议长保罗·瑞安编辑，于去年秋季发布。该卷中由拉奇迪、斯科特、温西普和我们之一马特·维丁格撰写的一章，题为《未来的安全网：克服贫困的根本原因》，提出了一系列促进更多工作和更强大家庭的变革，以及对福利计划融资的改革作为后盾。这些变革将减少州政府优先考虑更大案件数量的当前财务激励，并改为奖励州政府实现更小案件数量和更多受益人就业。该卷中的其他提案关注医疗保健和残疾福利的改革，以及税法。这些对于预算委员会来说也应该是感兴趣的，因为它继续着重要的工作。增加向上流动意味着帮助更多的邻居从福利名单上脱离出来，进入工作。预算委员会正在寻求更多的向上流动，这是正确的做法，并且已经有了良好的开端。但即使实施了今天提出的改变，仍然有很多工作要做。 了解更多信息，将今年的贫困数据放入背景中，两句话将加强对工作的支持。工作对于美国梦至关重要。劳工部报告发现，疫情失业计划的错误支付率高达 36%。本文最初发表于美国企业研究所 AEI 网站。全球温室气体排放量1990年至2021年和2022年初步估计。荣鼎咨询。每年 Rodium Group 都会提供全球和各国年度温室气体 GHG 排放的更新估计，包括6种主要温室气体以及经济各个部门的排放情况。这种定期追踪温室气体排放的工作为公共和私营部门的决策者提供了宝贵的数据，帮助他们制定实现全球零排放目标的战略。在我们对2022年的初步估计中，我们发现全球温室气体排放量较上一年增长了 1.1%， 达到 50.6 亿吨二氧化碳当量。由于 COVID-19 大流行病的经济冲击，全球排放量在2020年大幅下降，随后在2021年出现了几乎相同程度的反弹。在2022年，排放量的增长要小得多，但尽管如此，排放量仍然回升到了疫情前的水平以上，并达到了新的高点。乌克兰战争对全球能源市场的干扰，导致了天然气消费的大幅下降和可再生能源消费的增长，这在2022年的几个主要经济体中得到了部分抵消，但煤炭消费增加。初步估计显示，2022年的排放量超过了疫情前的水平。在全球温室气体排放量在30年来出现最显著下降的2年后，排放量在仅2年的时间里就回升到了疫情前的水平以上。Rodium 的初步估计显示，全球排放量增加了 1.1 百分号，包括经济各个部门、土地利用、林业和国际船舶排放的6种主要温室气体，从2021年的 50.1 亿吨二氧化碳当量增加到2022年的 50.6 亿吨图一。2022年，有7个经济体负责了全球近2/3的排放量图3。世界主要经济体之间的相对排放份额与往年保持一致。中国是排放量最高的经济体，贡献了全球排放量的 26%， 其次是美国占 12%， 欧盟和印度各占 7%。全球大部分温室气体排放都是由燃烧化石燃料产生的二氧化碳，这里称为能源二氧化碳产生的。迄今为止，化石燃料一直是全球经济的动力。2020年，全球能源二氧化碳下降了 4.8%， 一些主要经济体的减排幅度甚至高达 12.7%图4。2021年，全球能源二氧化碳反弹增长了 4.7%， 其中印度、中国、巴西和俄罗斯等几个主要经济体的排放量超过了疫情前的水平。在2022年，印度和美国的化石燃料燃烧排放继续上升，尽管美国的排放量没有超过疫情前的水平。日本和中国的能源二氧化碳排放基本持平，而欧盟、巴西和俄罗斯的排放量均有所下降。俄罗斯的能源二氧化碳排放下降最为显著，减少了 8.6%， 这主要归因于其入侵乌克兰后遭到的国际制裁，导致2022年天然气产量减少 14%， 煤炭产量减少 7%。深入研究影响能源二氧化碳排放的动态，乌克兰战争对全球燃料市场产生了重大干扰，引发了全球通货膨胀压力，并改变了主要经济体的二氧化碳排放来源。作为第2大天然气出口国，俄罗斯的受制裁贸易影响了全球天然气市场，因此世界上许多主要经济体的天然气消费量大幅下降，导致2022年全球天然气消费下降了 3%。这在欧盟尤为明显，该地区的天然气消费量在2022年减少了 14%图5。在巴西，由于水电供应增加，天然气需求下降了 21%。在俄罗斯，天然气占总燃料消费的 55%， 去年天然气需求下降了 14%。许多传统上严重依赖天然气的国家，由于天然气价格高企，被迫转向更高碳排放的煤炭等燃料。2022年煤炭需求增加了 0.6%。中国和印度这2个净天然气进口国的煤炭使用量分别增加了 1% 和 4%。然而，美国与这一趋势背道而驰。美国的煤炭供应链中断推动了对天然气和可再生能源的更多依赖，以满足能源需求。在全球天然气价格飙升的背景下， 许多国家转向可再生能源来满足能源需求。除水电外，全球可再生能源消费量增长了 13%。在主要经济体中，俄罗斯的可再生能源消费增长了 31%， 中国和印度的增长率分别为 18%， 而美国则增长了 13%。总体而言，这种从天然气向可再生能源的转变显著降低了全球经济的碳强度。按部门划分的排放量，工业和电力产生了全球排放量的一半以上。在2021年，最近一年有详细部门数据的情况下，工业和电力部门在对全球温室气体排放的贡献上不相上下，两者共占全球总量的近 60%。工业和电力部门分别占总温室气体排放量的 29%， 其中绝大部分来自燃煤。土地利用、农业和废物共同贡献了 20%， 不包括森林火灾的影响，而交通和建筑分别贡献了 15% 和 7%。方法论。这里描述的数据可在 Rhodium 的 Climate Deck 数据平台上获取，该平台得到了 Breakthrough Energy 的支持。Climate Deck 提供了全球190多个国家和美国50个州的温室气体排放和能源数据，并允许用户按地区、温室气体、部门和子部门以及社会经济指标，如人均排放和人均 GDP 排放进行筛选，并提供每个国家的完整清单表。由于方法改进和整合新数据源的更新，这些估计与我们以前的全球温室气体排放数据略有不同。与我们2022年的报告相比，最重要的变化是：一、使用政府间气候变化专门委员会第5次评估报告 AR5 中非二氧化碳气体的全球变暖前市 GWP， 以符合联合国气候变化框架公约的报告指南。二、向农业、林业和其他土地利用 FOLU 和能源二氧化碳的第三方数据及过渡，以确保在所有国家之间方法的一致性。这意味着我们的数据不一定与自报告的联合国气候变化框架公约清单数据一致。在推导全球和各国温室气体排放估计时，我们整合了国际能源署的能源消费流量和英国石油公司2023年统计回顾的化石燃料二氧化碳数据。对于 FOLU 和废物排放，我们的主要数据来源是 Philstat。我们对2022年的初步估计还包括了 ESA 的 Globium 2021的预测。这些估计不包括森林火灾的排放。对于其他非二氧化碳气体，我们使用附件 I 清单和美国环境保护署的全球非二氧化碳数据。有关 Climate Deck 的更多信息，请发送电子邮件至 climatedeck@rhg.com。先进技术，审视国家安全威胁。战略与国际研究中心。格雷戈里·艾伦在参议院国土安全和政府事务委员会新兴威胁和开支监督小组委员会上就先进技术的国家安全威胁作证。哈桑主席、罗姆尼排名委员和尊敬的小组委员们，感谢你们邀请我今天作证。战略与国际问题研究中心 CSIS 不持有政策立场，因此本证词中所表达的观点属于我个人的观点，不应被视为代表我目前或以前的雇主的观点。我目前担任 CSIS 的瓦德瓦尼人工智能与先进技术中心主任，领导一个团队在技术、经济和国家安全交叉领域进行政策研究。在加入 CSIS 之前，我在美国国防部联合人工智能中心工作了3年，最近担任战略与政策主任。在今天的证词中，我希望能够从我在政府任职以及离开政府后的研究工作中获得的经验，就人工智能 AI 和其他新兴技术的国家安全威胁提供一个观点。一个总体趋势，成本和复杂性降低。首先，我要说的是，在许多领域存在一种广泛的技术趋势，即许多技术能力和活动的成本和复杂性显著降低。在许多情况下，执行相同活动所需的资金和高度训练有素的专家人员更少。因此，曾经只有大型政府或军事组织才能够执行的某些类型的活动，现在可以由个别公司甚至个人来执行。以轨道航天发射为例，这只是一个说明性的例子。在 SpaceX 成功发射猎鹰1号之前，开发新的轨道航天发射器通常需要数十亿美元的投资，并需要数千或数万名员工。SpaceX 开发的猎鹰1号在2008年成功发射，仅耗资9000万美元。当时 SpaceX 只有大约500名员工。总的来说， 技术成本和复杂性的降低，以及他们所能实现的活动是全球经济和社会的好消息。这一趋势应该受到赞扬。然而，它也给美国国家安全带来了真正的挑战，因为高成本和复杂性在历史上一直是危险活动的障碍。例如，发展核武器是昂贵和复杂的，这是好事。如果制造一个功能齐全的核武器变得廉价和简单，美国的安全将大大降低。虽然核武器仍然昂贵和复杂，但在一些重要领域，开发、获取和使用与国家安全相关的技术的成本和复杂性正在下降。在某些重要领域，这包括将某些危险能力置于非国家行为者的掌握范围之内，这些行为者将寻求利用这些能力来威胁美国。我今天将重点关注其中的3个领域。降低自主无人机武器化的成本和复杂性。举一个简单的例子，绝大多数非国家恐怖组织和叛乱分子在历史上没有获得军用航空力量，无论是空中侦察还是远程精确打击，除非他们得到外国政府的军事援助，否则飞机通常太昂贵且难以维护。然而，商用无人机的出现显著改变了这一情况。在2016年的摩苏尔战役中，伊斯兰国在1个月内进行了300多次无人机任务，其中大约有100次用于运送爆炸物。美国空军将此描述为自朝鲜战争以来，美国地面部队首次遭到敌方飞机袭击的事件。伊斯兰国在此期间使用的典型无人机是一种商用型号，购买价格约为$650，然后进行了改装以携带爆炸物。商用无人机被改装为军事应用的趋势，现在在乌克兰战争的双方都存在。乌克兰军队使用商用无人机向俄罗斯坦克投掷爆炸物，以$100的手榴弹和$1000的无人机摧毁价值数十万或数百万美元的俄罗斯车辆。在乌克兰战争中使用的无人机通常是远程操控的，飞行距离相对较短，但随着改进的技术越来越普遍，这种情况可能会改变。俄罗斯军队已经在乌克兰使用具有自主导航能力的神风无人机武器。2023年初，一家俄罗斯私人军事公司的领导人表示，该公司打算在实际战斗中测试一种 AI 启用的自主坦克武器系统，尽管这可能是为了吸引注意力而夸大其词。越来越强大、越来越自主的无人机以极低的成本提供军事相关能力的基本趋势极有可能继续下去。目前，美国在无人机恐怖袭击方面，无论是否启用 AI， 都没有面临重大挑战。然而，相关的技术要素已经就位，这种威胁有可能出现。在过去，某些类型的恶意活动，如勒索软件，在成为广泛的网络犯罪手段之前，技术上是可行的很长一段时间。降低生物病原体开发的成本和复杂性生物技术是一个明显的例子。危险活动的成本和复杂性已经几十年来一直在下降。二战期间，美国的生物武器计划雇佣了大约4000人，其中有500多人是技术专家，其多年预算总额约为4000万美元，2023年为6.9亿美元。当时，这被认为是一个生物武器研究和开发努力的最低可行规模。几十年后，在20世纪90年代，日本的奥姆真理教恐怖组织多次试图使用肉毒杆菌和炭疽病毒开发和使用生物武器。幸运的是，奥姆真理教的生物武器努力失败了。然而，尽管只有少数几名技术专家和比任何国家更小的研发预算，该组织成功地执行了许多开发和传递生物武器的步骤。特别值得注意的是，奥姆真理教的成员接受过合法学术研究机构的教育，并与其有联系。如今，先进的基因工程技术如 CRISPR 的发展已经极大地降低了基因编辑的成本和复杂性，以至于即使是业余爱好者也可以修改病毒的基因。一些研究机构以前已经发布了与高致病性但不易传染病原体如禽流感相关的基因信息。恐怖分子和恐怖组织在奥姆真理教的脚步中，可能能够创造出既高度传染又高度致命的基因改造病原体。美国情报界在一份之前提交给国会的报告中特别指出了这种生物武器扩散威胁。高质量伪造媒体的成本和复杂性降低现代人工智能技术最引人注目的能力之一是其能够生成引人入胜的合成数字媒体，包括文本、照片、视频和音频文件，可以逼真的模仿或描绘真实人物在适当的背景下。如今，许多这些 AI 启用的媒体伪造能力，通常被称为深度伪造，已经足够逼真， 可以经常欺骗未经训练的眼睛和耳朵，有时甚至可以欺骗经过训练的眼睛和耳朵。此外，这些工具不仅越来越多地可供高级计算机科学家使用，而且几乎任何拥有计算机或智能手机的人都可以使用。在我在国防部任职期间，我的组织与 DARPA 合作，致力于使用技术分析来检测深度伪造媒体。类似的努力已经在私营部门和学术界广泛展开，以开发数字取证工具来检测 AI 生成的媒体。然而，这些工具的开发并没有阻止深度伪造在网络犯罪和虚假信息攻击中越来越突出地发挥作用。例如，2019年7月，塞门铁克报告称，他们知道有3起案件中使用了深度伪造音频作为冒充公司首席执行官的犯罪行动的一部分，公司员工被欺骗转移了数百万美元的资金。最近，深度伪造已被用于虚假绑架诈骗和其他类型的犯罪活动。除了犯罪盗窃，深度伪造在政治动机的虚假信息攻击中也越来越常见。2022年3月，一段深度伪造视频，据推测由俄罗斯政府制作，描绘乌克兰总统泽连斯基向俄罗斯投降，并指示乌克兰军队停止战斗。这个特定深度伪造的质量相当低，乌克兰政府一直在警告其公民预计会出现被篡改的视频，因此很少有人被愚弄。亲中宣传组织最近也使用了深度伪造媒体作为网络虚假信息的一部分，这也是一个质量低劣的努力，影响很小。然而，这些例子不应让任何人得出结论，即未来的深度伪造虚假信息攻击将继续同样笨拙和无效。许多早期的网络攻击也是笨拙和无效的，但这个领域随着时间的推移得到了巨大的改进。此外，近年来世界历史上的重要事件经常取决于在正确的时间传播正确的媒体。例如，2015年土耳其未遂政变在一定程度上得以阻止，因为土耳其总统通过视频通话进行了一次现场电视采访，成功的鼓励土耳其公民抗议政变。如果那次新闻广播被深度伪造的虚假信息攻击所利用，也许那天的事件可能会走上不同的道路。人工智能治理2012年将深度神经网络和 GPU 处理器应用于图像识别的革命，开启了人工智能技术的10年革命性进展。在过去的1年里，随着生成式人工智能模型的应用，第二次同样非凡的人工智能革命已经开始。过去15年中的这2个重要里程碑，极大地扩大了人工智能在全球经济、公民社会和国际安全中的应用范围和规模。生成式人工智能有潜力颠覆行业，提高效率和质量，但也会引发关于劳动力置换、教育、渔业保障、食品安全。战略与国际研究中心在阿尔及利亚南部的廷杜夫沙漠地区，夏天的气温经常超过100华氏度。日复一日，阳光照射在沙漠上，那里只有一系列难民营地。但在2021年8月，一群撒哈拉难民正在一个白墙建筑内忙碌，建筑里有几个装满了吨位的罗非鱼的长方形池塘。廷杜夫的难民营地是世界上粮食安全最严重的地区之一。30%的人口面临粮食不安全，另外58%的人口面临粮食不安全的风险，大部分食物都是从外部捐赠的。但随着国际社会对西撒哈拉冲突的关注减少，新冠疫情和俄罗斯在乌克兰的战争导致供应链问题，世界粮食计划署不得不大幅削减食物配给。作为回应，一些难民营地的人转向养鱼来满足他们的食物需求。尽管处于沙漠环境，但这些营地位于一个广阔的含水层网络之上。虽然大部分水需要经过处理才能饮用，但罗非鱼在温暖、富含矿物质的水中生长得很好。借助这个地下水储备，廷杜夫的阿凯拉营地的15名难民建立了一个养鱼场，并在2021年8月收获了他们的第一批 1.4 吨鱼。到2023年，这个数字预计将达到7吨。尽管养殖这么多鱼需要大量的水，但与其他动物相比，罗非鱼更有效地将饲料转化为蛋白质。有限的谷物配给通过养鱼而不是养牲畜可以更好地利用。廷杜夫的撒哈拉人将食品安全置于节水之上。随着结构性水资源短缺越来越限制他们的日常生活，撒哈拉人将不得不继续寻找可持续解决方案。Instacart 低调承诺，希望能够超额交付。路透观点 ，Instacart 的股票开始以每股42美元的价格交易， 比前一晚设定的价格高出 40%。尽管这个140亿美元的估值较2年前的390亿美元的峰值有所下降，但仍然是合理估值。Instacart 在疫情期间经历了显著增长，2020年的总交易价值增长了 300%。目前的估值符合预期，预计 Instacart 到2024年底将产生 6.72 亿美元的调整后 EBITDA。此外，Instacart 比许多在2020年和2021年上市的公司更具盈利能力。然而，科技公司已经不再受到青睐，投资者对估值的担忧可能导致 Instacart 定价过低。应对人工智能的国家安全影响，战略与国际研究中心。可下载的文件下载测试 268KB。本杰明·詹森在参议院情报特别委员会面前作证，就人工智能对国家安全的影响提出了观点。华纳主席、卢比奥副主席，尊敬的委员们，我很荣幸能与您们分享我的观点，这可能是我们国家面临的核心情报问题，人工智能如何影响国家安全。这一时刻的重要性是明确的，参议院和众议院都正在承担起他们创造国家对话的责任。作为一个公民，我对此表示感谢。今天，在这一持续对话的一部分中，我请您考虑整合新算法和军事理论以及情报工艺的常常看不见的重心。这个重心不仅仅在于代码，而是在于人员、官僚机构和数据基础设施，将任何技术转化为战略优势。只要将合适的人员放在合适的位置，制定宽松的政策，并为他们提供大规模的计算能力，您就能在现代竞争中获得优势地位。如果剥夺对手进行算法战争的能力，您就能将这种优势转化为持久的战略不对称。人工智能和机器学习 AI/ML 将成为未来国家的关键能力，并且对于综合威慑行动和战争至关重要。在21世纪，没有模型作为支持的将是一个盲人在酒吧斗殴中的律师。然而，这种关键能力由人类判断指导的机器速度下的战略竞争和战争，依赖于关键要求。我们的情报界和军队需要了解基本数据科学和编码的普通成员，他们需要一个更小、更灵活的信息时代官僚机构，以取代那些扼杀创新的中层管理者和政策的迷宫。他们需要可靠的访问数据中心，以不断训练和更新针对对手的机器学习模型。如果不能保护这些要求，就有可能将主动权让给对手。人们想象一下，未来的分析师与 AI 模型一起监控解放军的网络能力。模型向分析师展示了新的对手恶意软件针对美国关键基础设施的迹象。分析师不同意，但是分析师无法解释为什么他们不同意，因为他们没有接受过基本的数据科学、统计学和人工智能机器学习的培训。这就像一个没有上过法学院的律师辩论案件一样。可悲的是，现代分析工艺甚至专业军事教育更多的关注离散案例，而不是统计模式和趋势。人们往往把技术当作魔法，结果模型的输出要么是神圣的，要么是邪恶的，这在国家安全企业中会产生错误的推断风险。几乎没有讨论模型可解释性和准确性之间的权衡，这在国家安全危机中是一个关键任务。这些危机容易产生不确定性和欺骗。换句话说，如果我们不重新培训工作人员，并教他们如何使用模型生成的见解来完善人类判断，那么在国家安全企业中释放一套新的 AI/ML 工具将产生递减的回报。我们的对手面临着同样的挑战。情报和军事专业需要进行范式转变，以充分利用 AI/ML。好消息是，尽管有精确招募努力吸引大学生，但解放军在整合和留住他们方面仍然存在困难。中国的聪明孩子们并不急于加入军队。俄罗斯的技术工作者逃离该国，以避免参与乌克兰的不公正战争。坏消息是，重新培训间谍和士兵所需的知识，对非国家行为者来说也是开放和可接触的。第一个接受军事艺术和分析工艺范式转变的行动者可能会获得一代人的战略优势。官僚机构想象一下，2030年古巴导弹危机，各方都使用从图像识别到后勤管理，再到对手意图的生成分析等各种 AI 应用。 即使在决策更加谨慎和审慎、更有意义的情况下，危机的速度也会加快。计算机宣传和定制媒体将增加对政治官员的公众压力。在更技术层面上，需要不断调整和重新校准模型，因为对手改变了他们的战术、技术和程序，双方都在规范之外运作。危机事件本质上是异常值，对统计分析提出了挑战。混乱可能会掩盖确定性，引发升级和混乱。不幸的是，我们现代的国家安全企业和围绕政府创新和实验的官僚机构都没有准备好迎接这个世界。如果普通分析师和军事规划者在算法中无法理解预测、推理和判断，那么高级决策者面临的挑战就更加严峻。在这个层面上，大多数国际关系文献和外交史告诉我们，决策的本质既是情感、错误类比和偏见，也是由权力或国际体系结构定义的理性利益。无反斜杠，在危机期间，创建一个能够根据新环境调整算法的官僚机构存在更大的挑战。由于复杂性和不确定性，所有模型都需要不断的数据流和权重更新。更新的速度将决定优势的条件。在未来的战场上，适应缓慢的人将会被迅速击败。在敌人之前更新模型的一方将产生节奏和行动自由。实验和不断改进模型的文化将是未来获得和保持相对优势的关键。事实上，乌克兰已经向我们展示了这个真理。一个由民用软件工程师、非营利组织和士兵组成的网络建立了 Delta 平台，并不断改进他们在战争中使用人工智能的能力。他们之所以能够行动迅速，是因为他们愿意进行实验和失败。请问自己，我们的军队和情报组织是否有类似的实验文化？数据基础设施，想象一下在未来的危机中追踪移动导弹发射装置的情景。一个聪明的对手知道他们正在被监视，可以操纵用于支持情报分析和军事决策的数据。他们可以欺骗每个计算机模型，让他们认为一辆校车是一个运输发射装置 TEL， 导致决策者对本来准确的模型生成的见解失去信心。即使您 99% 的时间都是正确的，一次错误的后果仍然会给理性决策和风险评估增加独特的人为因素。人工智能机器学习的强大程度取决于底层数据。数据集越大越多样化，就越有机会在更高维度上进行分析。与我们在几何学中学到的 x 轴和 y 轴不同，可能会有成千上万个矩阵向量。每个新的维度都是模型能够识别数据中隐藏的特征，每个新的特征都是潜在的情报优势。然而，收集、处理和存储这些数据将产生巨大的成本。首先，这将意味着需要增加情报收集任务的数量，使用开放源和更敏感的方法来捕获数据。它将需要明确的数据标记和架构标准，以便比较不同的输入。糟糕的官僚机构和政策可能会限制数据流，从而破坏了优秀的模型。它还将需要大规模的计算能力，因为分析师在流动的危机中调整他们的模型，并面对使用数字兵马俑等相当于毒害 AI/ML 情报模型的聪明对手。算法战争是不断变化的。唯一好的模型是那些根据不断流动的数据不断更新的模型。事实上，用于进行这些调整的数据中心将成为未来战争中网络行动甚至动能打击的主要目标。挑战美国的威权国家在集中和控制数据方面具有优势。这种官僚集中化使他们能够集中资源，并测试不同的模型和 AI/ML 应用。例如，中国使用集中规划模型，促进从经济增长到国内监视和军事现代化的 AI 发展。与此同时，这种集中化使系统变得脆弱。封闭系统更加专注和安全，但它们很难学习。然而，学习是人工智能的关键。在人工智能和国家安全领域，开放和封闭方法之间的平衡将不得不应对开放系统的适应性和封闭系统架构的安全性之间的权衡。结论：普罗米修斯已经分享了火种。现在和可预见的未来，对手将通过不断的网络行动、错误、虚假、恶意信息以及完全新的融合开源和敏感情报的反接近区域拒止杀伤网络，以机器速度对我们发动攻击。 除非美国能够找到合适的人员、官僚改革和数据基础设施的组合，否则这些攻击将对共和国的根基进行考验。我相信美国能够做到。事实上，未来是我们失去的。威权政权存在矛盾，使其变得僵化、脆弱，并对新信息封闭。不用看中国的生成 AI 法规，要求遵循社会主义思想，反斜杠使反斜杠，这些政权害怕进行这个委员会正在推动的开放、诚实的对话。这种恐惧是我们的机会。创建一个充满活力的思想市场将有助于校准合适的监管组合，以保护美国需要将人工智能整合到国家安全企业中的关键。泽连斯基，战争罪行必须受到惩罚。外交政策。乌克兰总统弗拉基米尔·泽连斯基正在纽约参加联合国大会，他希望获得对乌克兰和平计划以及建立特别法庭审判俄罗斯总统弗拉基米尔·普京侵略罪的支持。泽连斯基表示，虽然俄罗斯正在推动世界走向战争，但乌克兰正在努力确保在俄罗斯侵略之后，没有人敢于攻击其他国家。他强调，必须限制武器化，并惩罚战争罪行。波兰总统安杰伊·杜达表示支持建立临时特别法庭，以追究犯罪者的责任。然而，泽连斯基要说服新的支持者接受建立法庭的想法，可能会有一定挑战。一些联合国外交官已经将俄罗斯在乌克兰的侵略与其他地区的潜在扩张战争联系起来。联合国秘书长安东尼奥·古特雷斯在联合国大会上对在乌克兰实现和平进展表示悲观，但他对恢复黑海谷物倡议更有希望。真正的对决预计将在周三举行，届时泽连斯基和俄罗斯外长谢尔盖·拉夫罗夫将在联合国安理会发表讲话。中国国防部长遭遇失败。外交政策。中国国防部长李尚福已经3周没有在公众场合露面。据不愿透露姓名的知情人士和美国高级官员称，他很可能正在接受中国共产党的调查。李尚福错过了9月15日的一次重要军事会议。有报道称他已被拘留，并将被正式免职。此前，中国前外交部长秦刚也失踪数周后于7月被正式免职。关于这2位部长的调查，目前尚未有官方公告，中国共产党很可能会在闭门会议上决定他们的命运。华尔街日报报道称，秦刚因婚外情并在美国生下1名孩子而被免职。李尚福的案件可能与正在进行的军队腐败调查有关，特别是采购过程中的腐败问题。2位高级部长在任命不到6个月后被免职，将引发对习近平主席判断力的质疑。乌克兰将获得他的艾布拉姆斯坦克，但并非真正想要的那种。外交政策。美国将在未来几天开始向乌克兰交付 M1A1 艾布拉姆斯主战坦克，这是一批期待已久的重型军事援助物资。美国已经将火炮生产翻了一番，派遣了集束弹药，并同意对乌克兰飞行员进行 F-16战斗机培训。然而，拜登政府尚未决定是否派遣乌克兰一直以来要求的美国陆军远程战术导弹系统。美国一直对与俄罗斯的局势升级持谨慎态度，因为克里姆林宫控制着俄罗斯媒体，不确定普通俄罗斯人对战争的了解程度。乌克兰对美国在武器交付方面的审慎态度感到失望。乌克兰总统泽连斯基表示，西方武器的到货已经晚了6个月。乌克兰在战斗季节结束前还有大约6周的时间，之后秋雨将使进攻更加困难。尽管美国官员认为基辅可以继续取得进展，美国还在努力保持在冬季的大规模生产和培训工作。在欧亚大博弈中，各方正在重新考虑他们的赌注。外交政策。随着俄罗斯在乌克兰的冲突持续，以及中国对台湾表现出兴趣，南高加索和中亚地区的紧张局势正在升级。在高加索地区，阿塞拜疆封锁了通往奈戈尔诺卡拉巴赫的供应线，导致阿塞拜疆和亚美尼亚之间发生冲突。俄罗斯在冲突中的立场岌岌可危，因为其利益在于保持其作为主导地区大国的地位，而不是保证和平。这使得土耳其和伊朗等其他参与者在该地区变得更加活跃。与此同时，在中亚地区，中国通过其“一带一路”倡议成为一个重要的经济参与者。中国经济渗透的增加导致该地区的政治和安全联系日益加强。然而，俄罗斯在中亚地区的地位受到压力， 因为其在乌克兰的战争遭到了该地区一些传统伙伴的冷淡回应。中亚国家表示更愿意多样化其外交政策关系，并与美国接触，这为美国创造了机会，但也凸显了该地区竞争的风险。包氏公司将债务逃避计划推向了极致。路透观点 Bush Health Companies BHC 前身为 Valeant Pharmaceuticals 正在考虑将其对 Bush 加 Long 的55亿美元股权剥离的计划，但这引发了争议，并导致其首席财务官辞职。此举将使 BHC 股东受益，包括卡尔、伊坎和约翰·鲍尔森，他们共同拥有该公司 17% 的股份。然而，这将进一步损害母公司，该公司已经有相当大的债务，并且严重依赖一种药物 Xifaxan。这种分离还面临法律挑战，因为法官们一直在对类似的举措进行反对。更强的债务契约可能为债权人提供更好的解决方案。谢谢您的收看。上面播报的内容是6度团队推荐的全球专业媒体、智库、政府机构和行业专家的最新报道、分析简报。更详细的内容，请大家去这些媒体、智库的网站阅读。这些内容并不一定反映6度简报的立场，亦不能作为任何决策的建议。6度团队由专业媒体人、学者、科学家组成的独立新型媒体，大家可以根据自己的专业要求订阅各种简报，网址是6dobrief.com。您在世界任何地方都可以通过电邮收到6度简报。
大家好，我是华尔街电视的小安，为大家主持一档新的节目《亚洲大眼睛》。什么样的内容，您慢慢看就知道了。13个月内2次改组，究竟日本政府怎么了？新内阁平均年龄达 63.5 岁，那平均年龄较改组前年轻1岁多，这是否已经将内阁平均年龄年轻化？19名阁员中有13人异动，其中有11人为首次入阁，5名女性入阁更是创历来新高。自由时报报道，日本首相岸田文雄9月13日进行党和内阁人事改组，党人事方面变动不大，内阁方面除了禁用5名女性为历来最多之外，攸关国家安全的防卫相和外相均一人，尤其防卫相为亲台派的众议员木原忍，而亲中色彩强烈的外相林芳正则换成前法相上川洋子。岸田表示，近2年政府在经济外交方面做出成果，但面对经济社会国际局势急剧变化，有些施政还在半路上。他强调，这个内阁是将变化化为力量的内阁，希望能打破封闭感，与大家一同打造每个人都能觉得所得、福利、外交关系等明天会更好的国家。他也强调，内阁政策第一支柱就是经济，要摆脱长年以来的3节成本的经济，开始转换成提高薪资、促进对人的投资等等。为了落实政策，首先就是要先做好因应物价上涨的对策，新体制将拟定足够预算作为支持经济的对策，并尽速实施。亲中派下与亲台派上是这次内阁改组值得关注的重点之一。岸田调整内阁和党人事，上一次是在去年8月。由于这1年来岸田的民意支持率持续在3到4成左右上下游动，再加上自民党总裁任期即将在明年任满，时隔1年的内阁和党人事调整，一般认为岸田希望透过人事一新，以为明年竞选连任做准备。在党人事方面，副总裁麻生太郎、干事长茂木敏充、政调会长秋生田光一及国会对策委员长高木义均留任，选举对策委员长由众议员小渊由子出任，原选对委员长深山裕转任为总务会长。相对于党人事几乎维持现况，内阁人事则有大幅调整。19名阁员中有13人异动，其中11人为首次入阁，5名女性入阁也创了历来新高。5名女性阁员除了经济安保相高市早苗留任之外，新任外相上川洋子为前法相，有5次的入阁经验。初次入阁的香家年子为前自民党干事长加藤弘一的女儿，另外还有地方创生相自见英子、复兴相土木平子。亲台防卫相成焦点。该报道就称，这次内阁改组最受瞩目的是首次入阁的防卫相木原忍。木原忍为跨党派友台议员团体日华议员恳谈会的事务局长，也曾任自民党青年局长，是自民党内极具代表性的亲台派大将，包括日本捐赠疫苗给台湾，以及为台湾凤梨等农产品销日等，那均以具体行动力挺。 牧原多次和会长谷物贵司访台，包括每年率团参加台湾的国庆活动。今年7月初，他和谷物共同视察与那国岛，并和立法院长游锡堃搭乘高速船从与那国岛抵达宜兰访问。7月中旬，由日本民间智库日本战略研究论坛主办的日美台兵棋推演，牧原既在兵推中扮演防卫相的角色，提议日本使用反击能力对抗共军的侵攻，那展现果决的一面。现年54岁的牧原忍为熊本选出的众议员，已当选5届。台积电落脚熊本设厂，也让牧原与台湾的关系更为密切。牧原忍在7月曾谎言，建议日本对中国行使反击能力。他还认同鼓吹台湾有事就是日本有事的荒谬言论。因此，也有评论指牧原忍出任防卫相或加剧台海局势不稳定。那无法改善日中关系，林芳正遭撤换。自由时报就报道，另一个受到瞩目的人士为外相将，由林芳正换成上川洋子。林芳正和上川均为岸田派人马，不过林芳正的亲中色彩，从他于2021年11月担任外相以来，一直受到国内保守派人士的质疑。日中关系也未因他的上任有明显的改善，对岸田内阁不但没有加分效果，尤其是今年8月日本启动福岛核一厂含氚废水排海作业后，中国政治化反制的操作引发日本民众不满，这也可能是让林芳正被撤换的最后一根稻草。该报道就称，现年70岁的上川洋子，过去在安倍内阁和菅义伟内阁担任法相，有5次的入阁经验，虽然不是新鲜面孔，但同为岸田派资深议员，在法相任内修改债权规定和民法、刑事司法改革等业绩，稳健扎实的手腕受到好评。上川重视日韩关系，岸田可能想透过这次任命强化正逐步回软的日韩关系。选举对策委员长一职由茂木派的组织运动总部长小渊优子担任。小渊优子是前首相小渊惠山的次女，知名度较高，有望体现出女性活跃。不过2014年由于政治团体中的不当资金支出问题，小渊优子辞去了经济产业相，被指关于该事件的说法并不充分。那岸田力争在明年9月的总裁选举中再次当选，为了实现稳定的政权营运，顾及到了派系平衡，麻生派、茂木派支持政权，与第四派系岸田派共同形成主流派的格局不会改变。那岸田民调惨淡，依据日本每日新闻的民调结果，岸田内阁支持率8月跌至 26%， 连续2个月低于 30%。时事社、共同社和日本广播协会的8月民调均显示，岸田内阁支持率为历史最低水平，其中时事社为 26.6%， 其他2家同为 33%。分析人士就指出，岸田希望借助内阁改组为民众带来执政新气象，提升支持率，并借此维持和巩固党内政治基础，为明年寻求连任铺路。但从重要职位留任名单和派系力量分配来看，新内阁实际并无太大的改观。那能否有效提升支持率，还有待观察。究其原因，首先，岸田内阁应对物价上涨措施不力，引发民众强烈不满。依据日本政府部门数据，7月份日本去除生鲜食品后的核心消费价格指数同比上涨 3.1%， 连续11个月超过 3%。扣除物价上涨因素后，6月份日本实际工资收入同比下降 1.6%， 为连续15个月同比减少。日本执政党内部担心，如不采取追加对策，将失去更多支持。那其次，个人编号卡制度问题频出，令民众质疑岸田内阁的执政能力。日本政府推出这项制度，旨在推动政府服务数字化。个人编号卡除用于核实认证身份，还能绑定公共资金领取账户和健康保险证。然而，推行过程中接连爆出绑定错误等重大问题，引发民众对隐私外泄等问题的忧虑。此外，内阁丑闻不断，再加上岸田内阁坚持将福岛第一核电站和污染水排海，在日本国内引发巨大争议，导致他的支持率持续走低。日本前外务省高级官员孙其想就认为，岸田此举从长远看并没有提升内阁支持率的利好因素。而日本山口大学名誉教授角谢后指出，岸田政权上台之初向公众承诺的倾听能力是虚假的，其背靠美国对华强硬而非敞开胸襟与中国解决问题的外交姿态也是本末倒置。 如果岸田政权的内政外交不从根本上改变这种姿态，政权营运将会进一步的陷入困境。那持续要求中国撤水产禁运，岸田也表示已经指示相关官僚在9月之内研拟经济对策，10月会诊出经济对策，而因应物价上涨等的经济对策将于10月会诊，并编列追加预算案。此外，希望借由官民合作，落实物价上涨比率相等幅度的加薪，以摆脱通货紧缩。另外，日本将福岛第一核电厂核污水排海，中国全面禁止进口日本水产品。对此，岸田表示，将善加利用双边或多边国家间的机会、世界贸易组织、区域全面经济伙伴协定等经贸架构的场合，持续要求中国立即撤销禁运措施。他还说，一定要彻底守护日本的水产业才行，将采取对策，让人民、水产业相关人士感到安心。而另一方面，中国外交部发言人毛宁13日就表示，中日双方要以今年中日和平友好条约缔结45周年为契机，加强对话沟通，深化务实合作，管控矛盾分歧，推动构建契合新时代要求的建设性、稳定的中日关系。
欢迎您收看华尔街电视简报。现场，韩正发言怎么只有2分钟？随着华尔街在美联储决策前下滑，澳交所预计将微幅下跌。悉尼先驱晨报，随着投资者等待美联储对利率的最新决定，华尔街股市下滑，标普500指数下跌 0.3%， 道琼斯指数下跌 0.4%， 纳斯达克综合指数下跌 0.4%。预计美联储将宣布利率不变，但交易员对今年是否还会再次加息存在分歧，并且普遍预计明年将会降息。先锋集团首席全球经济学家乔·戴维斯表示，软着陆在我们看来仍然可能，但不太可能。我可以同时领取年龄养老金和照顾者养老金吗？悉尼先驱晨报，据 My Pension Manager 的 Regan Welburn 表示，澳大利亚的退休人员如果还是家庭成员的照顾者，可以同时领取养老金和照顾者津贴。养老金的申领较为简单，并且与照顾者津贴一样，根据相同的测试进行评估。然而，照顾者津贴还附带每年600澳元的额外照顾者补贴。一般来说，退休人员同时申领养老金和照顾者津贴最为有利，因为这样可以提供灵活性，并额外获得 4364.80 澳元每年。绿色洗白打击使绿色投资主张受挫。悉尼先驱晨报，根据澳大利亚负责任投资协会 RIA 的年度负责任投资基准报告，由于监管机构对绿色洗白的打击，澳大利亚的投资经理和养老金基金在提出负责任投资的声明时变得谨慎。报告显示，截至2022年底，国内负责任投资市场价值为 1.3 万亿澳元，1万亿美元，较上年减少 16%。这一下降可以归因于2022年可持续基金的表现不佳，以及一些大型国际投资经理对负责任投资定义的收紧。更多资格获得老年人健康卡，因为收入限制增加。悉尼先驱晨报，随着卡片的收入限额提高，更多自费退休人员现在将有资格获得联邦老年人健康卡。作为一项一次性措施，阿尔巴内斯政府提高了该卡的收入门槛，为自费退休人员提供了一系列优惠。单身和夫妻的收入门槛将于9月20日再次上涨。该卡提供了在药物福利计划下更便宜的药物和批量收费的医生就诊，以及其他优惠，如电力、燃气和公共交通的折扣。天然气在一个周内迅速接近6美元。CNN， 加利福尼亚州的汽油价格迅速上涨，周均价已达到每加仑 5.76 美元，仅在过去1周内上涨了30美分。现在有11个州的驾车者面临每加仑超过4美元的汽油价格，华盛顿州和内华达州的一些地区甚至达到5美元或更高。油价达到了10个月来的最高点，每桶 93.74 美元，这是由沙特阿拉伯和俄罗斯采取的大规模供应削减措施推动的。尽管汽油价格上涨对消费者造成了困扰，但在油价翻倍至每桶140美元之前，它不太可能对美国经济构成立即风险，因此经济衰退是不可避免的。CVC 准备迎接可能在11月进行的 IPO。消息来源：路透社。据匿名消息人士透露， 欧洲最大的私募股权公司 CVC Capital Partners 据称正计划在11月份进行首次公开募股 IPO， 具体时间尚未确定，可能会有变动。预计该 IPO 将在阿姆斯特丹进行，将成为欧洲私募股权行业中最大的一次。在2021年将少数股权出售给 Blue Owl Capital Inc. 后， CVC 的估值约为150亿美元。该公司管理着约900亿欧元961亿美元的私募股权资产，回购在全球表现最差的股市之一激增。彭博社，随着市场持续下滑，香港上市公司正在增加股份回购，预计回购规模将达到929亿港元，约合119亿美元，比过去5年的年均水平高出 3.9 倍。恒生指数在2023年下跌了约 9%， 成为表现最差的主要地区指数。恒生指数有限公司表示，高水平的回购表明公司认为自己的股票被低估了。Arch Eagles 创始人黄必须面对美国证券交易委员会的欺诈指控。路透社， Arch Eagles 资本管理公司创始人黄伟 Bill Wong 未能使美国证券交易委员会 SEC 对他的诉讼被驳回。SEC 指控黄伟和 Arch Eagles 犯有欺诈罪，声称他们故意隐瞒他们所承担的风险，并操纵市场以提高他们股票的价值。美国地区法官保罗奥特肯 Paul Oken 驳回了黄伟驳回该案的请求，但对 Arch Eagles 前首席财务官帕特里克哈利根 Patrick Halligan 的一些欺诈指控予以驳回。在美国司法部对黄伟和哈利根提起相关刑事指控时， SEC 的民事案件被暂停。加拿大银行，核心通胀与 2% 目标不一致。路透社，加拿大央行表示，最近通胀率的波动并不罕见，但核心指标显示的基本趋势与将通胀率降至 2% 的目标不一致。8月份的通胀数据显示，总体通胀率从7月份的 3.3% 上升至 4.0%， 高于大多数分析师的预测。副行长沙伦科奇基表示，基本通胀率仍远高于实现 2% 消费者价格指数通胀目标的水平。在数据发布后，货币市场上对10月25日下一次政策会议加息的预期上升。电影评论，愚蠢的金钱回顾了 GameStop 的挤压事件，普通人对华尔街施加压力的情景。多伦多新报，愚蠢的钱是一部电影，讲述了小投资者对华尔街发起的最近一次金融反叛的故事。电影根据真实故事改编，主角基斯·吉尔由保罗·达诺饰演，他说服新手投资者购买陷入困境的零售连锁店 GameStop 的股票，导致空头挤压，对对冲基金造成数十亿美元的损失。电影强调了民粹主义的信息，即华尔街需要更加重视人民，并将华尔街人物描绘成卡通般的恶棍。当 GameStop 的股票飙升时，电影最具吸引力，但结局令人不满，因为华尔街继续繁荣。英国国民银行 NatWest 的霍华德·戴维斯敦促英国银行业监管局 BOE 在银行资本问题上考虑国家利益。金融时报，英国国民威斯特银行主席霍华德·戴维斯爵士敦促英国监管机构在制定资本要求规则时采取更加友好的银行立场，考虑到合法的国家利益。他建议英格兰银行在最终确定最新全球规则的版本之前，应仔细观察美国对增加资本的反弹。戴维斯表示，如果英国监管机构对资本规则采取比欧盟更严厉的立场，英国的银行可能会在与欧洲邻国的竞争中处于不利地位。谢谢您的收看。上面播报的内容是6度团队推荐的全球专业媒体、智库、政府机构和行业专家的最新报道、分析简报。更详细的内容，请大家去这些媒体、智库的网站阅读。这些内容并不一定反映6度简报的立场，亦不能作为任何决策的建议。6度团队由专业媒体人、学者、科学家组成的独立新型媒体，大家可以根据自己的专业要求订阅各种简报，网址是6dobrief.com。您在世界任何地方都可以通过电邮收到6度简报。
The committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. And before we begin, Secretary Raimondo has informed us that she has only 2 hours available for this hearing. So in the interest of time, Ranking Member Lofgren and I are limiting ourselves to very brief opening statements, and we're asking the Secretary to do the same. Additionally, to give as many members as possible a chance to ask questions, and in concurrence with Ranking Member, I ask unanimous consent to limit each member's Q&A to 4 minutes without objection. So ordered. I would also like to request unanimous consent to submit 2 statements for the record. The first is from Chairman Lucas, who could not be with us here today. As you know, he has had a terrible accident with a bull. He's a rancher, and he is recuperating. We look forward to his return soon and to his leadership, because his leadership is dearly missed. The second is a full opening statement for myself. Without objection, we will enter that. So I'll recognize myself for 1 minute for an opening statement. So I would say welcome to the Science, Space, and Technology Committee's first oversight hearing on the CHIPS for America program. Secretary Raimondo, we appreciate your willingness to testify today. Thank you for being here. I understand you were in traffic. I'm sorry to hear that. That's not a rare occurrence. But your last minute notice that you were only able to dedicate 2 hours of your time to discussing a $50 billion program is frustrating, to say the least, to the members of this committee who have a responsibility to oversee your use of these taxpayer dollars and ensure that the program is a success. I hope that you will at least commit to meeting in person with any members of this committee, whether Republican or Democrat, who are not able to ask the questions that they prepared for this hearing. And I hope that despite our time constraints that we'll be able to have a productive discussion today. Congress funded the CHIPS program to bolster national security and to ensure that semiconductors can be produced here in the United States in a cost-competitive way. But the policies advanced by this administration during implementation have been criticized for driving up the cost of doing business. So I expect that to be a strong topic of discussion today, along with guardrails to protect our investments from benefiting our adversaries. I look forward to the dialogue that we will have today, and I look forward to hearing more about the near-term future of the CHIPS program directly from the Secretary. So thank you, Secretary Raimondo, for taking the time to join us today. So I would like to now recognize the ranking member, gentlewoman from California, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and like you, I ask unanimous consent that my full statement be made part of the record. In the interest of time, I'll just say that CHIPS for America represents really a historic investment in reshoring our semiconductor manufacturing and innovation capacity. However, there are challenges in carrying out such an ambitious program. One of the concerns I have, which I've mentioned to the Secretary, is what steps the CHIPS program is taking to ensure that companies receiving funding implement the very highest standards for the handling of toxic chemicals. I come from Silicon Valley, where we've seen firsthand the tremendous benefits of the semiconductor industry, but also problematic environmental legacy of some chip production. So we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to revitalize the U.S. semiconductor industry, but we also have an opportunity to do it in a way that protects American workers. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Now recognize, thank you, Ms. Lofgren. I recognize the Secretary for her testimony for 4 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you and good morning. A few things. One, I'm delighted to be here. Secondly, I spoke with the chairman yesterday and reassured him that I'm happy to spend any amount of time with any of you on any topic. Also, after speaking with you yesterday, we shifted the schedule a bit, so be able to be here for at least 2.5 hours. I just want to thank you for this chance to update you on the CHIPS and Science Act. As outlined in detail in my written testimony, we've made significant progress since about a year ago when the bill was passed. As evidence of that, for CHIPS, we've received more than 500 statements of interest from companies who want to participate and about 100 applications for the incentive program. So We are on track to launch the National Semiconductor Technology Center this fall, which I know many of you will want to talk about. At EDA, we've launched 2 initiatives, the Tech Hubs Initiative and the Recompete Program. We're working as quick as we can to have announcements on both of those programs this fall. I will tell you both of these programs are massively oversubscribed. In addition, NTIA, NIST, and NOAA are working to implement additional provisions. Happy to talk about any of that. I just want to reiterate what you all know and what the chair and ranking member have said. In addition, if successful in implementing CHIPS and science, which is, as the ranking member said, unprecedented and historic, the U.S. will become the premier destination in the world for where we design new chip architectures, do research and development in our research labs, make chips for every end use, manufacture chips at scale with American workers in the United States, and package the most sophisticated chips in the world, all here on our shores. That's the vision that we're trying to achieve with your support, and with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
I want to thank the Secretary for her testimony. Now the Chair would recognize himself for 4 minutes. Secretary Raimondo, during negotiations of the CHIPS and Science Act, Science Committee Republicans developed strong guardrails that prohibit any company that accepts a grant incentive from expanding or building new advanced semiconductor manufacturing facilities in a country of concern, including China, for 10 years. The language also gives the authority to you, Madam Secretary, to recover any incentives received should a company be found in violation of this. Can you please provide a short update on when the Department of Commerce's rule for implementing the guardrails will be finalized so that we can review it, considering the public comment period ended in May?
Yes, thank you for your question. So the answer is very, very soon. In a matter of weeks, that will be completed. I'm trying to move as fast as I possibly can, but more important than going fast, we need to get it right, especially with respect to these guardrails. The whole purpose of the CHIPS program is national security, and so we have to be absolutely vigilant that not a penny of this helps China to get ahead of us, and that none of these companies who receive our money do any research with China or investment in China that in any way undermines our own national security. So very soon it'll be out, and look forward to working with all of you to implement this program to achieve its goals.
Okay. The CHIPS and Science Act requires guardrails to be a part of any agreement or contract the Department enters as part of the $39 billion taxpayer-backed CHIPS incentive program. How is it then that the Department has been accepting applications for the incentives program since March without the guardrails being finalized? And how is the Department making it clear what commitments that applicants will be required to make when applying for the program if this rule has not been finalized? It makes no sense.
Yeah. So as you can imagine, these are incredibly complicated applications. We're requiring a huge amount of information from these companies. We obviously aren't going to make any commitments to any companies, and certainly not give any money to any companies until the guardrails are firmly in place. But if we're trying to parallel process so we can move fast. So we thought it was prudent to start seeking information so that companies could get into a good position to apply while finalizing the guardrails. But obviously no commitments will be made to any companies until the guardrails are in place.
All right. Can you commit that no application will be approved or money sent out the door until the guardrails are finalized? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. Second, the Department is standing up tracks to provide space situational awareness data. Isn't this reinventing the already existing system at the Pentagon? Very briefly.
No, no. We're working on, like you say, space situational awareness with the Pentagon, with an interagency, to track the commercial satellites and commercial space traffic. It's more congested in space. We have to prevent collisions and the like. So no, it's an interagency process, and I think it's necessary.
Okay. All right. The CHIPS and Science Act forbids companies from using CHIPS funds for stock buybacks. The CHIPS Act notice of funding opportunity, however, goes further. It asks applicants whether they plan to engage in any stock buybacks over the next 5 years and states that Commerce will, quote, evaluate applications based on the extent of the applicant's commitments to refrain from stock buybacks, unquote. Does that mean that Commerce will deny funding for applicants who plan to engage in any stock buybacks? And if not, then how should companies who engage in stock buyback in the normal course, what would they think about this provision?
No is the answer to your question. If you do buybacks, you are still eligible to receive the money. But look, as you know, the whole point of this program is for companies to invest in research and development, manufacturing in the United States. And so we're going to be tough on companies. Like, we want to see what are their investment plans? What are their research and development plans? They should be putting their money into investing in America and research and development in America, so we protect taxpayer money. We can't be giving them money so they can go give it to their shareholders to make more money. This is money to race ahead for investments in semiconductor industry in our country. So it's not a prohibition, but it is a signal to industry that we are serious, that this is not about padding their bottom line. This is about enhancing their ability to innovate in America.
Well, I have one more question, but I'm out of time, about fluorotechnology and PFAS, but I will submit that for the record. And so at this time, I would like to recognize the ranking member from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary. It's great to see you here, and I appreciated the time to talk to you earlier about health and safety for workers in the chip industry. As I mentioned in my opening statement, Silicon Valley has been the home of chip manufacturing for many years. It's a wonderful opportunity. It's helped build the valley. On the other hand, there has sometimes been a downside. Multiple studies in the 1980s and 90s found that women working at microelectronics manufacturing sites had miscarriages at twice the expected rate, and although the industry has made significant strides in terms of the use of hazardous chemicals, in some cases there is no alternative for a hazardous chemical in the manufacturing, and in that case special care must be made to prevent exposure to the workforce. I'll just note that this is from an OSHA missive, and I'll read it. OSHA's mandatory PELs remain in effect. However, OSHA recommends that employers consider using the alternative occupational exposure limits because the agency believes that exposures above some of these alternative occupational exposure limits may be hazardous to workers even when the exposure levels are in compliance with OSHA standards. And in fact, it's the EPA standards in those cases that need to be applied. I'll just say this: I appreciate your willingness to work with me on this. I look forward to vigorously engaging with you to see how we can get the great benefit of the CHIPS Act, but also protect our workforce. Let me ask another question. There's a company in California, not in my district, with an important question that has broad policy implications. This company never offshored, and so as a consequence, their costs were higher because labor costs are higher in the United States. They are worried that they might be at a disadvantage in the selection process because of their higher cost structure. What's the department's general view on using the loan program to use U.S.-only semiconductor manufacturers to refinance existing debt if it results in additional capital investments in the United States? What's the view on using the loan program to allow U.S.-only semiconductor manufacturers to use loans for purposes of funding operational and workforce development costs? And is there concern about the higher cost structure disadvantaging them in the competition accurate?
Yeah. So a couple reactions, mindful of time. On your first point, I am totally committed to working with you like we talked about. These are necessary. These companies use a lot of chemicals. Necessarily, it's heavily chemical based. And as you say, sometimes OSHA isn't enough. So let's figure out better ways to work with companies to
Absolutely.
secure health and safety. Secondly, the answer is yes. We look well upon using loan authority and grant authority to help small companies, U.S.-based companies, to defray the additional cost associated with the cost of U.S. labor. I would say, in a way, that's the point of this whole program. I mean, the truth of it is, you come from Silicon Valley, that's where all semiconductors once were, and then it was in search of cheap labor that these companies all went to Taiwan, China, Malaysia, et cetera. That's the point of this subsidy, to allow American companies and American workers, stay in this business, accounting for the fact that it is more expensive. So I'd say we're going to look. I have assembled an amazingly talented team. There was a piece in the Wall Street Journal about it a few months ago. I'd welcome any of you to come over to the department to meet this team. We have some top-notch investment people, a top-notch loan expert. We're going to be as creative as possible to stretch the money as much as we can to help American businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, and I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just slightly off that topic, regarding NOAA's misguided East Coast vessel speed rule regarding the North Atlantic right whales. We had heard from NOAA that one or less whales on average per year have been killed by boats. And I'm wondering why the administration would move forward with releasing the proposed rule later this year, and then next year hold a workshop on how technology can help protect the whales. It seems like they're putting the cart before the horse.
So one thing I've learned since being Commerce Secretary is that the most complicated issues aren't semiconductor technology, it's the fish issues. And I would be very happy, coming from the ocean state myself, to come back to you on that, sir, and give you, a proper answer, and I'll have Dr. Spinrad, who runs NOAA, get in touch with you. But I will say this, I am personally sympathetic to both sides. We have to, preserve the environment and protect the whales, but also I know a lot of people make a living as fishermen, and so let me come back to you with a better answer.
Yeah, as the former governor, I wouldn't expect that you would like the way they roll out, and so I appreciate that answer.
Yeah, it's complicated. They're often subject to lawsuits. So permit me to come back to you.
I'll do that. What specific steps is the Department of Commerce taking to protect American interests at standard bodies where China has flooded them with high rates of participants and submissions?
I worry a lot about this. We have a whole working group inside of Commerce at NIST just focused on showing up at standards bodies. And exactly what you say. It sounds, not sexy and boring, except when the Chinese write the standards to favor them, then we get locked out. And so I have put a huge priority on reinvigorating our presence at standard-setting bodies all over the world. One little example I'll give you is we were successful in getting the American chairperson of the ITU, the Telecommunications Union, because the Russians were backing an alternative, and we won, and that's because we focused on it and put a campaign in place, because, standards really matter.
Well, you just answered my next three questions, so, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Posey. And now I'd like to recognize Ms. Bonamici from Oregon.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you to the ranking member. Thank you, Madam Secretary. It's good to see you. The CHIPS and Science Act is making historic investments in U.S. semiconductor manufacturing, in supply chain improvements, and in cutting-edge research and development. Now, the ranking member said she represents the Silicon Valley. I represent Silicon Forest. And as the representative of the Silicon Forest, I'm excited for the opportunities. And it was a pleasure to host you in Oregon, Madam Secretary, where we heard from students at Portland Community College and learned how they are preparing to enter the workforce. PCC has a program called Quick Start. in which they partner with the semiconductor leaders, like Intel, for example, to provide skills-based training for the next generation of the semiconductor workforce. So, Madam Secretary, we need more pathways for people to enter the growing semiconductor and advanced manufacturing industries. So what workforce education programs is the department investing in to meet the R&D goals of CHIPS? And how can Congress and the department make these programs accessible to more diverse learners, including rural and underserved communities?
Yeah. So great question, and I love visiting. We had a great visit, and I was blown away by what I saw at the community college. I should tell you, if you were to say to me what keeps you up at night, it's a long list, but the workforce is something that I worry about. Right now, there's about 100,000. There's a need for industry to have 100,000 semiconductor technicians, and that number is going to go up to about 300,000 pretty quickly. Technicians don't need a 4-year college degree. The community college is a perfect training ground, maybe a high school plus a credentialing program. So we're doing a few things. As you know, we're going to stand up the NSTC. That'll have a whole workforce component. We encourage universities and community colleges to hook into that. And for every CHIPS applicant, every company that applies, we're requiring them to give us a workforce plan. So what are you going to do? We're asking states, I'm calling governors myself and convening governors to say, invest your state money into workforce programs, including community colleges. The NSF has a couple $100 million. So anyway, long story short, every single thing we're doing, whether it's the CHIPS money or the R&D money or outreach, it's to try to get states to put skin in the game so we can do this. I'll tell you some good news. We already have over 50 community colleges that we know of that have put out new training programs related to the semiconductor industry.
That's exciting.
So we just got to keep going.
I don't want to cut you off, but I want to get another question in. So for a prepared and diverse workforce ready to implement the Act, there must be access to high-quality, affordable child care.
Yes.
And I'm hearing this across Northwest Oregon and across the country. Under your leadership, the department is pioneering the requirement that CHIP applicants must or should, depending on the size of the award, provide child care for their workers, and I appreciate this commitment because of the serious challenges in the care economy. So, Madam Secretary, what criteria will the department use to evaluate the accessibility and quality of these child care services, and how will the department encourage applicants to partner with a diverse range of providers like Early Head Start or home-based child care services?
Yeah. So we're asking every company to show us their workforce plan, including a child care plan. There's no one-size-fits-all. It'll be different in every state, but it's exactly what you say. You can't hire the workers you need unless women can work, and that's not going to happen unless there's child care that's affordable. I'm not doing that because it's a social issue. It's a business issue. You talk to any CEO, and they tell you the same thing.
Absolutely. Thank you. And, Mr. Chairman, as I yield back, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a brief from the Center for the Study of Child Care Employment at UC Berkeley on implementing the CHIPS child care requirement and supporting good-paying early childhood education jobs. And also, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, this is a good investment in our future to invest in our children. They will be the next generation of semiconductor workforce, and I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. I would now like to introduce, Mr. Garcia, the gentleman from California, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Madam Secretary, good to see you again. Thanks for coming in. I respect and I agree with your comments. I think the biggest threat to the CHIPS Act is the workforce right now. If we can't figure out how to get that right, so applaud the efforts. We need all hands on deck, all demographics, both sexes, and everyone to max participate to support this. I want to thank you again for taking the time before the CHIPS was brought to the floor for a vote to help me get comfortable with the requirements, the diligence that you're putting into making sure. Mr. Chair, we spent several hours in the SCIF with the Secretary's team as well as some corporate subject matter experts to make sure that we're porting over the requirements list to the DoD applications, because it would be a terrible thing to build semiconductor chips for refrigerators and cars only to find out that we have no industrial base to service the hypersonics, the exotic weapons that we need in a fight against China. So I'd like for you to touch on that, Madam Secretary. And I also want to thank you. We are getting actually very positive feedback from local industry partners in my district in Southern California from your team. The engagements that you've had, that you described, have been fruitful, and I think I know it's early, but the feedback is very positive. So I appreciate the execution on that. And then last, before I hand it to you, just in the interest of time, we had talked about over the phone a couple of months ago supporting you with an initiative, this trade fight that we're in with China, this macro issue that we have with China being the biggest threat to the United States right now as a pure adversary. We have to figure out how to get to some sort of reciprocal trade agreement. I think you and I share that opinion. I just want to reiterate that I'm at your disposal. I am happy to pull together a bipartisan group of folks. I know, folks like Mike Gallagher on the China Select Committee, both sides of the aisle, to come together to help enable you in that process. It's a long-term, problem, I know, and the answers aren't easy, but I think it's important that we do get together and start bending the arc towards a reciprocal trade agreement. China is doing to us right now things that we should not tolerate. But if we're going to allow them to do it, we should at least be able to do it to them and have access to their markets, their intellectual property. The agreement should be fair and balanced and reciprocal, and I think you understand and appreciate that. The last thing, so if you can talk to the requirements, and then I also want you to just touch on briefly your level of satisfaction. I know it's not related to chips, but are you okay with the way Treasury right now is currently managing and making sure that we are enforcing the sanctions against Russia relative to the Ukraine conflict? If you can touch on those two things. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
On the defense industrial base, one, I guess, update, I think, since the last time I saw you, is that we've executed an MOU with the Defense Department to share information and work together on exactly this issue. So we get from DOD what are the defense industrial base chips needs to make sure that, as you say, what we are incentivizing fulfills those needs. So I feel good about that. It's progress, and we're working very closely with the DOD and the intelligence community.
That's great.
So that's a good update. Reciprocity to China, I'm going to come sit with you because I only have a minute now. I'll just say when I was in China, I was very clear that, Alipay and UnionPay do business in the United States. Visa and MasterCard cannot. Their autonomous vehicle companies are piloting on our roads right now. We cannot. Their media companies every day are submitting content in the United States. We cannot.
That's right.
It's a long list. It's not fair. Enough is enough. Let's level the playing field. And so I think there's a lot. I'll come visit with you after my trip, and maybe we could talk about it. On Russia, that Secretary Yellen and the whole team, I think, is doing a fantastic job under really difficult circumstances. The thing I'm focused on is the export controls. I'll be honest, it is a brutal day-to-day fight. Every time we find out that they're going around our export controls, we come down on them. But it's a little like a whack-a-mole. Russia has been putting these global networks together for decades. They're good at getting around us, and I'd like to think we're even better about stopping it. So my point of it is, it's vigilance. You got to take it to it every day with vigilance. And that's what we're doing with the export controls.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, now I'd like to recognize Ms. Stevens from Michigan.
Thank you. Good morning. It's so nice to see you, Madam Secretary. And as I was thinking about today's hearing, I was reflecting on the incredible workforce at the Department of Commerce. And I know that you have been busy setting up a team, the CHIPS team, CHIPS for America team, within the department itself and at NIST, and it's just a remarkable set of people who are implementing a very historic endeavor, and I'm going to take you up on your offer to come by and sit down with the investment crew and some of the other folks that are working on the initiative. But I did just want to ask you a couple of questions. One is about open source central processing units, the CPUs. As you know, anyone in the world can contribute instructions to the design of open source CPUs. which then can be used for electronic products. And currently, there aren't requirements or regulations to ensure that open source CPUs have not had any instructions added by actors like China and Russia. I know Mr. Garcia was just talking to you about export controls. So if you have any reflections on open source CPUs, in addition to what you just shared about export controls, we are all ears. Also, we saw that the CCP came down with some restrictions on gallium and germanium. Gallium is used in the microelectronic components of many electronics, and germanium poses many military applications critical to our national defense. And so, given these developments, what industrial policy initiatives has the department considered? Maybe a CHIPS-like initiative for rare minerals that you could implement if we want to draft another kind of CHIPS 2.0 type of legislation surrounding germanium in particular, given how critical that's going to be to to the CHIPS implementation. And then lastly, if you have any other comments around the CHIPS office and the R&D facilities, that the commercial opportunities for R&D facilities that you're going to put forward. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so on the gallium and germanium, that seems clear to me that's their tit-for-tat sort of retaliation. And I think, we're not going to be scared by that. We need to do what we're going to do to protect our national security, period. And we have allies around the world who can provide some of those critical minerals to us, or as you say, we can innovate here. I would welcome the opportunity to work with you or everybody to sit down and make a plan around critical minerals. What are the most important critical minerals for products we need for our national security, like chips? And if we can't, mine them or process them in our own country, then where else besides China in the world can we? Because we can't be held hostage, and so I would welcome that.
Great.
The CHIPS team, I've been in government now as an executive for more than a dozen years. This CHIPS team is like nothing I've ever created. It's over 100 people, really top talent, working 7 days a week. I'm very proud of them. It's a hard job, so we'll welcome your engagement. On the research and development, this fall, I would say in general, this fall, we will have big announcements on tech hubs, Recompete, NSTC, R&D. The bill passed a year ago. We've been working like crazy. In the next few months, you're going to see announcements on all of that. And we want to work with, whoever in Michigan or any of your states, nonprofit, for-profit, that we think can add to the innovation ecosystem.
Great. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you so much for appearing before us today. I have two questions. The first is on the RAN, the Radio Access Network. The CHIPS and Science Act contained funding for grants that could help increase supplier diversity in the wireless industry by supporting open radio access networks, the RAN. Can you give us your thoughts on the program, on how these funds can help scale new commercial-ready open RAN vendors? And what is at stake if these funds aren't quickly deployed to help spur the development and deployment of open RAN wireless networks?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, as you say, there's $1.5 billion in the CHIPS Act for ORAN. I would say I think it's vitally, critically important because we need secure 5G and 6G networks and to protect ourselves. And one way to do that, to bring down the cost, is to have them be open. So we put out the first money in August of this year. We put out $5.5 million for the first awards. We're going to put more money out later this fall. We're very engaged with industry. I've actually been meeting myself with the wireless carriers. That's the key, I think, to get the carriers to be open to embracing this instead of just working with incumbent hardware providers. So I think it's a critical innovation for our national security, and I'm actually grateful that Congress put that money in the bill.
And I thank you, and we'll work with you to continue to expedite that. So I thank you so much for your answer. My next question deals with semiconductor manufacturing tax credits. Without going into too much detail on Section 48D, just wanted to let you know what we were talking about. Earlier this year, Commerce issued proposed guidance for the CHIPS Act's grant programs that defined semiconductor as semiconductor devices only. And defined semiconductive substances such as polysilicon as material. The Department of Treasury unfortunately relied on this narrow definition in their proposed regulations for implementing the Act's tax credits, excluding investments in U.S. polysilicon manufacturing and other facilities in the supply chain from qualifying for the credit. I feel that without domestic polysilicon ingot wafer manufacturing, we won't be able to build out our domestic semiconductor manufacturing supply chain. So my question, Madam Secretary, is will you commit to working with the Department of Treasury to issue final regulations that correctly define semiconductor to include semiconductive substances such as polysilicon and wafers, which represent critical parts of the semiconductor manufacturing supply chain?
So let me say, as you correctly say, this is in Treasury's wheelhouse. So, but yes, I will work with you and Secretary Yellen to look at this issue, recognizing that my authority relates more to the grant program, and Secretary Yellen is in charge of the 25% ITC. But I hear you. We can follow up, and we can talk to the Secretary's team.
Thank you, because with that narrow definition, it does exclude a lot of things that are critically important, in my view, to creating that domestic supply chain. And I think what Treasury did is they respectfully, incorrectly latched on to a very narrow definition, which we'd like to see expanded and broadened. And I thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And now the gentleman from New York, I'd like to recognize Mr. Bowman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Madam Secretary. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your tremendous work. I'm concerned about the Recompetes program. In my district, there are many historically marginalized, underserved, redlined, under-resourced communities that lack the infrastructure to go after some of the grant money that is available as part of the Recompetes program. What are your thoughts in terms of supporting these historically marginalized communities and building the infrastructure and accessing the resources that are necessary to create jobs in, like you mentioned earlier, 100K shortage in semiconductor tech jobs that these communities could really benefit from? Can you speak to how to provide more on-the-ground support for historically marginalized communities?
So it's a great question, and the whole point of the Recompete program is to make investments in communities that have been historically behind, and our plan is to run an open, merit-based process, then to pick a handful of places to make fairly significant investments, because I know from experience, if you're starting, with nothing, you need some critical mass, which requires a big investment. We are providing every bit of technical assistance that we can to help communities to apply. This is an initiative that's got a couple of steps in the application process, and we're really trying to provide technical assistance. That being said, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is tough. I know in Rhode Island, the communities that they are left behind as a result, they don't have much of the infrastructure. They don't have a planning team. They don't have money to hire a lawyer to submit the grant. So we're doing what we can to recognize that, but in your case or anyone's case, if you have a community that you think is worthy with some money, could be successful, then we will reach out to you and we'll help you to help them to apply.
Thank you, and I'll have my office follow up with you on that, because we definitely want to partner with you in that conversation. I had another question about regional tech hubs, regional tech and innovation hubs. So I was proud to contribute ideas to the bill about how we can bring minority and women-owned businesses and CDFIs to the table and how we can use the hubs to promote employee ownership and cooperative business models. As you implement these programs, how are you approaching the challenge of building and actually keeping wealth in local communities, particularly vulnerable communities, as we just talked about? How do we make sure the benefits don't just go to large corporations and distant investors?
With tech hubs. So let me say something on the tech hub initiative. I've never seen anything like this oversubscribed. We were appropriated $500 million, and we have received over 400 applications. We are massively oversubscribed. 400 applications from 48 states and 3 territories. We are going through the applications. We're required by statute to designate at least 20, but that means, 380 disappointed places. And I can tell you, these are incredibly high-quality applications. So I suppose that's my way of saying I think at some point you should appropriate more money for this.
Yes.
Because it was authorized at $10 billion. We got $500 million. It's amazing what we're seeing. And this is the thing that allows us to compete with China, invest in America and all of our technology and all of our communities. So the point in this recompete is for really distressed places. Tech hubs, not so much. Honestly, we want to find places that are really good at some technology, and we can take them from good to great. So I don't want you to think that this is for distressed communities. That being said, it's also not just for big companies. Actually, tech hubs, we want to be looking for the next generation. I don't think of it so much as big companies. CHIPS is big companies. This is for, like a startup ecosystem, an R&D ecosystem, a new innovative way of job training. So that's how we think about it. That's the purpose of it. And I think we'll get that right and make sure we get into every nook and cranny of the community.
Yeah, there's a company in my district, Seek, that works on superconductor-based technology, so I want to give them a shout-out as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And now the gentleman from California, I recognize Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, you have what some have considered to be the key cabinet position, because it's really a conglomerate of a lot of things that didn't necessarily go together, but Congress saw fit to bring them together. Conveniently and interestingly, we're here to talk about the CHIPS Act, but I think what's interesting is two of your key undersecretaries. Your undersecretary known as the BIS, and your undersecretary known as the director of the PTO. When you were in China just days ago, you were bushwhacked, to say the least, by the launch of a 5G phone and the proof that China has achieved 7 nanometer capability. That wasn't an accident. They chose you as an important symbol of their accomplishment. The tools that are at your disposal, one of them clearly to stop the export of technology that allows exactly what has just occurred to occur. The other one, though, is the one I want to focus on for a moment. Even though the Undersecretary for Intellectual Property, the PTO director, is somewhat independent, still falls under yours, and the coordination is uniquely yours as the Secretary. My question to you is, 3 of the top 10 patent recipients last year were Chinese. Only 1 was American. The reality is that Huawei, a company not able to do business in the United States, continues to receive, often clandestinely through proxies, they continue to receive royalties because they are in fact patenting the technology. And there were a couple people that talked about trees and valleys. I'm from Telecom Gulch, San Diego. We are extremely concerned that your administration has to find a way to block in a different way. It's not just about a particular device going to China from Lam or some other entity. The reality is that if China is allowed to create blocking and revenue technology in 5G, in telecommunication, in a host of areas as they are, the patent system, both directly through real innovation and through what I would call AI blocking, in other words, coming up with patents that envision things that they haven't really reduced to practice, will be used against us to thwart us. What can you do with the combination of those and other tools?
Yeah. So let me say this. I would welcome to come sit with you if you have ideas for our consideration. We're trying to use every single tool at our disposal, BIS, enforcement, patents, to deny the Chinese an ability to, get intellectual property, to advance their technology in ways that can hurt us. I was obviously, I don't know what the right word, upset, when I saw the Huawei announcement. The only good news, is there is any, is we don't have any evidence that they can manufacture 7 nanometer at scale. And although I can't talk about any investigations specifically, I promise you this. Every time we find credible evidence that any company has gone around our export controls, we do investigate. But as it relates to IP, I'll come sit with you, or have Kathy Vidal come sit with you. If you have ideas for how we can tighten it up, I want to hear them.
Well, I have been able to meet with Kathy. I'd love to meet with you because during the time I left Congress for 2 years, my job was to try to figure out how to compete with Belt and Road. And we don't do it well because we don't coordinate the way China does in competing against us. I would like to see in technology that we do coordinate yours and other parts of the government. So I'll be happy to meet with you at your convenience.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And now the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Chairman Babin and Ranking Member Lofgren, for holding this very important hearing today. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for being with us. North Carolina's semiconductor industry boasts over 100 semiconductor and other electronic component manufacturing establishments, over 7,600 people employed in the sector, and $1.2 billion in exported product. The passage of the CHIPS and Science Act was critical in re-energizing the U.S. semiconductor production and maintaining America's technological global competitiveness. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST's extramural manufacturing programs are critical to supporting U.S. domestic manufacturing. And Congress authorized significant plus-ups for both the Manufacturing Extension Partnership and the Manufacturing USA program in the CHIPS and Science Act, with major support from the Biden-Harris administration. But as you know, Congress failed to appropriate funding to these programs at the level set in CHIPS and Science. So, Madam Secretary, could you talk about the opportunities that the United States is losing out on by not supporting the Manufacturing Extension Partnership and Manufacturing USA, and how would a decrease in funding to these programs affect domestic manufacturing?
Thank you for your question. So I think it's very significant. We talk a lot about securing our national security, competing with China. Just the exchange I just had with Congressman Issa relates to what we can do on defense. But my strongly held view is that what we do on offense matters so much more. There's only so much we can do. As you just said, China's coordinated, they're investing. We need to be coordinated and invest. And the reality is that over the past 30 years, this country has taken its eye off the ball of manufacturing. And when you don't manufacture, you lose out on innovation and you become dependent on other countries. So every investment we make in MEP is a great program. You all have MEPs in your states. They are very well run. They help small companies to do innovation in manufacturing. They're the ones who are going to find the next semiconductor manufacturing innovation, the next, interesting battery technology. And so I would say we're working hard on the Manufacturing USA. We're going to announce the topics this fall. There'll be a competition, merit-based. We'll stand it up next year. But yeah, any dollar that's shortchanging MEP or Manufacturing USA shortchanges America's national security and our ability to invest in our own manufacturing capacity.
Great. Final question, back to NIST. I know that the Department of Commerce, primarily through NIST, is looking to increase its investments in quantum information science. Where do you believe the Department of Commerce should focus its efforts for the next 5 years through the National Quantum Initiative?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that. A quantum expert I am not, but I will have Dr. Locascio and her team follow up with you.
Okay, and just to tell you why I think that's so important, some of this we're doing catch-up, or we ceded our semiconductor stature to other countries when we put manufacturing there. On quantum, we can be the leaders, and we already are. Maybe Representative Fouché will ask about this, but if you've never been to the Duke Quantum Science Center to see what is going on for the future, it's amazing. So thank you.
No, thank you. I think we do. We lead the world in quantum. We lead the world in AI, and I will have Locascio follow up with you.
Thank you very much. And now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Madam Secretary. Appreciate you spending time with us here today. It's a very important topic, and I'd love to talk more about chips. Unfortunately, since I do have you present, I would like to follow up on something that our office has been trying to get some answers on for a while. And as much as we all are tired of talking about the topic, it concerns COVID. I hail from Central Florida. The hurricane hunters that fly for NOAA are in my hometown of Lakeland. And as a former naval aviator, I made it a career practice to avoid flying into storms, but was invited at a point to go flying with the hurricane hunters, and I was looking forward to doing that. Back in July, when I was going to do all the paperwork necessary to do that, I was surprised to find that I would have to supply my status of COVID vaccine status, and be willing to submit to a test or show proof that I didn't have COVID at the time. That kind of came as a surprise to me, considering that the administration had declared an end to the pandemic. And I should have done this before, but Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter I sent to the Secretary back in July, as well as the Department of Commerce's COVID-19 Workplace Safety Plan that was dated in July of 2023.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So our staff started doing some research and finding out why would we still be requiring this? And as it turns out, I read in your department's own plan that the department does not require on-site contractor employees and visitors to provide information about their vaccine status at this time. Additionally, on-site contractor employees and visitors are not required to show proof of a negative COVID-19 test when entering in or a DOC facility, all Department of Commerce, regardless of their vaccine status. There's a disconnect there that I'm really puzzled about, because somewhere between your desk and the deck plate level, someone's decided to create their own policy. And in no way do I fault the folks who are at the tip of the spear trying to get this done. But 41 of my colleagues and I sent you a letter back in July asking for information about this. We still, I'm sure it's languishing in someone's inbox, but I am curious, why would NOAA still be requiring this at this time? Particularly an organization that's nothing but scientists who presumably are following the science every day.
Yeah. So thank you for your question. Let me say a few things. First, I'm sorry we haven't replied yet. I'm constantly trying to get better and quicker at replying, and we'll get your reply this week. Secondly, I don't know, and I'll look into it. I do know, they're very close quarters in these hurricane hunters. They're tiny, and it could be that, but I'll get you a proper answer. Thirdly, I do want to take 10 seconds to say thank you to my team that operates these hurricane hunters. It's been an unbelievably busy season. We only have 2 hurricane hunters that can fly into the thick of the storm. You're braver than I. They've asked me to try it.
I don't fly into hurricanes.
And I'm not willing to do that. But I am going to take this occasion to ask Congress for additional funding. We have 2 planes. They're old. We operate a fleet of 9 hurricane hunters. They are all old. They need maintenance. I had to take 1 down during a hurricane because of maintenance. So I'll get you proper answers to your questions, but I do want to say that team is working around the clock, and we need Congress's support to maintain this fleet.
No, I do fully support them, and I would support more resources for them. I do understand Miss Piggy was down, wasn't able to fly into the storm when we needed that data the most. I'm also concerned about the implications for NOAA staff. You know, our staff members of NOAA required to show vaccine status now, because that's also not in accordance with the administration. So I really would like to have those answers.
Yes, I'll get you the answers. We have a policy that is science-based, as you say, and so I'll follow up.
Very, very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary, and I yield back.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now, the gentleman from Illinois, I'd like to recognize Mr. Sorensen.
I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for convening the hearing, and Secretary Raimondo for your willingness to appear today. And just to continue on the subject, in my previous life, I was a meteorologist, and so I really appreciate your support for those who put themselves in harm's way. Flying into the hurricane so that we have the data to better forecast where these killer storms are going to go. So I would invite you to come to our office so that I could help champion how we can find the funding for the Hurricane Hunter aircraft to protect lives and property.
Thank you.
The CHIPS and Science Act included $50 billion for CHIPS for America Fund, $39 billion for implementation for manufacturing incentive programs, and $11 billion for R&D and workforce development. $39 billion, that's a huge investment in chips manufacturing. However, the costs of manufacturing is very high, more than will be covered by this investment. We need industry to capitalize on the investments made in chips. In the last year, CHIPS Program Office has staffed up and released 2 Notice of Funding Opportunity announcements. One of those was for the $39 billion for the Semiconductors Financial Assistance Program, which has received hundreds of statements of inquiry. In your perspective, have the investments made through CHIPS and Science Act incentivize and catalyze the investment of private capital in the CHIPS economy on the scale that we need?
So it's a great question. Yes. So let me say, although $39 billion is an enormous amount of taxpayer money, and it's an unprecedented program, it really is a drop in the bucket, relative to the mission we have to meet. Since the President signed the CHIPS and Science Act, there's been more than $300 billion of private investment announced into the semiconductor industry. So that's why I answer yes to your question. Like, if we continue to go on a path that for every dollar we invest, there's $10 or more of private capital, then, you know, I feel good about that. But it is necessary, which is why, you know, my job is to cut the best deal possible for the taxpayer,
right?
To draw in as much private capital as possible.
How does our investment compare with China's investment today?
Much lower. Much lower. I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but, you know, China, I think China I'll get to the exact number, but I think they have like a $145 billion fund just for semiconductors, and they've announced massive investments, state subsidies in legacy chips and mature node chips, so much lower. But, you know, our private sector is the envy of the world. You know, we're not a, you know, state-run economy, nor do we want to be one. So we will compete and win, and we're not going to go toe-to-toe with them for public money. We're going to out-innovate them and draw in private sector capital, which is why the question you're asking is so hard. It's the right question, and we have to make sure it happens.
How do we make sure that we meet the workforce requirements when we go forward? I know that was brought up before. And how can Congress be part of the solution?
You know, I think Congress needs to continue to fund workforce, apprenticeships, job training. These aren't social programs. These are essential business investments for America to compete. You know, when I think about, if you say to me, Secretary, what is success in implementing the CHIPS Act, it isn't just incentivizing a dozen new fabs. It's getting colleges and universities to put out 3 times as many engineers. It's getting, you know, every community college in America to have a semiconductor technician certification program. It's getting high school students, you know, to be taught vocational training and things that relate to the chip industry. So I'd say continue to fund it and don't look at it as a soft investment. It's actually every bit as important to invest in our people as it is in our tanks and missiles and, hardware.
Great. Appreciate that perspective, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to recognize Mr. Baird, gentleman from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for holding this session, and thank you for being here, Madam Secretary. We appreciate it. My question is, that among the requirements for those seeking CHIPS funding, they must comply with the NEPA, or the National Environmental Policy Act, and other environmental laws and other executive orders. So tying NEPA compliance to CHIPS funding means that any company applying through any of the funding opportunities, including the upcoming one focused on R&D, will need to navigate this process. And for some firms, that carrying out the environmental reviews is familiar. It is resource intensity, and the process is feeble given to the bandwidth and capital that they have at their disposal. However, the smaller businesses in the semiconductor materials and equipment sector, there's a real risk that the requirement to comply with NEPA may impact the disbursement of CHIPS funding and or slow down the pace of construction. So here's my question. How's the CHIPS Program Office working with its industry partners, particularly small business applicants, to assuage this concern? And how can the CHIPS Program Office work with state and local authorities to reduce the potential for duplicative compliance activities that might further delay the construction of new fabs of other manufacturing centers?
Thank you for your very important question. You're right. NEPA takes a long time. And so I have built a little team in the CHIPS office to do just NEPA, which is to say to provide help and assistance, technical assistance to applicants so they can have a NEPA plan which makes sense. I will say there is currently a bipartisan amendment to the Defense Authorization Act which would help a lot. So we're going to do everything we can with our own team to help streamline NEPA and move it as quickly as is prudent. But if Congress could pass the amendment, I think it's the Cruz-Kelly amendment in the Authorization Act, it would help us a lot to move faster. The other thing I wanted to say is in the way we're implementing CHIPS is we're trying to incentivize states to help us with the permitting. And so, for example, we've encouraged states, governor's offices, to put in place a single point of contact on permitting for CHIPS. So there's just like in the governor's office a CHIPS permitting team, because that's what we're trying to, like you just said, streamline between the feds and the state requirements, and we're giving like a +1 to states that actually do that. There's no easy solution on this. I worry about it myself. And like I said, I have a very good team of NEPA experts trying to, work the system properly so that we get it done as quickly as we can.
Thank you. That's good to hear. I got to give a shout out to my alma mater, Purdue University. They're working, doing a lot of work in this CHIPS area. They've gone from a small little wafer to up to an 18-inch wafer now to make the chips. So, and they're training these young people and students. So I just want to give them a shout out for the good work in the CHIPS area.
So I'm smiling because one of the best visits I've taken in my tenure was to Purdue. I mean, I've loved all my visits, but Mitch Daniels is a friend of mine, former governor, and what he did there was amazing. But I spent the day at Purdue, and I even went to a CHIPS job fair at Purdue, and I got to meet some of the professors there, what they're doing in CHIPS. It's like right on target. If every community did that in this country, there'd be no stopping us.
Mitch Daniels is my friend too, but anyway, Purdue, and we would really appreciate you taking the time to be there.
Yeah, I've already been once. It was a great trip, and happy to go back.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to recognize the Gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you and the ranking member for holding this hearing, and thank you, Secretary Raimondo, for taking the time to speak with us today. So just before we get started on some of my questions that relate back to my district, you mentioned a lot of announcements coming this fall, and I know a lot of the money has already been, the funding has been appropriated, but how would a shutdown, a government shutdown, actually affect all the rollouts and timelines that you are facing right now?
It would be crushing. You know, when I talk to members of Congress, they say, how come you're not moving faster on chips? You know, where's this, where's that? We are literally working 7 days a week to go as fast as we can. If there is a shutdown, it'll come to a grinding halt. I mean, there is no question in my mind that a shutdown will hurt America's national security, at least as it relates to my work. Export control enforcement, export control work, investment of the CHIPS money, investment of the tech hub money, it all stops. And every dollar and every day that we aren't working, you know, puts us greater at risk.
Thank you. And as we know, as Oregon is not only home to Intel and companies like Lam Research, which is actually in my district, and they manufacture chips as well, we host a significant manufacturing hub that contributes to the semiconductor supply chain. And these are really good paying jobs. And I hear from these smaller companies, though, machinists, for example, that it was a huge shock for their businesses when chip fabrication initially started moving overseas. And in some cases, these businesses took many years to recover, and they may hesitate to fully jump back in because of that experience. So as we look to jumpstart this essential industry, how should we be thinking long-term about the supports to ensure that this isn't just a one-off investment, but that we are really bringing this industry and these jobs back permanently for the long haul?
Yeah. I think a few things. We need to embrace innovation, including artificial intelligence, which will bring down the cost of a lot of this production in a way that it could enable us to keep it in the United States. The other thing is that's why we, honestly, that is why we have the CHIPS initiative. It is, you know, much more expensive to build one of these huge facilities in the U.S. relative to Asia, and that's why I think this is a good investment, right? Like, we want to pay workers a good wage in America. We want labor standards. We need environmental standards. So we can't back away from high standards. We need to innovate to bring down costs, and then, you know, that's why I think it's appropriate in this case for the government to have a program of this kind. I also will tell you, as I talk to big customers of semiconductors, I won't name names, but, you know, companies that consume huge quantities of chips, they're increasingly willing, in some cases, to pay more for U.S. made, because they see how vulnerable they are when they buy all of these chips from, say, one country in Asia. So if they can pay a premium to have U.S.-made chips, you know, I think they're increasingly willing to do that because it adds business value.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. As you know, the CHIPS and Science Act appropriated $11 billion for R&D activities, including the creation of the National Semiconductor Technology Center, as you mentioned earlier. Oregon's existing infrastructure in chips, including everything from cutting-edge research to the manufacturing supply chain to high-volume fabrication capacity, uniquely positions the state to serve as a hub for domestic R&D. How are you thinking about leveraging existing resources, such as Oregon's leading-edge and high-volume manufacturing capabilities and our extensive supply chain, to maximize NSTC investments?
We are thinking of doing that. So what we envision is creating a whole network. The NSTC, we want to be a neutral, science-based place or series of places that existing universities, tech hubs, networks, like you say, can kind of hook into. So the point of it is to tap into what exists, invest into it so it grows, and to, like, if we succeed, the NSTC will be this place that, as it says, is neutral and is science-based so that all institutions feel comfortable interacting with it.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Ms. Secretary, for being here with us today. It's limited, so I'll get right to the point. Space Policy Directive 3 transferred the responsibility for civilian space situational awareness from the Pentagon to the Department of Commerce. From what I understand is, since it's transferred away from the Pentagon, most other agencies that are monitoring have been using commercialized monitoring, but you're kind of developing your own system itself. How's that going to differ from the Pentagon, and why not rely on the commercial industry rather than creating your own, kind of which seems duplicitous and fairly expensive?
Yeah, great question. So we are going to work with the Pentagon, and we will absolutely leverage commercial capacity. And we haven't made any specific plans. We're still, working in the interagency, including with the Pentagon, to finalize this. All of that being said, there's a need for a space situational awareness, program, not that different from, FAA and air traffic control, to keep track of the commercial congestion in space, of the commercial satellites. Space is becoming, a lot of traffic, very congested, which increases probability of collision, danger, et cetera.
So I know we're real short on time.
Yeah,
specifically, like we have places like Leo Labs and stuff like that, people who are kind of doing that already, and they actually have broader access to more locations than we would have, which we'd have to recreate in the department. My question is, why not use those civilian agencies and that coordination between commercial instead of recreating your own infrastructure, which would seem to be much more expensive?
We will work with them, but we think it's necessary for the federal government to have our own, proprietary system.
Okay. I want to talk real quick about China and the massive satellite launches that they have right now. They're going to be at basically the same kind of orbit, the LEO orbit. I think of somewhere around 13,000 that they've asked to launch up to space, and how we're going to track that. Basically, my question is, what is the Department of Commerce doing to establish data sharing and transparency to keep all that in a safe space, given our limited ability to share information right now? China's not playing ball, and they're not allowing us to track in the same way. And we can't just rely on radar tracking. I know it's going to get harder as people come up with new technologies and stuff like that. How do we force their hands to kind of come to the table and share the information to keep our space, especially on LEO, from being on a collision course?
Yeah. Let me do this. My Deputy Secretary, Don Graves, along with Rich Dalbello, who runs Space Commerce, can give you a much better answer, a more detailed answer to that on LEO. So let me connect you with them and come back to you with a proper answer.
It's complex questions.
Yeah, yeah.
Final complex question. I'm very, very interested in the AI production, the actual hardware that we're producing in Taiwan. You mentioned the Opening CHIPS Act. And that we rely heavily on the hardware that's produced in Taiwan. China says we're going to take Taiwan. I take them for the word. If they do, what then? We're 2 years away from even, once you break ground, it takes 2 years to build that kind of capacity locally. Yeah. Would we have to then, do we have a way to keep them from getting that technology and actually reverse engineering and actually having the capability to produce it and not give it to us? If they take in other words, are we going to have to destroy those places in place? How do we keep us on even keel or even ahead where we belong, given that our entire capacity for production is in Taiwan right now?
Yeah. My answer to that question is I have to do everything every single day to go as fast as possible to increase domestic manufacturing. I don't know. I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals about what China will and won't do and when they'll do it. I know that we are vulnerable. We buy all of those chips you're talking about, the AI chips, the leading edge chips, all of them. None of them are made in America right now, which is why I've got to work like crazy every day to bring that manufacturing home as fast as we can. There's no shortcut around that because we need them at scale. Like AI consumes massive numbers of chips. It's not like you can make a small number of chips for AI. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, the only solution, at least that I can think of, is move faster in America and build fabs in America to produce those chips at scale.
I'll close with this, just saying that I think the CHIPS Act kind of didn't address that fully, that we really don't have that production capability, nor do we even have a plan to. The plants haven't started being built here for the AI chips, and I'm really worried about that. Thanks. With that, I'll close.
Okay, thank you, and I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman, Ms. Fushi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Loughran, for holding this meeting today. And Secretary Raimondo, it is good to see you again. Thank you for being willing to appear before us again today. I was proud to join you and President Biden earlier this year in North Carolina's 4th, which is my district, for the President's first stop on the Investing in America tour. And I thank you for talking with us about the success of CHIPS in science and where we're heading. I am proud that in my district, it includes the North Carolina Biotechnology Center, who leads the Accelerate North Carolina Life Sciences Manufacturing Coalition, a recipient and winner of the Economic Development Agency's Build Back Better Regional Challenge. This funding has helped to dramatically increase the capacity of the state's education system to prepare North Carolina residents for high-quality, well-paying jobs, and expands entry-level biotechnology training programs at 10 community colleges across the state. North Carolina Central University in my district is also leading a network of the state's HBCUs and one historically American Indian university to establish 6 training hubs. How do you believe these tech hubs programs will complement the efforts of the CHIPS office to reinvigorate the U.S. domestic semiconductor manufacturing sector?
Good morning. Nice to see you. They're meant to work together. They're meant to work together. If we do this right, the NSTC, which we just talked about, will work with Manufacturing USA, the MEPs, the tech hubs. As I said, I've been blown away by, we have 400 tech hub applications from 48 states, really high quality applications. So if we do it right, we'll have a whole web all over America with different, investing in different parts of the supply chain, in space, in quantum, in artificial intelligence, in biotechnology, feeding, planting seeds of innovation all over the place, which then will help our biggest companies, for example, like a company like Intel that'll be making these chips, to be that much, more successful and innovative. So what we're trying to build is like a whole ecosystem of the workforce, the research and development, and the actual manufacturing.
Thank you for that. And I'm sure you've heard from many corners now that everyone wishes you just hurry up and get the money out the door.
It's true.
After all, reshoring our semiconductor manufacturing capacity was a sufficiently urgent national priority to rally bipartisan support to enact the CHIPS and Science Act and to provide the $50 billion in funding. At the same time, we want and need you to get this right. Can you assure us you are doing everything you can to move as quickly as possible to get the funding out the door? And can you please talk about the timeline for additional funding opportunities and where you see the future of the CHIPS program heading?
So, look, I feel the pressure. I promise you that. I know we have to move fast. Fast is the conversation we just had. We are behind. But it is more important that we get it right. And if we take another month or a few more weeks to get it right, I will defend that because it's necessary. By the way, a shutdown sets us back in a huge way. Sending people home and slowing down our work, that would be a huge problem. So yes, I assure you we're moving as fast as we can, and we're doing everything we can to achieve the national security goals that were intended to be achieved by the statute. The next phase, I think that what I've said is the CHIPS program is about manufacturing, but we also have to think about advanced packaging happening in the United States. It's an interesting thing that, we can make all the chips in America, but if we then send them to Asia to be tested and packaged, that's a problem. So we have to package in the United States. We have to do the research and increase research and development in the United States. And a comment, I forget who asked me, we got to bring down the cost of manufacturing chips. That happens through innovation. So when you say what comes next, I think that's what has to come next. bending the cost curve so this can be sustainable in the United States.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Now the gentleman from California, recognize Mr. Obernolte.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thanks for the testimony today. This is a topic that's very important to me and I think to everyone on this dais. I'd like to ask about something that you just brought up, since you brought it up, the issue of packaging. That's something that I also have been very concerned about because obviously if we can't construct the packaging for these chips and use that to dissipate the heat from them and incorporate them into integrated circuit boards, it doesn't matter where they're made. If we're not doing the packaging here domestically, that represents an equally potent threat to our supply chain. And yet, as you remarked, nearly all of that packaging is currently done overseas. I think all of our U.S. chip manufacturers do their packaging overseas, by and large. I think 81% of the world's packaging is done in Asia. So I think that this is a really potent threat. I know that this is something we've all been talking about. Part of the Chips and Sciences Act establishes a national advanced packaging manufacturing program and dedicated $2.5 billion to get that spun up. Can you give us an update on that and your confidence level that we can solve the packaging problem at the same time we solve the chip manufacturing problem?
Yeah, my confidence level is high because we have to. Right? Like we have no choice. And relative to the question before, it's going to require a lot of private sector capital. In our plan, in our strategy plan, our strategy paper, which we put out earlier this year, we would like to have multiple high-volume advanced packaging facilities in the United States. So several, like I say, advanced packaging. As you well know, you're expert in this, there's some, I hate to use the word like commodity packaging. I'm not sure, how much of that will be in the U.S., but certainly the leading edge packaging, the most sophisticated packaging, that's essential for the future. Chips can only get so small. I'm not a scientist, but what I understand is we're coming to the end of Moore's Law, and chips can only get so small, which means it's all, the special sauce is in the packaging, and we have to have that in America, period, and I think we will, and we're focused on it.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. Talking about what you just brought up again, the fact that we're reaching some of the theoretical limits of our ability to create faster chips using silicon, that highlights the fact that silicon is not the only semiconductor out there, and there's increasing interest in other semiconductors, particularly semiconductors such as indium phosphide, that are optical semiconductors with higher electron velocities than silicon. And those will probably be very useful in applications like quantum computing, which I know is something that we're all very interested in making sure that the U.S. retains a leadership role on. So I was a little alarmed to hear the efforts recently of Huawei in establishing scale production of indium phosphate at locations such as the Wuhan Optics Valley in China. Do we have a plan to dedicate some of the CHIPS funding to increase the production of these optical semiconductors in the United States? Yes.
I don't know. I just made a note, and I'll have my team follow up with you. I don't know precisely, which areas, but I can promise you we're very focused on it, whether it's indium phosphate or silicon carbide. We're trying to stimulate the innovation. Like we just had a meeting on it the other day, and we're saying like we got to go to where the puck is going, not where it is now, which is what you're talking about. So yes, I am confident that we are evaluating all those future technologies and incorporating that into the way we're going to invest the incentives.
Right. I'm glad to hear it. Let's continue that discussion. Thanks for being here today. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There are 3 members from North Carolina in this committee. You've heard from 2 of them. They were there.
Yes, I saw.
Yeah. Representative Foushee and Representative Ross both represent part of the Research Triangle, which already has a wonderful reputation for being a tech hub, Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill. I represent a new district that was just created in the last census, that's the Charlotte region. And part of my job up here is to tell a new story for that region, to update people's understanding, because we have earned a reputation as our own tech center. for a lot of different reasons. One of the nation's leading financial centers, and on and on. You said that part of your job is to get the best possible deal for the taxpayer. I want you to do that, but would be remiss if I didn't use this opportunity to use my voice to update in your thinking what this region means, what it means to the state, and what it means to the country, because it's just grown a heck of a lot. And it already is a tech hub, and would surely benefit from official recognition as such. I think we all know what success looks like for the CHIPS Act 20 years from now. I think we can have a vision of what a successful semiconductor industry, a mature semiconductor industry looks like. My question is, what does success look like 5 years from now? What are the markers that tell you that this is headed in the right direction? My sense is that the CHIPS Act shouldn't best be understood as an industry subsidy, but as an industry catalyst.
Exactly.
Because we don't have the money to continue to subsidize this industry as the Chinese government would. So we have to light a very expensive spark, and that spark has to catch fire. Now, you've given me a couple of possible metrics that you might be tracking here. Workforce is one, cost of manufacturing going down is another, private sector investment, maybe the biggest. So 5 years from now, what do you want to see that's going to give you confidence that this spark has produced a flame?
Yeah, I mean, that was so well said, and I appreciate it. First, let me say this on tech hubs. We are committed to supporting every tech hub that's designated, which is to say we have a very limited amount of money. Not every tech hub will get the money. Some of the ones that are designated will, some of them won't. But we are working on ways that we can use existing funds in the Commerce Department and across the government to support the tech hubs that are designated. So when you said you'd appreciate being designated, I wanted everyone to know we're going to put our back into supporting all the designees, even the ones that don't get a tech hub money. Second thing, you know, here's what I think. 5 years from now, if we do our job right, we will have in construction facilities to do, at least 2 facilities to do leading edge chip manufacturing. Same thing for leading edge packaging. I mean, actually, in 5 years from now, they should be up and running more than in construction. So we should have new at-scale fabs producing leading-edge chips in the United States. Same thing for packaging. Same thing for advanced memory at scale. The NSTC will be established. There'll be, you know, several centers around the country doing research and development. We'll have a fund established to make investments in, you know, smaller companies. And we'll have 1 or more manufacturing USAs up and running. So I think that the 5-year mark is a really important mark because it's the time that, you know, these fabs should be coming online and we should be, you know, making these chips at scale. The last thing I'll say is if we do our job right with all of the workforce, you know, we'll start to see like a totally new way of training people to do these semiconductor jobs. And it's not just semiconductors, you know, they're technicians, cyber technicians and such. So it's a grand vision, and I think 5 or 6 years we will have achieved a lot of that.
Thank you. I yield back.
All right, thank you very much. And now the recognized gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tinney.
Thank you, Chairman Babin and Ranking Member Loughran, and thank you, Secretary Raimondo, for being here. I am just so privileged to represent New York's 24th District, which has a strong history of tech. We have IBM, Corning in upstate New York. The Erie Canal is really one of the first regions to really bring us into the Industrial Revolution. But unfortunately, upstate New York has suffered tremendously because of Chinese-based entities flooding our market with over-subsidized cheap goods. Many of our strong domestic manufacturing has moved overseas. And we've lost industry jobs and you know, brought on huge mass outmigration in New York, as everyone knows. We were the ones that kind of got this started. North Carolina's kind of taken over. But we do have an opportunity now to bring manufacturing, and especially the high-tech semiconductor manufacturing research here. We're really excited about the advent of the new Micron announcement, the facility coming in Clay, New York. We think it's a great first step. But I want to ask you, I want to talk about, first of all, the Buffalo, and you talked about the hubs and some of the tech hubs that were going to be funded potentially. My district spans across all of upstate New York. It's a huge, long district. I go from the Buffalo region to Rochester, Syracuse, all the way to Watertown, circling Lake Ontario. So Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse have come together. We're doing this as a regional approach. The New York Smart Eye Corridor Tech Hub, it's a proposal that we're hoping could leverage our regional labor market, existing semiconductor and microchip industry. Some of these are holdovers from the original investments many, many years ago when New York was at its high. And draw new investments in the private sector, as my colleague from North Carolina talked about. It's really important to get the buy-in and the investment from the private sector, which we're seeing. I just wanted to also extend some gratitude here because we have other members that are very involved in this bipartisan reach on this proposal. Representative Morelli, who I kind of surround in Rochester area, Representative Higgins in the Buffalo area, Representative Langworthy, Molinaro, and also Representative Williams, who serves on this committee. But my question for you is, I don't want to, are you aware of the New York Smart Eye Corridor Tech Hub proposal that has been, are you specifically aware of it has been
Yes,
indicated?
I am aware of it. I know you're taking that regional approach to all come together. As I said before, we have hundreds of applications. All of them are quite excellent. So we're going through them now, and we'll make announcements pretty shortly this fall.
Okay, so the Phase 2 Tech Hub Notice of Funding Opportunities are going out. Is there still a plan, or is there an update on Phase 2 Tech Hub NOFO? Is that going to be released as well?
This fall, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Are these going to be contingent on Phase 1 designation? Can we expect Phase 1 Tech Hub designees to be notified as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I was saying to Congressman Jackson, we're required by statute to designate at least 20.
Okay.
And they have to be regionally diverse to make sure that the money doesn't just go to cities, rural as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there'll be designations, and then some will receive like a planning grant, and then a subset will receive a larger grant. But what I was saying is, even if you don't get the larger grant, but you're designated, we're committed to providing as much government support as we can to all the designees through, say, other commerce money or other money in the interagency, like the SBA and such. The reality is, we just need more money for these tech hubs. I mean, it was in the CHIPS and Science program, authorized at $10 billion, appropriated at $500 million, and so even the subset of the designees that receive the bigger grants, I can tell you this. We have a merit-based team. They're going to go through to evaluate. All of the ones that are designated are probably worthy for big grants. Like, they're high quality, but we just don't have enough money.
Well, we urge you to obviously choose our tech hub, but we appreciate your testimony and hard work. We think we put together a great team of bipartisan effort, and really just grateful to all the representatives in upstate New York for coming back, because we were once the champions of industry and innovation, and we need to come back, and we have a great opportunity with this huge investment coming from Micron. So we appreciate your testimony. My time has run out, but thank you so much.
I hear you. I would say I have heard from more members of Congress on tech hubs than anything else that I've done. It's unbelievable.
We protect our turf there.
I love it. I love the advocacy.
I'd like to recognize a gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this meeting. And Madam Secretary, really appreciate you being here. I'm going to talk about something different, regional tech hubs. That was a joke. I guess it wasn't funny. Similar to my other colleagues here, would appreciate your full consideration of the regional tech hub from our community that is not based in one of the largest cities in the state. Coming from Ohio's 13th congressional district, we do have a bit of a shadow over us from the larger cities, including Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. In Columbus, where Central Ohio is, we know that in Central Ohio, where the Intel project is, we hear a lot about the work from your agency and what is going to happen, but I encourage you to look at us in northeastern Ohio, as well as some other areas, smaller areas that have a lot to contribute to the opportunities to onshore chip manufacturing, as well as other domestic energy, domestic manufacturing in places that are very much used to doing so and have the spirit to do it as well, and not to mention the talent. I want to also thank you for your commitment to Northeast Ohio. We were in Cleveland together to announce some minority business opportunities, which is important to getting more folks into these industries, and recently held a webinar around accessing CHIPS funding for our community. We welcomed economic development companies, large businesses, nonprofits, as well as our universities, and they had a lot of questions, and I know that we submitted those to your office and look forward to the responses that we get from them. Just really want to hone in on the workforce conversation, because there's not an industry that I've met with that has said that they aren't struggling with the workforce, and certainly in manufacturing and technology we experience that as well. And want to highlight your comment that child care is not a social issue, it's a business decision. Thank you for that. But specifically, if you could talk to us about the private businesses and what incentives or encouragement are you sharing with them to make sure we're getting locally based, Ohio-based folks on these Ohio-based projects. Certainly we take pride in the work that we're doing, but we want to make sure that folks in our communities are accessing them. How are you encouraging, incentivizing, demanding, mandating, if you will, those folks to work with our local employees?
Great, excellent, thank you, and it was great to visit with you. I thought we had a great visit. By the way, I just again want to say on tech hubs, I hear what you're saying, and we take that into account. Just because you're in a place that might not be Columbus or might not be, Raleigh, as your colleague said, we're going to take a hard look at the quality of the application, the quality of the technology that's in your community, and, make those merit-based decisions. With respect to your other question, I would say for the CHIPS money, we are requiring every company that applies as part of their application to show us their workforce plan. And I've actually built a team in the CHIPS office who just works with these companies to develop their workforce plans. And the reason I'm doing that is because I got to protect taxpayer money. I cannot give all this money to a company and then have them fail because they can't, find the talent they need to run the fab. And the same thing for childcare. You won't find the talent if you can't hire and retain women. So we are asking every company to do what you just said. What are your relationships with local universities, with local high schools, with local training partners, with local community colleges? How are you going to train the people in the community to do the jobs in your facilities? These fabs are massive. 5,000 people to build them, 5,000 people to work there. And so that's why when I say the workforce is as important as the technology, it is, and they got to train the people in the community if they're going to be successful.
Thank you for your answer, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Yield back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Raimondo, for being here today.
Morning.
And I would talk a little bit about the tech hubs as well, as a strong advocate for New Jersey, because we have a rich history of fostering innovative entrepreneurs. And institutions like Rutgers universities are leading the way with proposals for initiatives such as the Regional Technology and Innovation Hub Program, making it crucial to recognize the importance of tech hubs and fueling the spirit of innovation. Can you continue to talk a little bit about the premise of the tech hubs and why they're so important?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been to Rutgers. I visited Rutgers, I don't know, a year or so ago, so I saw with my own eyes the impressive work that's happening there in robotics and other areas. And the whole point of the tech hubs, including if you are successful in New Jersey, is to find the next leading edge in innovation in artificial intelligence, quantum, biotech, AI, all of the things that are going to allow America to have a lead in the world. And it starts in universities. It starts in someone's lab somewhere and then gets translated into maybe a startup and then to a bigger company. So the point of the tech hubs is to have a whole network of these little like beehives of innovation where you bring together universities with companies, with innovators and entrepreneurs, and add some money to catalyze that kind of cutting edge, which ultimately leads to jobs. You know, like talking New Jersey, think about Bell Labs. Think about all the jobs and innovation that spun out of there. Yes.
In my district, I was there the last couple of weeks.
It's amazing, right? I mean, amazing, amazing, amazing. Thousands and thousands of companies and people came out of that. Let's recreate that with tech hubs all across the country.
Right. Well, that's why this district that I represent is an innovation and infrastructure district, and continue to have those priorities. We need to continue to find that common ground. Can you talk a little bit about export controls and the importance of how we use export controls in our competition with the PRC?
Yeah, so that's the other side of the coin. Tech Hubs is investing in America, export controls. We have to make sure that China doesn't have access to our most cutting-edge technology. Since I've been secretary, we've added over 700 PRC entities to the entity list. More than 1/3 of all the Chinese entities on the list were put there under the Biden administration. And it's because we can't be selling our most sophisticated artificial intelligence chips or other technology to the PRC so that they can get it to put in their military and use it in a way to undercut our national security. I would say to everyone here, BIS needs more funding. We need more export enforcement agents. We need more tech experts. Like, increasingly, national security is about technology and keeping our edge over China, staying ahead of them. And so we have to control this technology so it doesn't wind up into the Chinese military.
Okay. Is there anything that you anticipated my next question, which was what do we need to do as a Congress to ensure that we continue to be on the leading edge of this fight?
Yeah, what I just said is that's it. You know, support the budget submission. BIS, once upon a time, wasn't necessarily as important as it might be today. Today, when you think about Chinese military capacity, you think about artificial intelligence, satellites, quantum, data, that's all tech, where America leads. So if you want us to protect that fully and vigorously and enforce that, we do need more resources, more people, and more technical capacity, technical people who work with us.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary. Neo City is a new and growing 500-acre tech campus just south of my district that has applied to be one of the CHIPS and Science Act's regional technology and innovation hubs. It's a really beautiful project. I really encourage people to check it out. It shows how local government can really think big. Neo City includes Skywater Technology, a chip packaging facility set to quadruple its workforce in the next 2 years, and workforce development programs through Neo City Academy High School and 2 colleges in my district, Valencia College and the University of Central Florida. Madam Secretary, when selecting regional hubs, how is the Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration taking into consideration local education and workforce development capacity, especially when the U.S. semiconductor industry has a worker shortage that can be filled by locally grown talent?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. I'm not familiar with that particular application. I will go learn about it. But it sounds like exactly the kind of thing we're trying to incentivize, which is what you said. Bring in the high schools, bring in the community colleges, bring in the research universities, bring in the big companies like Skywater, and focus on an area of technology where you can go from excellent to world class. I do want to make that point, especially since Tech Hubs is so competitive. We're not trying to invest in places. This is a national security program. We want to advance the frontier of technology. So we're not going to go for places that that are distressed or that are, you know, pretty good on the technology. We want to go for places that are excellent on the technology, make a big investment where they can be world leading in that technology. But anyway, the workforce piece of it, in some ways, is the whole game. You need the people to work. So it'll be the merit-based process. The criteria leans heavily on the workforce component.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and definitely just checking out Neo City. I got to visit the campus. It's a huge project that'll include housing, companies. The school is right next to one of the companies where students get to go over there and learn about it. It's really, I think, going to provide a good model for how we can grow local talent. The massive investments of President Biden's CHIPS and Science Act will set the tone for what the domestic semiconductor industry looks like for years to come. And so we have the opportunity now to create an industry that prioritizes worker safety and well-being. We've had some great conversations with the AFL-CIO. It seems like companies are saying new jobs won't necessarily be union jobs, and there's a want for substantial ongoing collaboration with unions, the Commerce Department, and these companies to ensure labor standards are enforced. What steps has Commerce taken to prevent a race to the bottom in terms of labor and the fact that there's competition with overseas semiconductor manufacturers?
Yeah. So as I said, we're never going to mandate to a company. There's Davis-Bacon's in the statute for the building of the facility, but these companies are going to have to make their own decisions with respect to the workers in the facility. That being said, this administration cares deeply about high labor standards and workplace conditions, safety, and wages. So we're having every company that's applied to give us their workforce plan, and we're going to work on that with them to make sure that they have, high quality, well-compensated workforce to do the job. I see that as a taxpayer protection. They need a workforce who can, get the job done.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. Now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Chairman Babbitt and Secretary Raimondo, for your time today. Secretary, your department works to ensure U.S. leadership in critical technologies such as artificial intelligence. This leadership depends on the nation's ability to bring advanced packaging onshore. Advanced packaging combines the fastest logic chips, specifically GPUs, and high bandwidth memory chips in certain design configurations, allowing the optional language, training, and inference techniques at the heart of AI. Do you have a good sense of which applicants or types of applicants best meet the advanced packaging needs?
We do. We do. As I said, we've had 400 statements of interest, some including leading-edge packaging, and it is part of our strategy to incentivize packaging, because we want to have at least a couple of leading-edge packaging investments in the U.S. as a result of this.
Since there's virtually no packaging done in the U.S., do you feel confident in the discussions with these few companies that work on advanced packaging that you can strike a deal and bring these technologies to the U.S.?
I do.
In August, the Commerce Department announced that in the year since the CHIPS Act was signed into law, that the CHIPS Program Office has received more than 460 statements of interest for projects in 42 states. Over August recess, I had the opportunity to visit with large chemical manufacturers in North Alabama who are exploring expansion to support new semiconductor manufacturing because of the CHIPS Act. While significant attention has been given to large fabrication projects announced in states such as California, Arizona, New York, and Ohio, is it important that projects in states like Alabama, where there is currently no significant presence of chip manufacturers, are given fair consideration? Can you specifically describe the CHIPS Program Office's efforts so far to ensure that the CHIPS Act is implemented as a national program with opportunities for states like mine that also want to play a critical role in the domestic semiconductor supply chain?
Yes, I can absolutely assure you of that. Listen, this is completely merit-based. There are no states or projects that have any advantages over any other. It's based upon who can help us hit our the mission of the program, which we've identified in a paper which we put out earlier this year. I'll say, of the $39 billion, we've said that $10 billion will be invested in mature node chips and also supply chain companies, which would include chemical companies like the one you're talking about. So we would encourage them to apply, and I promise you they'll get a really hard look.
Thank you, Secretary. North Alabama is home to a variety of space-based technology research and development companies, as well as NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. Both commercial companies and civil space organizations recognize the potential of utilizing microgravity as an environment to make smaller chips. Can you speak to the Department of Commerce's interest in ensuring that the regulations implementing the CHIPS Act directly acknowledges and supports the future of this important work in space?
Yes, it's a component. Although it sounds crazy to say that $39 billion is not enough money, we can't do everything, and these are massive projects. So I can assure you we are looking to do the most cutting-edge work, including with AI chips and space-related chips, to advance our national security goals, and that we'll look at all applications, very seriously.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Carvale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Raimondo, for coming in to speak with us. I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention Colorado's bid to be a tech hub, and look forward to following that process moving forward with you. Now, one of the best things about Colorado is the concentration of research universities we have that are primed to take advantage of the benefits of the CHIPS and Science Act. These include universities like CU Boulder, Colorado State, and MSU Denver, which Deputy Secretary Graves visited earlier this year. And while I'm eager to make sure that these institutions are able to take advantage of the various programs in the CHIPS Act, specifically CHIPS R&D and workforce programs, I also want to make sure that other institutions that maybe don't have the clout or the name recognition of a University of Colorado at Boulder are able to use these programs as well. My district is home to the University of Northern Colorado, which is a smaller public institution that's becoming an attractive option for many Coloradans. It's RUNC, perhaps lesser known than the North Carolina one, but it has seen a growing demand for undergraduate students to add more degrees into the STEM fields, and is offering computer science and statistics for the first time this semester as a major. Many more students are interested in mathematical sciences, and the university, I think, has been forward-thinking in expanding its expertise there. But I want to make sure that even though UNC is still growing, that they can compete with larger universities for new R&D and workforce programs being stood up by the department. So how is the department ensuring the smaller institutions that are still building their STEM programs, like UNC, will be able to engage in partnerships under the various CHIPS R&D and workforce programs?
Yes, thank you. Let me be really clear about this. We won't succeed unless we have community colleges, all college, not just the Tier 1 research universities. In some ways, a lot of them are already doing their thing. We talked about Purdue earlier. We are completely focused on what you're talking about, especially when you have a college or a community college like that hooked into a bigger network of a statewide system. We need to be operating at every level. I said earlier, there's a massive shortage of semiconductor technicians. There's a massive shortage of cybersecurity technicians, of digital backbone workers. Every one that college can put out, we can put to work. So, and by the way, I lived this as governor. When I was the governor of Rhode Island, we completely redid our community college and our non-research university, four-year granting university, to be focused on the industry needs, and it works. These students, in my experience, are incredibly hungry, hardworking, and they're the ones you need to support to get good jobs. So it's what we're doing. I mean, we are reaching out. We already have, I think, 50 community colleges around the country that we're kind of working with, or who have said they want to work with us to do what you said, like redesign the curriculum to match the needs. It's why we're asking companies to give us their workforce plan, and then we're going to work with them to say, have you thought about this college? What are you doing with this university? So the NSTC is going to have a big workforce component, semiconductor workforce component, which will work with these universities. The NSF has a couple $100 million for workforce. So across all of the R&D programs, there's a lot of workforce, and I promise you we're going to go out of our way to make sure it's inclusive. That being said, you just put that on my radar, so I'll make sure, we focus in Colorado.
Perfect. I appreciate the concentration on, excuse me, these smaller institutions, and in particular that you're reaching out to make sure that they know about the resources that you have. And with that, my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to recognize Mr. Williams, the gentleman from New York.
Madam Secretary, well, good afternoon. It's nice to meet you, and thank you for being here. Before we get started, I spent 4 months in Rhode Island in 1991 at Officer Candidate School, and so if you'll indulge me, do you know how long the Newport Bridge is? You really don't have to answer that.
I don't, although I just kayaked under it in the Save the Bay swim.
Yeah, the Narragansett's beautiful, but I can tell you that it's 16 long weeks long, sir. That's how long it is. Corresponding to my time there. I'm proud to represent the heart of the Silicon Empire, which is Central New York. And as you know, Micron has announced a $100 billion investment, one of the largest in American history, to be part of this resurgence of chip manufacturing in the United States. We have a fantastic application for the Regional Technology and Innovation Hub from Western New York into Central New York. And this is just, think of it as the superhighway for the Silicon Empire. And we are also, in my district, home to some of our nation's most advanced weapon systems. And these are systems that require secure, reliable, and domestically produced silicon chips. So thank you for all you're doing and all those efforts. I come out of the tech industry. The new digital economy is increasing data creation at an exponential rate. And that's not hyperbole. Industries like transportation, power generation, process manufacturing, and even the retail shopping experience are increasingly data-driven. So solutions like artificial intelligence and self-driving cars need and create enormous amounts of data to be useful. And so I want to highlight the tremendous risk our nation faces that the production of memory chips is dangerously concentrated in Asia. May I invite your comments on how the CHIPS Program Office is planning to ensure domestic production of memory chips, specifically, to protect the United States from relying solely on overseas production?
Yes. So we do have memory as a focus of our investment program. We've put out in our paper we want to have at least 2 clusters of leading edge logic, as well as advanced packaging, as well as memory, exactly as you said. It's not made in America now, and we need to change that.
One of the perceptions I think for the layperson is often focused on the logic portion of silicon chips. We think about these advanced processors. But in this data-driven world, the ability to write into and out of quickly, to store vast amounts of storage, as we all know, on our phones, is increasingly sort of taking over the helm of chips and a central focus of chips. Are there any positive developments in memory chip manufacturing that you're aware of that you would draw attention to, beyond the announcement, for example, of Micron? Is there any other action or activity going on in memory chip in the United States running through your office?
That's the primary one. I mean, as you well know, there's only really 3. There's 2 Korean companies, Samsung and Hynix, and then Micron. And we are interested, and right now, as you say, there's no really most advanced memory made in America, which is something that we need to, remedy through investing in this program.
And urgently, and at scale, I might add.
And at scale. Yeah, I agree.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you. And now I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Raimundo, for honoring this committee's invitation to be here today.
Morning.
I'm proud that the EDA has a robust and positive working relationship with the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission. I commend EDA's commitment to equity as a top priority in their grants and programs, as the administration encourages its grantees throughout the country to develop initiatives that present new ideas and creative approaches to advance economic prosperity in distressed communities. NIST has been vital in advancing U.S. innovation and competitiveness. As someone who likes cold hard facts, NIST work directly impacts the daily lives of citizens to improve not only physical tangibles like products, services, and infrastructures, but also improve our quality of life and standard of living. As a proud representative of Western Pennsylvania, my constituents expect us to address their concerns on the implications AI will have on our labor and our workforce. AI presents fascinating opportunities in STEM and advanced manufacturing, but we also need to exercise caution to ensure that we provide access to opportunity for skills training and education to every worker, and that we're truly understanding the ethical implications involved and the concerns regarding bias and discrimination. Investments in our future through legislation like the CHIPS and Science Act will only continue to foster more success stories like those in my district and across the country through the work that's done through NIST, but this work does change lives. Secretary Raimundo, how is the Department of Commerce collaborating with other agencies to ensure that domestic content requirements for tax credit incentives in industries like steel manufacturing ensure American competitiveness and robust business opportunities for small and mid-sized enterprises?
Sorry, can you, first of all, it's nice to meet you. Just say the last, I was with you on the AI, and then I...
Yeah, we left there.
Sorry.
No. You've been here for a long time, and it's freezing in here. My question is about how Department of Commerce is collaborating with other agencies to ensure that domestic content requirements for tax credit incentives industries like steel manufacturing ensure American competitiveness and robust business opportunities for small and mid-sized companies.
Yeah, okay, sorry. We're really serious about enforcing all of that. I mean, you know better than most that Chinese dumping of cheap steel into the market has hurt a lot of people, including in your district. And so we have Buy America provisions and U.S. content requirements that wherever they are in statute, we enforce them. Also, on the other side of our house, in the Commerce Department, we also, maintain tariffs and countervailing duties wherever we need to, so we have a vibrant domestic steel industry. You can't be a strong country without making steel.
Thank you. And I was going to ask you about Western Pennsylvania's ecosystem for robotics and our autonomy sector, but a lot of folks have been able to actually ask questions about what I was going to say there, so I didn't want to overwhelm you with repetitive questions. But for my final question, with the development and expansion of the domestic production of semiconductors and other advanced technologies, how is your agency working to continually update the NIST Artificial Intelligence Risk Management Framework to ensure workforce development initiatives are effective in supporting labor but not supplanting labor?
Yes, exactly. Exactly what you just said. Working with NIST, but also the White House has been working across the interagency to put out other frameworks on the topic you just said, which is how do we deal with the fact that AI is going to change the way we all work, and we have to be there for all workers. Certain jobs will change, but we have to use AI to create jobs, not destroy jobs. For people's jobs will change, but we have to make sure that they are retrained to do different jobs and not left out.
Yeah, I thank you for the consideration that the agency will put into AI and workforce, as people, people with disabilities, people who have various concerns will find increasing access to quality of life, but we do want to make sure that we're prioritizing workers. My time is done. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Secretary, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a good bit. You spoke earlier, and you've been ongoingly talking about the importance of increasing opportunities for career and technical education. I could not agree more. So I'm going to dive right in and forgo my monologue. What is the Commerce doing to ensure that CHIPS funding goes to projects that will actually create jobs for Americans? And do you believe that the American workforce has the ability to complete these construction projects, and then has the engineers and technicians needed to operate these new fabs here in the country?
I do, but we have a lot of work to do. So I have a team on the CHIPS team who are helping figure out the construction workforce plans with each of the applicants. You know, so Ohio, like these facilities will require 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,000 people to build. The unemployment rate in the building trades right now, no matter where you live, is like 0, 2%. Yeah. So we need new apprenticeship programs. We need to recruit people in high school. We need girls and women to do these jobs. And will we do it? Yes, but I can't sugarcoat it. It's a lot of work. Same thing for in the fabs. We are pushing the companies, governors, mayors, educational institutions, update your curriculum. Teach people what's relevant so they can get these jobs.
Yeah, I mean, even in the state of Ohio right now, and as you know, the Intel project is coming to Columbus, which is just a couple hours south of the 7th District, but we're around 2,000 carpenters short right now for that project in Intel. And as you just said, with the 2% dip in the trades, amongst the whole. Now, I love what you said about encouraging our educational system to promote more of the trades, K through 12, technical education, and STEM workforce, and I applaud you for that. I just would really like to see it come from the state and local level and see more of an influx there throughout our entire country than doing what's easiest here, which is just more federal legislation that nobody needs, in my opinion. But I wholeheartedly agree with you on that.
Can I say one thing on that? As part of the incentive program, the CHIPS money we're putting out, we are requiring the applicant to come to us with money from the state, including workforce. So we're putting the burden on the company, say Intel in your case, for example, would go to Ohio or go to Columbus and find out what incentives, including workforce or apprenticeship programs, whatever, put it in the application before they apply to us. We're trying to draw forward all that at the local level. I also started an initiative called 1 Million Women in Construction. There's about 1 million women right now in America that work in construction. We got to try to double it. I mean,
awesome. I just met with the group actually right before here about women in construction. You know, I have a few questions here, but I'm just going to ask, what do you think when it comes to the technical education, the drawback that we're seeing amongst the trades? Do you attribute to work ethic? Do you attribute it to societal norms within this country changing? I mean, you've talked about innovation. You know, we've shipped off, you know, manufacturing to focus on innovation within this country, and we've lost out on that, so we don't have parity. I mean, where do you think it is? Because in Cleveland, Ohio, you know, our steel workers, it's hot in the summer, and it's very cold in the winter. And it is tough work, but what I can tell you is they're getting paid $120,000 a year right now with full pensions, and they will be millionaires, and our kids that are going to school will be $500,000 in debt. So just curious what your response is.
Totally agree. You know, I think it's a lot of things. We can maybe follow up when we have more than a minute. I do think the cultural norms, I think like pushing everybody to college isn't necessarily the right move. And like 40% of American kids who go to college drop out, so they have loans, no degree, and it's not a good path. So even when I was governor, I'm a big believer in vocational training, technical skills, apprenticeships. Girls should think of themselves as a plumber or as a welder. They can do these jobs. You know, the average entry level, like certified nurse assistant or home health care, which is heavily women, is like maybe like $15 an hour, and those are tough jobs too. The average plumber, apprentice, maybe $40 an hour, on your way to $80 an hour. So I think we have to start to say these are good jobs. They're good jobs for America. You know, not everybody has to be a PhD engineer or whatever. Go do these jobs, build the future of America, and make a good living.
I could not agree more. I'd love to follow up with you later on. Chairman, my time has ended. I yield back.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And now I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Raimondo, for your leadership. I'd like to ask you some questions about artificial intelligence. AI has been a driver of our economy and will continue to be a driver of our economy. Last year, with the public release of large language models, individuals and companies now have access to very expensive AI technology at their fingertips. Largely, that's going to benefit society. It can also cause harm because some of these individuals would be terrorists or criminals. Just a few minutes ago, I went on ChatGPT and simply typed in, how can I build a lethal virus? And it said, I'm very sorry, but I can't assist with that. And then I asked, how do I build a dirty nuclear bomb? Same answer, I can't assist with that. And that's because ChatGPT is a closed AI system, and their programmers put in guardrails so it doesn't answer those questions. Open source large language models, you can have the guardrails removed pretty easily. I want to know if you or the Department of Commerce has a view on whether there should be some regulations on open source AI large language models above a certain size.
Yeah. Let me say this and then answer your question directly. I agree. AI has incredible potential, which is incredibly exciting, especially in healthcare. If you think about, finding cures to diseases more quickly. But the downside is just as scary, and that's why the White House has convened companies to take on voluntary commitments. I think we need to do that as a bridge to this body, Congress, enacting regulations. But yes, we have to think about the threats of open models and come up with a regulatory environment as well. Because as I understand it, and you know more than I do, the open models are only like a generation behind the largest frontier large language models, which is to say they're pretty powerful. And so we do need to find ways to regulate and protect the downside for the open models.
Thank you. NIST has done incredible work, and they have put out a AI risk management framework that's gotten good reviews from both the public sector and private sector. Part of it is simply having organizations think through the issues raised by AI and have a process for working through those issues. Earlier this year, Congress members Zoe Lofgren, Haley Stevens, and I wrote a letter to the President asking him to apply the NIST risk management framework to the entire federal executive branch. So I'd like for you to request and consider applying the NIST risk management framework to the Department of Commerce. And if you would look into that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, I will.
And then lastly, I want to follow up on your comment that it was not such a great idea to push everyone into four-year colleges. And I think that if you look across our economy, there is a huge shortage of skilled workers in the trades. And so I support your efforts in that regard. Anything I can do to help incentivize having more people in the trades, I would like to help you with that.
Thank you.
With that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Casson from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman. Madam Secretary, nice to see you today. I want to chat a little bit. As you know, when we were debating what became the CHIPS and Science Act, our office was concerned about, with this huge amount of money, thankfully, that we're putting in, how do we make sure that those taxpayer money is not going to shareholders through buyback programs, and how do we put those protections in place? And ultimately, we weren't successful in getting the strong language we wanted in there. There's some weaker language in the bill, and such as the legislative process. But as a result of that, we had led a letter last February to Michael Schmidt in your office asking basically what could we do administratively to put those stronger protections in. Grateful for a lot of the back and forth we had with your office afterwards, in addition to some of the statements that your office and you personally have made about giving preference to companies that are not going to engage in buybacks. Having said all that, I'm a little bit concerned about your exchange at the start of this hearing with Mr. Babin, saying that if a company, that would not be a prerequisite for funding if a company didn't make those commitments. And so, to my mind, if that's not a prerequisite, that raises the possibility that we may find ourselves in a situation giving money through CHIPS to a company that doesn't need the money, essentially displacing private capital and creating what we were concerned about 2 years ago, that wealth transfers from taxpayers to shareholders. And so I guess my first question for you is, when you say that you will be giving preference, Can you explain mechanically what that means? Is this just a nice to have? How are you actually prioritizing when you make these investments?
Yeah. So as you well know, the statute says our money cannot be used for buybacks. So we're going to do everything we can to invest the money in accordance with the statute. What I was saying earlier, I think the question was a version of, can you guarantee you won't give money to a company that does buybacks? And the answer to that is no, we may. But we have a very rigorous system. This is like a lot of back and forth with these companies. They apply, and we have months or weeks of discussion. They need to show us their books, show us their financial plan, show us how much they're investing in research and development, and prove to us that they actually need our money to do whatever it is, that they're doing. So I think of it as like a balance. My #1 job is to hit the national security goals. Also to protect taxpayer money, not use any, get a good deal, not give any company $1 more than they need to hit the mission. And obviously, most important, to do what the statute says. So it is true that we have a preference for companies that won't do buybacks, mostly because we need them to put every single penny they have into their workforce, into innovation, into R&D. But I can't promise you that a company that does in their business do buybacks or has in the past done buybacks won't receive an incentive grant if we think the business they're in is necessary for our national security and they can't be successful in doing that without an incentive.
What enforcement do you have if you do all that, they make the voluntary pledge, and then 2 years from now they violate the pledge? Do you have clawback provisions you're putting in? Like legally, do you have recourse back to that taxpayer money?
Yeah, thank you for asking that, because I should have said it before. All of these grants will be sent out in tranches. So let's say XYZ company receives a $2 billion grant. We're not going to wire them $2 billion. They're subject to an investment plan. So you can, get X amount, hit these milestones, get Y amount. If at any point along the way they break any of the conditions, either, depending on what they do, we can claw back money, or they don't get the next installation.
Okay. I'm out of time, but would welcome continuing the conversation and yield back.
Thank you.
The gentleman from California is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for your testimony and your leadership. My district in the San Francisco Bay Area is a hub of the innovation economy, so lots of folks are interested in how chips and science is rolling out. In July, the Semiconductor Industry Association released a study that projected a shortfall of 67,000 workers in the semiconductor industry by 2030. As you know, to address this challenge, CHIPS and Science Act authorized a number of workforce development programs scattered throughout the CHIPS office, R&D programs and incentives programs. I am a veteran of our California Workforce Development Board, as well as our local Workforce Investment Board in San Mateo County. So my question is, how is the department's overall strategy enabling the semiconductor workforce through these programs, how that coordination is happening with the existing federal workforce funding streams, but also is there coordination going on with the state workforce development boards and state and local workforce boards? How is all of that being integrated, if it is?
It is. The way we're endeavoring to do that coordination is every company who applies for money or receives money has to give us a workforce plan that we approve after extensive back and forth. And in that plan is, what is the state doing, what's the city doing, what's Commerce doing, but then also, like, as I said before, the NSF. So we're trying to have a plan in place for every, company's proposal.
And
I also have a workforce team, I should say. I've built a workforce team at the CHIPS office in Commerce. So just to give you a sense, we are really serious about the workforce component and providing technical assistance where we can so that everyone has a really fulsome workforce plan.
Great. And my district has over 600 life science companies, so I just wanted to ask you about how NIST collaborates with other agencies such as the FDA, for example, to create frameworks and standards that ensure biotech products go through the regulatory process in an efficient way. What kind of coordination is happening through your department and other entities like the FDA, for example?
Exactly what you say. I think NIST is, I give so much credit to them because they are like neutral, science-based place that works with industry but also other agencies, and I know biotech is one of the top priorities.
Thank you for your leadership, and with that I yield back.
Thank you.
The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the Chair and Ranking Member for holding this important hearing, and Secretary Raimondo for your leadership at the Department of Commerce. New York State, and especially the Capital Region, the district that I represent, have been a pioneer in computing design, development, and manufacturing for nearly 80 years. Today, New York State is home to the world's most advanced microelectronic breakthroughs, including the foundational chip innovations that enable today's AI systems and the world's most powerful AR supercomputer. Our existing infrastructure, paired with the deep bench of know-how, means that New York is ready to become the linchpin for national efforts to coordinate NSTC activities aimed at alleviating the chip shortage and propelling sustainable R&D. I understand the Selection Committee will soon announce the Board of Trustees for the new nonprofit entity that will construct the NSTC. So, Madam Secretary, can you outline a timeline for the announcement of the board and next steps they will take once impaneled?
Yes. So in the next couple of months, I think we'll have announcements about the board. Their first thing that they would do would be to announce the CEO of the NSTC, which also should all happen this fall. And then there will be a process to actually establish the NSTC early next year. And the decisions around how many locations, et cetera, will all be made, at that time.
And can you provide insight on the governance structure that the NSTC will use to operate?
So they will have a board. We have a selection committee now that's going to put an initial board in place. That initial board will choose a CEO and then other board members. And then our Department of Commerce will have a agreement with NIST, a research agreement, which similar to what NIST has done for a long time with other entities, which will lay out how they intend to use the federal money to execute their vision.
Thank you. And once the board is selected, how does the department intend to ensure that public-private partnerships drive solutions to the NSTC's grand challenges?
So the whole thing is a public-private partnership. As per statute, it's a consortia. We're committed to making this be a purpose-built, science-based, neutral effort. And as I said, there'll be a research agreement as between NIST and the NSTC, which will lay all of that out, and we will hold them accountable to what is in that agreement.
Thank you. And there was a white paper on the NAPMP that was supposed to be issued and has been delayed. Can you share any new or additional information on the timing and scope of the entity?
I just looked at one of my associates because it's coming very soon this fall. I was hoping he was going to say maybe next week, but I guess we'll stay on it.
Okay, so we'll go with this fall.
Yeah.
Okay. I have several academic institutions in my district that will be critical to educating and training the workforce needed to support industry demands, as well as conducting the advanced research for the next generation of chip technology. Mm-hmm. Can you provide insight into the department's work across federal agencies to ensure that collaboration with universities will incubate that research and science?
That's exactly the plan. We're working with the NSF. We're actually working very well with the DoD across agencies to work with universities. The vision would be that the universities look, someone asked me earlier what success looked like in 5 years. In 5 years, it's this seamless back and forth between industry, startups, and universities. So we get the inventions coming out of universities out of the lab and into products we make in America.
Okay. Well, again, I thank you for your responses. I thank you for your leadership. And, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes himself for 4 minutes. Madam Secretary, I thank you for your time. I may go over some stuff you've already talked about. I'm not sure, but, man, they keep us bouncing around here. I'm also chair of the subcommittee for research and technology. So we talk about anything from semiconductors, AI, hypersonics, even did a roundtable on quantum technology. And I kind of want to ask about your trip to China, because China has stated that by 2045 they want to be not only just the economic leader, but militarily, socially, even in space. And from what we're gathering, a lot of it, they're ahead of us. You take quantum technology, I think they spend more than the entire world on developing that. So I'd like to know what you may have found out, if any of that, if there's any evidence of that, they're ahead of us, behind us, beside us, and what you learned there in China.
Yeah. So look, I'm as concerned as you are that we can't let them get ahead, and we certainly can't let them get any of our technology to do things that could hurt us. You know, I think that with respect to AI, the U.S. leads the world, and we need to stay there. I also know that, as you say, the Chinese government is putting hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars into these technologies with the express goal of dominating. So when I was there, I was clear that we don't negotiate when it comes to national security. We don't compromise. And I was clear that we're not going to make any changes to, for example, our export controls, which is what I work on. We're going to continue to vigorously control U.S. technology so they cannot get this technology for their military. And I also was clear that as long as they have this military-civil fusion strategy, where really everything is the military, and they can go into any company and take technology and use it for the military, that means we're going to have to be tougher than ever to control that technology from getting into the hands of their military. It's not that we want to, hold back their economy per se, but we do want to hold back their military, and I was very clear in saying that.
Yeah, well, I think we should hold back their economy too. I'm very much America first, which I guess kind of leads me into my next question. I also sit on natural resources. So we've been all over the country talking about critical minerals and the fact that we're down to 3 smelters. China processes 80% of our critical minerals here from what we provide. And as far as Taiwan and semiconductors, we know that China even threatened to withhold critical minerals from them. And I heard you the few minutes I was in here earlier, you were talking about making sure that we bring semiconductors home, and I wholeheartedly agree with you on that. But we have, and this administration has really made a concerted effort, and it's been several administrations, to not allow people to mine here in the States. And I don't understand how you can advocate semiconductors here in this country when China's already shown that they're willing to withhold critical minerals, and we're not willing to mine critical minerals here in our own country.
So I can't speak to what's been done in the past, but I do think you're right. You're right. We are dependent on them, and we have to do everything we can to either, mine here or on allied shores. And for my part of it, I'm going to do what I need to do with export controls to hold them back. But when I think about chips, the chip's just one piece of it. It's the raw materials, it's the rare earths, the critical minerals, and we do need a holistic strategy on that.
Right, right. All right, I am out of time. I thank you. I want to thank the Secretary for joining us today and the members for their questions. The record will remain open for 10 days for additional comments and written questions from members. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎关注华尔街电视频道这期的热点深度，关注秦刚。就在大家调侃中国的最新一届国务委员的失业率将达到40%的时候，秦刚案件最新的进展曝光。华尔街日报在9月19日引用北京消息人士的话说，秦刚事件已经传达到中国的省部级，中国高级官员被告知，中共内部调查发现，前外交部部长秦刚在担任中国驻美国最高使节期间一直有婚外情。秦刚曾被认为是中国领导人习近平的亲信，但6月份开始，秦刚从公众视野中消失，而后在7月份被免去了外交部部长的头衔。官方则对此没有给出任何解释。秦刚现年57岁，在他被免职前，中国外交部曾一度表示，秦刚未现身是由于健康原因。上述知情人士说，上个月包括部长和省级的领导在内的中国高级官员听取了中共对秦刚调查情况的通报。秦刚曾在2021年7月至2023年1月间担任中国的驻美大使。据知情人士说，这些高级官员被告知，秦刚遭免职的正式原因是生活作风问题，而这是一种中共对性行为不端的一种委婉的说法。其中2名知情人士说，这些官员还被告知，调查发现秦刚有婚外情，并因此有一个在美国出生的孩子。知情人士说，在向中共官员通报对于秦刚的调查情况时，其实也没有透露涉事女性和孩子的姓名。华尔街日报也无法确认他们的身份，但知情人士有强调，在秦刚的配合之下，调查仍在继续。目前的调查的重点是秦刚的婚外情和其他行为是否可能危及了中国的国家安全。目前中国国务院仍将秦刚列为5位国务委员之一。这个时政评论员和平先生更是在华尔街论坛节目直播时就提到，在5月中下旬其实秦刚事件就起自傅晓田。在5月中下旬，中国国安人员先是扣押了傅晓田，傅晓田供出了秦刚。现在在中国，所有和秦刚和傅晓田有关的商界、政界的人士都比较紧张。目前来看，秦刚事件中谁的牺牲最大？目前同样保持沉默的秦刚夫人林燕可能是其中的一员。外交官的配偶在中国或许可以直接说，外交官的夫人们是比较特殊的一个群体。中国驻菲律宾大使馆的领事参赞随任夫人妙玉在人民日报海外版中发表的一篇文章上有讲到，他说家是最小国，国是千万家。这么多年的随行生涯，我感受最深的是，从先生选择外交工作的那一天起，或许整个家庭都将跟随他一起献给他为之奋斗的外交事业。从公开报道来看，秦刚的夫人林燕也是这么做的。在秦刚担任中国驻美大使期间林燕女士就经常承担一些使馆的工作，陪同丈夫参加一些当地的活动。比如2022年的2月，林燕女士就陪同丈夫走访了美国的旧金山市的唐人街。又比如2022年的11月，林燕女士又再次陪同秦刚出席了美国新泽西交响乐团的100年惊喜庆典。类似的活动还有很多。一般来说，外交官的夫人也有自己的责任和担当。外交官夫人也并非完全是旁人所理解的那种全职太太。出于工作的需要，在驻外使领馆随任的外交官夫人也经常需要承担一些使领馆的工作，参加使领馆组织的各项活动。那再回到《华尔街日报》的这篇报道，其实这个独家报道中，除了确认秦刚婚外情、私生子的传闻，还提到中央还在调查秦刚关于国家安全上的问题，这才是头等大事。秦刚担任外交部部长仅7个月，他的落马正值中国与美国及其盟友日益竞争加剧，中国领导层寻求消除任何安全漏洞之际。内部人士有说，对中共高层的审查主要是集中在与外国人打交道的官员和负责确保军队作战能力的中国军方高层。华尔街日报的报道强调，本月早些时候，主要负责对外军事关系的中国国防部部长李尚福被有关部门带走问话。而在今年7月，控制着中国战略导弹的中国人民解放军火箭军的司令员和政委双双被免职，但这些都没有公开的原因被透露出来。 传统上，一些经济官员在与西方同行和外国企业高管往来时拥有更大的自由度，但党内人士说随着审查的加强，这些官员也越来越发现自己必须报告比以往更多的交往细节。政治分析人士说，上述的高级外交和军事官员的任命都得到了习近平的批准，他们备受关注的处境对这位领导人坚持中国式治理，使之成为西方模式之外更稳定、更有效替代方案的努力造成了打击。与此同时，中国经济正遭遇自上世纪70年代末对外开放以来所未见的信心危机。华盛顿史丁生中心智库的中国项目主任孙运就说，中国政府和军队高层的持续动荡表明，在经济放缓让人们渴望稳定的时候，中国的政治局势并不稳定，这也不禁让人们怀疑习近平是否真正掌控了整个大局。几个月来，北京和华盛顿方面一直在努力为习近平出席11月在旧金山举行的亚太领导人峰会 APEC， 以及在此次峰会期间习近平与美国总统拜登会晤的可能性铺平道路。中美双方官员也都认为，此次会晤有望促进数月来双方为稳定两国关系所做的试探性的努力。习近平已经任命了王毅接替秦刚担任外交部的部长，王毅则是中共中央政治局委员，也是中国最高的外交事务官员。王毅已向华盛顿方面保证，最近中美高层接触解冻将持续下去。在上周周末，王毅在马耳他欧洲小国会见了美国国家安全顾问杰克·沙利文。而在担任中国驻美大使期间，秦刚是举止得体，被认为是一位有分寸的外交官。秦刚在获任驻美大使之后不到2年时间，就被习近平钦点出任中国的外交部部长。在一个除了看重政治人脉还历来重视经验的体制之中，如此快速的晋升，很多人都说是火箭晋升，着实不同寻常。而在担任驻美大使之前，秦刚曾担任负责为习近平策划活动的外交部副部长一职，并多次陪同习近平出访海外。秦刚与习近平的密切关系使他的落马更加耐人寻味。几个月以来，相关信息空白引发了社交媒体上铺天盖地的各种猜测和传闻，其中就包括婚外情的可能性。而在中国不透明的政治体制之下，被认为不忠于党的领导人落马官员往往会被指责存在性行为不端。据知情人士说，在秦刚世界中，党内调查披露婚外情成了他下台的导火索，而部分原因是秦刚在美国出生的孩子可能会影响他在与美国人打交道时代表中国利益的能力。近些年来，习近平是收紧了针对高级官员在海外有重大财务或其他牵连的限制，比如在海外拥有大量的资产。这些规定旨在将中国政府面临的地缘政治风险最小化，因为中共越来越担心，如果在海外牵扯很深的官员遭到美国和其他西方大国的制裁，就像俄罗斯在入侵乌克兰后的遭遇那样，这些官员可能会成为一种拖累。此外，在执掌中国的10多年时间中，习近平一次又一次地将矛头对准党内的腐败以及高级党员的奢靡生活方式和婚外情的传闻，这些事件都加剧了公众对于中共领导层的愤懑情绪。根据知情人士透露，习近平在上任早年与高级官员一次会议上说你们这些人不是死在酒桌上，就是死在床上。这句话也时不时的被社交媒体拿来给调侃秦刚事件。好了，以上就是今天热点深度的所有内容。更多资讯可以关注6度简报网，网址是6度brave.com， 在上面各位可以订阅各类符合您喜好的简报新闻，有免费的套餐，有更加专业的付费套餐供大家选择。今天的视频就到这里，我们下个节目再见。
欢迎您收看华尔街电视简报。融创中国向纽约法庭申请破产保护，中国房地产业债务危机仍在蔓延。VOA 沐风。继恒大之后，中国又一家房地产开发商向美国法庭申请破产保护，以便进行资产重组，保护债权人的利益。总部设在天津的融创中国周一9月18日宣布就美元债务重组向美国纽约南区破产法庭提出申请。美国财经媒体彭博社周二9月19日的报道说，这家美国法庭的文件显示，法庭已经收到了融创中国的破产申请。 中国最大的房地产开发商恒大集团是在上个月向纽约破产法庭申请破产保护的。恒大集团在最近2年亏损810亿美元，它的债务总额高达2万多亿元人民币。恒大巨额债务问题引爆了中国整个房地产市场危机。依据美国第15章破产法规定，外国企业在进行债务重组的时候，如果涉及到美国债务，就必须依据此项法规寻求破产保护，以确保债务重组措施在美国具有有效性。美国法庭将以此为恒大和融创在香港进行的债务重组提供必要的帮助，与香港法院进行协调。融创中国的销售量在全国房地产开发商中排名第10，但是近几年中国房地产爆发债务危机，销售状况急剧恶化，导致这家天津企业在去年5月就爆出美元债务违约的消息。今年3月，融创提出离岸债务重组方案，并很快得到了持有75%以上美元债务的债权人的支持。融创中国周一宣布，境外重组方案获得债权人高票通过，共有2019名债权人针对债券本金及应计未付利息总额 99.23 亿美元进行投票，赞成票为204票，占比 99.75%。新加坡全球信贷市场研究公司 CreditSights 的亚太区主管桑德拉·周 Sandra Tao 指出，这是中国大型房地产开发商首次在债务重组问题上赢得债权人的支持。之前，中国有一些规模较小的房地产开发商也获得了债权人的支持，但他们所涉及的债务规模要小得多。美国有线新闻电视网 CNN 引用桑德拉·周的话说，恒大规模虽然很大，但他的运气却不太好，没有得到海外债权人的支持，这或许跟恒大给债权人提出的条件不够好有关。恒大还在为争取离岸债权人的时候，融创中国就已经走到了前面。桑德拉·周说，融创中国的总负债截至到去年年底为止为1万亿元人民币，去年它的销售额大跌 50%。桑德拉·周表示，这次的债务重组将为融创中国提供更多一点喘息空间。房地产业的萎靡不振正在拖累中国整体经济持续下滑。自从今年第2季度以来，中国经济持续走软，从居民消费到企业生产，从国际贸易到政府投资，都出现了中国改革开放40多年来的罕见的大滑坡。最近几个月，中国决策者虽然推出了一系列刺激措施，但这些措施尚不足以改变中国经济的基本面疲软和市场信心低迷的状态。中国官方日前公布的8月份经济数据虽然有了一点回升，但房地产数据的跌势并未止住。8月份，新房价格环比下跌 0.3%， 创出10个月来的最大跌幅。房地产投资年比下滑 19.1%， 跌幅超过了7月份的 17.8%。新公寓的价格年率下降了 2.9%， 低于7月份 2.6% 的降幅。蔬菜奖项的崇拜如何让你的作物超大？英国每日电讯，巨型蔬菜种植是一种越来越流行的趋势，越来越多的人参与其中，包括女性和年轻人。社交媒体的兴起帮助推广了这项爱好， Facebook 和 Instagram 等平台让种植者能够互相联系并分享技巧和建议。凯文·福特 Kevin Forte 经营着一个拥有6000名成员的巨型蔬菜 Facebook 群组，他认为巨型蔬菜种植的社区性质比竞争更加重要。他的目标是连接来自世界各地的种植者，建立一个社区，而不是专注于赚钱。英国全国巨型蔬菜锦标赛将于本周末举行，种植者将争夺奖项和认可，而不是金钱。虽然一些种植者只关注大小，但像资深种植者梅德温·威廉姆斯 Medwin Williams 这样的人更注重质量。威廉姆斯认为巨型蔬菜可能不可食用，而更看重生产完美的蔬菜。然而，福特坚持认为巨型蔬菜可以食用，并可以用多种方式使用。美国财政部银行的临近排放承诺必须与温度限制相一致。路透社，美国财政部发布了新的原则，要求银行和资产管理公司做出临近排放融资承诺。这些原则指出，承诺应与将全球温度上升限制在 1.5 摄氏度的目标相一致，并且应有可信的度量和目标支持。 还鼓励金融机构使客户和投资组合的投资符合温度限制。财政部还宣布，几个慈善组织承诺捐款3.4亿美元，用于支持金融机构开发和执行强有力的零净排放承诺所需的研究、数据和技术资源的发展。这些资金还将促进非金融部门的过渡规划工作。美国财政部长贾纳特·耶伦表示，从现在到2050年，与实现零净排放的过渡相关的全球投资机会每年将达到3万亿美元。加拿大8月通胀率因汽油价格上涨而飙升至 4.0%。路透社，加拿大8月份的年度通胀率从7月份的 3.3% 上升至 4.0%， 超过了分析师对 3.8% 的预期。这一增长主要是由于汽油价格上涨，而去年汽油价格大幅下降。加拿大央行的2个核心基础通胀指标也上升，包括租金和利率在内的住房价格在8月份上涨了 6.0%。加拿大央行行长蒂夫·麦克莱姆预测，由于油价上涨，通胀将会增加。央行将其关键利率保持稳定，但表示如果通胀压力持续存在，将考虑提高借贷成本。全员就业的定义是白皮书的核心。悉尼先驱晨报，澳大利亚政府计划发布一份白皮书，阐述其实现充分就业、促进就业安全、工资增长、生产力增长以及克服就业障碍的愿景。关于充分就业的定义一直是一个争论的话题。澳洲储备银行建议将失业率控制在 4.5%， 可以被视为充分就业。白皮书还将解决职业教育和培训改革以及向可再生能源转型等问题。该白皮书将为包括移民和教育在内的相关政策提供指导。即使利率达到峰值，汇丰银行仍然可以增加收入。首席财务官，路透社，汇丰银行首席财务官乔治·埃尔赫德里表示，尽管央行减少加息步伐，该银行仍能继续增加全球收入。埃尔赫德里预计，由于客户对贷款的需求减少，2023年的资产负债表增长将具有挑战性，但他预计2024年会出现转变，重点放在亚洲财富管理业务的增长上。埃尔赫德里还指出，尽管汇丰银行的贷款业务总体表现良好，但中国境外的商业房地产贷款受到政策变化的重大影响，导致第2季度额外费用增加。元和日元需要美联储的帮助，但可能得不到。华尔街日报，中国人民币和日本日元对美元的汇率都是10年来最低水平，人民币自年初以来贬值了 13%， 日元贬值了 22%。中国正试图避免通缩，因为房地产危机继续影响着工业和消费者情绪，而日本则正在与多年来最高的通胀率做斗争。两国都采取了宽松的货币政策，但与美国的利率差异扩大正在进一步对他们的货币施加压力。美国经济强于预期可能会使利率维持较高水平更长时间，从而影响这两种货币。价格突破每桶95美元，引发了对通胀回升的担忧。卫报，原油价格已超过每桶95美元，可能导致汽油价格上涨和通货膨胀加剧。市场预测，英国国家统计局公布的最新通胀数据将显示，8月份消费者物价通胀率年增率达到 7%， 这可能对财政大臣里希·苏纳克和英国央行构成问题。苏纳克承诺到年底将通胀减半，而英国央行的任务是将通胀降至 2% 的目标水平。破产的伯明翰市议会发布了关于资产出售和人员削减的报告。英国独立报，据一份报告称，伯明翰市议会面临财务困难，可能需要出售资产、裁员和增加地方税收。该市议会本月早些时候发布了第114条通知，实际上宣布自己破产，并被认为需要中央政府的特殊财政支持。该报告建议接受该通知，该通知是由于与平等工资索赔相关的潜在责任为 6.5 亿至 7.6 亿英镑 8.48 亿至 9.91 亿美元，并支持旨在减少支出的部分恢复计划。该市议会在本财年预算上有8700万英镑的赤字，预计到2024-25财年将增至 1.65 亿英镑。市民金融设定了500亿美元的可持续金融目标。路透社，市民金融集团已设定了到2030年达到500亿美元的可持续金融目标。 这家美国银行计划利用这些资金来促进负担得起的住房，支持小型企业并投资社区发展项目，其中约50亿美元将用于绿色倡议，如可再生能源和清洁技术。市民金融旨在到2035年实现碳中和。此举是投资者越来越关注环境、社会和治理 ESG 问题的结果，也是近年来美国企业做出类似可持续发展承诺的反应。新经济规则打破美国债券的水晶球。路透观点，收益率曲线的预测能力正在减弱，该曲线绘制了不同期限的政府债券的收益率。长期债券收益率低于短期债券收益率的倒挂，历来是未来经济衰退的预测指标。然而，收益率曲线的预测能力由于其局限性而减弱，例如倒挂和衰退之间的时间滞后，以及缺乏证据表明反转预测股票表现不佳。通胀预期和央行债券购买等因素也影响了收益率曲线的准确性。总体而言，收益率曲线的预测能力越来越不可靠。华尔街的联邦储备观察家为长期高利率做好准备。纽约时报预计美联储将在周3的会议上保持利率不变，但长期高利率政策可能对潜在的购房者和企业造成打击。华尔街认为，中央银行将在明年初或维持利率接近20年高位，一些经济学家预测将在11月加息。市场将密切关注美联储的经济预测，投资者担心由于油价上涨和通胀担忧，中央银行将继续保持对利率的鹰派立场。如果美联储坚持高利率政策，消费者和小企业可能会感受到影响。加利福尼亚州州长加文·纽森表示，他将签署具有里程碑意义的气候披露立法，要求大型企业详细说明其碳排放情况。这项法律是美国首个类似的州级法律，适用于约5000家企业。与此同时，美国证券交易委员会正在制定自己的气候披露规则。纽森签署该法案表明，美国政治对气候变化的重视程度正在增加。埃隆·马斯克和本雅明·内塔尼亚胡周一会面，讨论了推特上仇恨言论和反犹太主义的上升趋势，而马斯克现在是推特的所有者。马斯克被指控允许反犹太主义蔓延，反诽谤联盟指责他赶走了广告商。内塔尼亚胡敦促马斯克在言论自由和反犹太主义之间找到平衡，而马斯克表示他反对反犹太主义，但言论自由有时意味着人们会说他不喜欢的话。谢谢您的收看。上面播报的内容是6度团队推荐的全球专业媒体、智库、政府机构和行业专家的最新报道、分析简报。更详细的内容，请大家去这些媒体、智库的网站阅读。这些内容并不一定反映6度简报的立场，亦不能作为任何决策的建议。6度团队由专业媒体人、学者、科学家组成的独立新型媒体，大家可以根据自己的专业要求订阅各种简报。网址是6dobrief.com。您在世界任何地方都可以通过电邮收到6度简报。
It was back in October of 2018 that I came here to the Hudson Institute when I was serving as Vice President of the United States. I had the honor of presenting our administration's first major foreign policy address on America's relationship with China. In that speech, I explained that our administration was taking a new and much tougher stance on China. I explained that for many years, leaders in both political parties had hoped for the best with China. We've expanded economic trade, commerce, and exchange in the hopes that China itself would embrace greater political liberties, greater freedoms, a respect for private property and free markets. The truth is, China expanded its many abuses in trade. It used the prosperity that it secured largely on the basis of its exchange with the people of the United States of America for military expansionism, and its record of human rights violations shocked the conscience of the world. In so many ways, the wider West turned a blind eye to China's many abuses. But that ended on that day in October 2018, when I gave the address here at the Hudson Institute. We saw the regime in Beijing for what it was, and I still do. China is the greatest strategic and economic threat to the United States of America in the 21st century, and we must meet that threat with American strength. The truth is, Communist China is playing to win by any means necessary. And China is our rival. China is our economic adversary. But whether China becomes our enemy depends on choices the American people will make in leadership for our country over the next 4 years. Now, over the course of our administration, we changed the national consensus on China. Under our administration, we met China's military provocations in the Western Pacific with the largest increase in military spending since the days of Ronald Reagan. We were the first country to sanction Chinese leaders for building concentration camps in Xinjiang and for undermining democracy in Hong Kong. And in the wake of that address that I had the privilege of giving in this very place, we stood up to years of trade abuses by Communist China and imposed historic tariffs that brought China to the negotiating table in the famous Phase 1 trade deal. Now, I remember critics at the time said that we were being too tough on China. But over the course of our administration, we proved our critics wrong. And now the debate is settled. And Americans of every political persuasion are awake to the fact that the Chinese Communist Party aspires not merely to join the community of economically developed nations, but to sit atop a new global order, created in its own image, a world in which freedom is constrained, but Beijing's power is not. Our tough stance on China typified our administration's approach to foreign policy. We stood with our allies and stood up to our enemies. We never hesitated to punish aggressors. We never stopped striving to turn adversaries into friends. And most importantly, we rebuilt our military with more than $2 trillion in investment, created the United States Space Force, knowing that peace only comes through strength on land, water, sea, and space. But how times have changed. President Biden has replaced that American strength with weakness. The disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan has emboldened the enemies of freedom around the world. And now war rages in Eastern Europe, and China increases its military provocations in the Asia Pacific. You know, I think it's no coincidence that Russia waited until Biden became president to launch its unconscionable invasion of Ukraine. Once the war began, President Biden has done a terrible job explaining to the American people what our national interest is there, constantly giving gauzy speeches about democracy rather than explaining the real threat to the United States and to freedom in the world. And frankly, the administration has been too slow in doling out military aid in Ukraine. It's actually slowed Ukrainian momentum and allowed Russia to dig in even deeper, ensuring that the war will be longer, costlier, and claim more innocent lives as a result. But meanwhile, Beijing watches the war in Ukraine with great interest, assessing how much aggression the West will tolerate as it maps out its own intentions, especially when it comes to Taiwan. Just days after the Biden administration announced its secretive deal with Iran, including releasing Iranian operatives and paying Tehran $6 billion, it was once again proven that it's no real surprise that weakness arouses evil. Iran thumbed its nose at America by kicking UN nuclear inspectors out of the country just a few days later. It's truly remarkable to think, as we gather here today, the Biden administration just extended a visa to the president of Iran, a man responsible for genocide. Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi, who just arrived in New York to speak at the United Nations. Raisi is a butcher who has mercilessly slaughtered tens of thousands of his own countrymen. When I'm president, I won't give criminals like Raisi a visa to allow them to set foot on American soil, and we will never, ever pay ransom to terrorists or terrorist states. You know, it's no wonder that the Secretary of Defense for the Obama-Biden administration, Robert Gates, actually said that Joe Biden was wrong about every foreign policy decision in the last 40 years. And I don't think he's broken his streak. And there can be no doubt under Joe Biden's leadership, America's standing on the world stage is diminished. Whether it be the appeasement toward Iran, whether it be feckless and slow leadership with regard to Eastern Europe and Russian aggression, or whether it be a message of capitulation to China. I believe the weak and feckless leadership of Joe Biden has made the world a much more dangerous place. So for American strength, for American security, and for American prosperity, we must decide here and now that Joe Biden will never be reelected President of the United States of America. As Americans face the choice in the upcoming presidential election, it's important to note that the choice voters face in this election is actually more complicated than the typical choice between Republican and Democrat visions of foreign policy. That's because some Republican candidates, including my former running mate, are abandoning the traditional conservative position of American leadership on the world stage and embracing a new and dangerous form of isolationism. I believe isolationism is just another word for appeasement on the world stage, and appeasement has never worked. The new appeasement Republicans say that America should retreat from her leadership position in the world, turn inward, and focus solely on domestic concerns. But I say that anyone that says that America cannot solve the challenges facing our people, in our economy, on our border, law and order on our streets, and also be leader of the free world, has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth. We can do both, just as we have for so many years before. And let's be clear, appeasement will not make America any safer. In fact, appeasement would only make America and the world more dangerous. The reason is that power abhors a vacuum. If America were to step back from her leadership role on the world stage, it would create a vacuum that I have no doubt China and Russia and other hostile nations would be more than happy to fill. And those nations have plans to remake the world to serve dictatorships, to make it more totalitarian and less prosperous, more antagonistic and less concerned with human rights, to remake a world in which all of us are less free. I mean, consider what would happen if the Republican isolationists are successful in pulling support from Ukraine. If we allow Putin to overrun Ukraine, I have no doubt that the day would come soon when Russian forces would cross a border of a NATO ally that would require our armed forces to go and fight under Article 5 of the NATO treaty. I mean, what would stop him from invading Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and drawing our armed forces into that fight? And what message would it send to China, except a giant flashing green light for the Chinese invasion of Taiwan? It would throw the Pacific into chaos for that to occur. Look, you can either be tough on China or you can be an isolationist. You cannot be both. Simply put, history records that appeasement has never worked, and it never will. Appeasement is not a foreign policy that has ever advanced freedom. Burying our head in the sand while our adversaries plot and scheme and inflict suffering on the world is a foolish and dangerous strategy. It's a strategy that cloaks itself in the promise of peace. But history teaches that when free nations withdraw, we inherit the whirlwind. Now, when I am president, we will not ignore gathering storms abroad in exchange for the illusion of security at home. We will not allow the enemies of freedom to run roughshod around the world until their tyranny washes up on our shores. We will not abdicate our position as leader of the free world. Not now, not ever. But peace through strength does not mean that we have to be the world's policeman. As John Quincy Adams said, America must never go abroad in search of monsters to destroy. But we must support other freedom-loving nations in defending their sovereignty. By helping our friends defend themselves, we deter our enemies and secure our freedom. The next President of the United States must ensure that America is prepared for the great power competition with China and a belligerent Russia, with a military fit to the task. So I came before you today to say that should I have the great honor of serving as your Commander-in-Chief, I will approach the task with these guiding principles. After continued Chinese military provocations in the Asia-Pacific, buzzing our aircraft and our ships in the South China Sea, and even sending a surveillance balloon over the continental United States, I will reverse the administration's efforts to cut military spending and build a military fitted to the widening challenges of the 21st century. Now, for the record, lest there be any doubt, that balloon did not blow off course. It traversed critical national security installations in the United States. Had I been president, we would have shut that thing down before it got to Alaska. And instead of kowtowing of the Biden administration, sending the Secretary of State to beg for a meeting with President Xi, I would have sent an aircraft carrier, maybe two, with the message, don't ever try that again. So my first principle as your Commander-in-Chief is simply this. America will always have the most powerful military on the face of the earth. Now, over the past decade, our adversaries have increased military spending at a rate that far outpaces the United States. The American people deserve to know that. China's military spending is up by 134%. Our defense spending is up by just 6.4%. Russia is expected to double its annual defense spending in 2023 alone. When I'm president, the American military will not be outpaced by communists and dictators. We will treat our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines as if they were our own family. And in my case, they are. My son's a captain in the United States Marine Corps, and my son-in-law flies F-18s for the Navy. We will guarantee that the United States provides all of our service members the resources they need to accomplish their mission and come home safe. And we'll guarantee the United States spends a minimum of 3.5% of our GDP on defense. Now, this floor would infuse an immediate $1.2 trillion in defense spending into our budget, and it would be offset by other cuts. During times when imminent global threats present themselves, the level should be even higher. Secondly, when I'm president, we will keep our nuclear-capable bomber force ready. We will modernize our ICBMs. We will rebuild the Navy, expand our ballistic submarine fleet, and we will ensure that both have sufficient munition stockpiles to deter Russian aggression. And I will accelerate our hypersonic weapons program in the face of advances by China and Russia. We'll stop mothballing our bombers and keep them flying to remind Beijing that we have the means to meet any threat in the Taiwan Strait. Today, America also lacks the capacity to build the ships that we need to defend ourselves. While we create long-term shipyard capacity, we will work with existing civilian shipyards to meet the Navy's stated goal of 355 ships by the end of the decade. Third, we will end wasteful and woke military programs at the Department of Defense on day one. We want our service members to be the best equipped, best trained, and best prepared in the world, and that means they need to focus on what matters. Stop filling their heads with this woke nonsense. Make no mistake about it, political correctness is affecting recruitment in virtually every branch of our service today. So as Commander-in-Chief, I'll restore the ban on transgender service members in our armed forces. Our military must focus on preparedness, not pronouns, to defend the greatest nation on earth. Fourth, we will recognize the Chinese Communist Party for what it is, the greatest threat to our prosperity, security, and values on the face of the earth. China may not yet be an evil empire, but it's working hard to become one. We will meet the Chinese threat with American strength and resolve. That means we will stand with a free and democratic Taiwan and sell Taipei the weapons it needs to defend themselves. In addition to providing weapons, we will assist Taiwan, conduct joint training, and assist them in developing their own resident cyber capabilities to defend their nation. And let me be clear, we will place no timeline on our partnership in freedom with the people of Taiwan, as one of my competitors in this race has already said he would. Thirdly, we will stop China from waging chemical warfare against the United States by shutting down the flow of fentanyl across the southern border of our country. As I travel across America, there is not a community, large or small, where I haven't been told of literally weekly fatalities from fentanyl. Fentanyl literally takes the lives of tens of thousands of Americans every year. Under any administration I lead, we will impose deep and lasting financial pain on all actors in the fentanyl supply chain, including Chinese companies that make fentanyl precursor chemicals, and the Chinese banks that handle their profits won't be safe if I'm president. In addition, we will repatriate high-tech supply chains and accelerate efforts to decouple the American economy from China in essential industries. And with global Chinese espionage on the rise, we will protect American intellectual property by prohibiting the issuance of H-1B visas to Chinese nationals employed by U.S. technology companies. This is not because we don't trust individual Chinese citizens, but it's because we don't trust China's communist government. The truth is, China often coerces its own citizens to participate in industrial espionage, assisting in the process of literally stealing billions of dollars every year in American intellectual property. And they force them to hand them over as trade secrets against their will. Also, I will call on Congress on day one to ban the purchase of U.S. farmland by communist Chinese businesses to protect our national security. And when I'm president, we will recognize that TikTok is a communist Chinese platform that collects data and compromises the privacy of Americans, and we will ban TikTok from operating in the United States on day one. Fifth, we will offer clear and unambiguous support of our allies under any administration that I lead. We will use smart power to cultivate alliances and keep America safe. In a word, We will pursue free trade with free nations around the world and limit access to our economy to China and other totalitarian regimes that take advantage of our freedom while trampling their own. We will work to increase trade with allies and free societies around the world while increasing economic pressure on China and other regimes until they cease their trade abuses, intellectual property theft, and trampling the human rights of their own citizens. You know, during my time as your vice president, I engaged in preliminary discussions with my counterpart in Japan to lay a foundation for a free trade agreement with Japan that should have been well underway by now. We also made it clear that once the UK came out of Brexit, that we would engage in immediate negotiations for a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom. But nothing has occurred. As we witness an administration begging Iran to come back into the Iran nuclear deal, sending emissaries to China, including economic leaders in the administration, we ought to have an administration in America that's reaching out to free nations. Free trade with free nations is the way we spread freedom in the world. And finally, under any administration I lead, we'll recognize that America is not only the leader of the free world, but we're the arsenal of democracy. We will strengthen our allies and make it possible for them to confront their enemies. And if I'm President of the United States, we will give the people of Ukraine the resources they need to defeat and repel the Russian invasion and reclaim their sovereignty. And if the world knows nothing else, the world will know this: America stands with Israel. Finally, the purpose of foreign policy is to advance American interests and keep our nation safe. We cannot keep America safe with Joe Biden's policy of open borders on the southern border of the United States. Ronald Reagan said it well: a nation without borders is not a nation. Under our administration, we actually reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. But all of that's gone by the boards under the open borders policies of Joe Biden, who stopped construction of the wall, worked to dismantle the Remain in Mexico policy that I negotiated for the administration, undid Title 42, and now millions of people have come across our border, putting an enormous burden on American families and American cities. Under our administration, I will protect the southern border as a cornerstone of American foreign policy. As we say back in Indiana, good fences make good neighbors. We'll be better neighbors than ever before. We'll finish building the wall. We'll reinstate Remain in Mexico to end asylum fraud. We'll end catch and release. We'll give states National Guard units to end the wave of drugs and human smuggling crushing across the border. And make no mistake about it, the violation of the American border will end one way or another, even if we have to demand that the Mexican government partner with American special forces to hunt down and destroy the cartels wherever they are. You know, I'm running for president because I believe in the promise and the potential of every American. And I believe our best days are ahead. Because I have faith. I have faith in the boundless capacity of the American people. And I have faith in the one who has ever guided this nation from its very beginning. God is not done with America yet. And more than ever, the world needs America to lead again for freedom. When it comes to foreign policy, I believe we must take the principled path blazed by our forebears. We must accept our responsibilities as leader of the free world, not shirking responsibility in order to secure our freedom and our prosperity here at home and to ensure prosperity across the world. And so, as I close my remarks here at Hudson Institute in 2018, so I close today. America must return to the path we forged under our administration and build on that path when it comes to our relationship with China. Our approach to China should be simply this. We should have one hand extended in friendship and the other hand resting comfortably on the holster of the arsenal of democracy. America must stand strong in the face of China's military provocations, its trade abuses, resolute in defense of our interest and our values, never hesitating to call out China's acts of inhumanity against its own people. And through it all, we have to have hope that as we stand strong and still reach out, that China will reach back with deeds, not words, and on a foundation of respect for America, our interests, and our values. There's an ancient Chinese proverb that reads, "Men see only the present, but heaven sees the future." So as we go forward, let us pursue a future of peace and prosperity with resolve and faith. Faith in America's ideals and in our place as a leader and a beacon of freedom in the world. Faith in the enduring strength of the American people to meet any moment, to meet any challenge. And faith that heaven sees. And that by God's grace, that future will be a future in which America and those would-be adversaries move beyond our present differences. A future where our nations forge a new relationship, grounded in fairness and respect and the rule of law. When a rising tide of prosperity truly will lift all nations, and we'll be able to stand together proudly as partners and friends. So let that be our prayer for this land we call home and for the world. Let America be the leader of the free world. And as America leads, I know the world will follow. And the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and my fellow leaders, about a week ago, I stood on the other side of the world, in Vietnam, on soil once bloody with war. And I met a small group of veterans, Americans and Vietnamese, who witnessed, and I watched the exchange of personal artifacts from that war, identification cards and a diary. It was deeply moving to see the reaction of the Vietnamese and American soldiers. Culmination of 50 years of hard work on both sides to address the painful legacies of war and to choose to work together toward peace and a better future. Nothing about that journey was inevitable. For decades, it would have been unthinkable for an American president to stand in Hanoi alongside a Vietnamese leader and announce a mutual commitment to the highest level of country's partnership. But it's a powerful reminder that our history need not dictate our future. With the concerted leadership and careful effort, adversaries can become partners. Overwhelming challenges can be resolved, and deep wounds can heal. So let us never forget that. When we choose to stand together and recognize the common hopes that bind all humanity, we hold our hands the power to bend that arc of history. My fellow leaders, we gather once more at an inflection point in world history, with the eyes of the world upon all of you, all of us. As President of the United States, I understand the duty my country has to lead in this critical moment, to work with countries in every region, linking them in common cause, to join together with partners who share a common vision of the future of the world, where our children do not go hungry and everyone has access to quality health care, where workers are empowered and our environment is protected, where entrepreneurs and innovators everywhere can access opportunity everywhere, where conflicts are resolved peacefully and countries can chart their own course. The United States seeks a more secure, more prosperous, more equitable world for all people because we know our future is bound to yours. Let me repeat that again. We know our future is bound to yours. And no nation can meet the challenges of today alone. The generations that preceded us organized this body, the United Nations, and built international financial institutions and multilateral and regional bodies to help take on the challenges of their time. It wasn't always perfect. But working together, the world made some remarkable and undeniable progress that improved the lives of all people. We avoided the renewal of global conflict while lifting more than 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. We together expanded access to education for millions of children. We saved tens of millions of lives that would have otherwise been lost to preventable and treatable diseases like measles, malaria, tuberculosis. HIV/AIDS infections and deaths plummeted, in no small part because of PEPFAR's work in more than 55 countries, saving more than 25 million lives. It's a profound testament to what we can achieve when we act together, when we take on tough challenges, and an admonition for all of us to urgently accelerate our progress so that no one's left behind, because too many people are being left behind. The institutions we built together at the end of the Second World War are an enduring bedrock of our progress. And the United States is committed to sustaining them. And this year, we're proud to rejoin UNESCO. We also recognize that to meet the new challenges of our decades-old institutions and approaches, they must be updated to keep peace with the world. We have to bring in more leadership and capability that exists everywhere, especially from regions that have not always been fully included. We have to grapple with the challenges that are more connected and more complex. And we have to make sure we're delivering for people everywhere, not just somewhere, everywhere. Simply put, the 21st century results are badly needed. They're needed to move us along. That starts with the United Nations, starts right here in this room. In my address to this body last year, I announced the United States will support expanding the Security Council, increasing the number of permanent and non-permanent members. The United States has undertaken serious consultation with many member states and will continue to do our part to push more reform efforts forward, look for points of common ground, and make progress in the year ahead. We need to be able to break the gridlock that too often stymies progress and blocks consensus on the Council. We need more voices, more perspectives at the table. The United Nations must continue to preserve peace, prevent conflict, and alleviate human suffering. And we embrace nations stepping up to lead in new ways and to seek new breakthroughs on hard issues. For example, on Haiti, the Caribbean community is facilitating a dialogue among Haitian society. I thank President Ruto of Kenya, I thank him for his willingness to serve as the lead nation of a UN-backed security support mission. I call on the Security Council to authorize this mission now The people of Haiti cannot wait much longer. The United States is working across the board to make global institutions more responsive, more effective, and more inclusive. For example, we've taken significant steps to reform and scale up the World Bank, expanding its financing to low and middle-income countries so it can help boost progress toward meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and better address interconnected challenges like climate change and fragility. Under the new president of the World Bank, change is already taking root. Last month, I asked the United States Congress for additional funds to expand World Bank financing by $25 billion. And at the G20, we rallied the major economies of the world to mobilize even more funding. Collectively, we can deliver a transformational boost to World Bank lending. And because the multilateral development banks are among the best tools we have for mobilizing transparent, high-quality investment in developing countries, reforming these institutions can be a game changer. Similarly, we proposed making sure developing countries have a strong voice and representation at the International Monetary Fund. We're going to continue our efforts to reform the World Trade Organization and preserve competition, openness, transparency, and the rule of law, while at the same time equipping it to better tackle modern-day imperatives like driving the clean energy transition, protecting workers, promoting inclusive and sustainable growth. And this month, we strengthened the G20 as a vital forum, welcoming the African Union as a permanent member. By upgrading and strengthening our institutions, that's only half of the picture. We must also forge new partnerships, confront new challenges. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence hold both enormous potential and enormous peril. We need to be sure they are used as tools of opportunity, not as weapons of oppression. Together with leaders around the world, the United States is working to strengthen rules and policies so AI technologies are safe before they're released to the public. To make sure we govern this technology, not the other way around, having it govern us. And I'm committed to working through this institution and other international bodies and directly with leaders around the world, including our competitors, to ensure we harness the power of artificial intelligence for good while protecting our citizens from its most profound risk. It's going to take all of us. I've been working on this for a while, as many of you have. It's going to take all of us to get this right. In every region of the world, the United States is mobilizing strong alliances, versatile partnerships, common purpose, collective action to bring new approaches to our shared challenges. Here in the Western Hemisphere, we united 21 nations in support of the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection, launching a region-wide approach to a region-wide challenge to better uphold laws and protect the rights of migrants. In the Indo-Pacific, we've elevated our Quad partnership with India, Japan, and Australia to deliver concrete progress for the people of the region on everything from vaccines to maritime security. Just yesterday, after 2 consultations in diplomacy, the United States brought together dozens of nations across 4 continents to establish a new partnership for Atlantic cooperation so that the coastal Atlantic countries can better cooperate on science, technology, environmental protection, and sustainable economic development. We brought together nearly 100 countries in a global coalition to counter fentanyl and synthetic drugs to reduce the human cost of this affliction, and it is real. And as the nature of the terrorist threats evolve and the geography expands to new places, we're working with our partners to bring capabilities to bear to disrupt plotting, degrade networks, and protect all of our people. Additionally, we convened the Summit for Democracy to strengthen democratic institutions, root out corruption, and reject political violence, And in this moment where democratically elected governments have been toppled in quick succession in West and Central Africa, we're reminded that this work is as urgent and important as ever. We stand with the African Union and ECOWAS and other regional bodies to support constitutional rule. We will not retreat from the values that make us strong. We will defend democracy, our best tool to meet the challenges we face around the world. And we're working to show how democracy can deliver in ways that matter to people's lives. The Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment addresses the enormous need and opportunity for infrastructure investment in low and middle income countries, particularly in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Through strategic, targeted public investments, we can unlock enormous amounts of private sector financing. The G7 has pledged to work with parties to collectively mobilize $600 billion in infrastructure financing by 2027. The United States has already mobilized more than $30 billion to date. We're creating a race to the top with projects that have high standards for workers, the environment, and intellectual property while avoiding the trap of unsustainable debt. We're focusing on economic corridors that will maximize the impact of our collective investment and deliver consequential results across multiple countries and multiple sectors. For example, the Libido Corridor will extend across Africa from the western port of Angola to the DRC to Zambia, boosting regional connectivity and strengthening commerce and food security in Africa. Similarly, the groundbreaking effort we announced at the G20 to connect India to Europe through the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel will spur opportunities and investment across two continents. This is part of our effort to build a more sustainable, integrated Middle East. It demonstrates how Israel's greater normalization and economic connection with its neighbors is delivering positive and practical impacts, even as we continue to work tirelessly to support a just and lasting peace between the Israelis and Palestinians, two states for two people. Now, let me be clear. None of these partnerships are about containing any country. They're about a positive vision for our shared future. When it comes to China, I want to be clear and consistent. We seek to responsibly manage the competition between our countries so it does not tip into conflict. I've said we are for de-risking, not decoupling with China. We will push back on aggression and intimidation and defend the rules of the road, from freedom of navigation to overflight to level economic playing field that have helped safeguard security and prosperity for decades. But we also stand ready to work together with China on issues where progress hinges on our common efforts. Nowhere is that more critical than accelerating the climate crisis, than the accelerating climate crisis. We see it everywhere. Record-breaking heat waves in the United States and China, wildfires ravaging North America and Southern Europe, a fifth year of drought in the Horn of Africa, tragic, tragic flooding in Libya. My heart goes out to the people of Libya. That's killed thousands of people. Together, these snapshots tell an urgent story of what awaits us if we fail to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and begin to climate-proof the world. For one day, my administration, the United States, has treated this crisis as an existential threat from the moment we took office, not only for us, but for all of humanity. Last year, I signed into law in the United States the largest investment ever anywhere in the history of the world to combat the climate crisis and help move the global economy toward a clean energy future. We're also working with the Congress to quadruple our climate financing to help developing countries reach their climate goals and adapt to climate impacts. And this year, the world's on track to meet the climate finance pledge that made under the Paris Agreement, $100 billion to raise collectively. But we need more investment from public and private sector alike, especially in places that have contributed so little to global emissions, but face some of the worst effects of climate change, like the Pacific Islands. The United States is working directly with the Pacific Island Forum to help these nations adapt, build resilience to the climate impacts, even as we lead the effort to build innovative new partnerships that attack the global challenges from all sides. From the First Movers Coalition, which is mobilizing billions of private sector community and the private sector commitments, to creating a market demand for green products in carbon-intense sectors like concrete, shipping, aviation, and trucking, to the Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate, which is bringing farmers into the climate solution and making our food supply more resilient to climate shocks, and the Global Methane Pledge, now endorsed by more than 150 countries, which expands our focus beyond our carbon emission targets to reduce the potential greenhouse gases in our atmosphere by 30% in this decade. It's all within our capacity. We need to bring the same commitment and urgency and ambition as we work together to meet the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. These goals were adopted at the United Nations in 2015 as a roadmap for improving lives around the world. But the hard truth is, for decades of progress, the world has lost ground these past years in the wake of COVID-19, conflicts, and other crises. The United States is committing to doing its part to get us back on track. All told, in the first 2 years of my administration, the United States has invested more than $100 billion to drive development progress in bolstering food security, expanding access to education worldwide, strengthening healthcare systems, and fighting disease. And we've helped mobilize billions more in the private sector investments. But to accelerate our forward progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, we all have to do more. We need to build new partnerships that change the way we tackle this challenge, to unlock trillions of additional financing for development, drawing on all sources. We need to fill the gaps and address the failures of our existing system exposed by the pandemic. We need to ensure that women and girls benefit fully from our progress. We must also do more to grapple with the debt that holds back so many low and middle-income countries. When nations are forced to service unsustainable debt payments over the needs of their own people, it makes it harder for them to invest in their own futures. And as we work together to recover from global shocks, the United States will also continue to be the largest single community donor, country donor of humanitarian assistance at this moment of unparalleled need in the world. Folks, cooperation, partnership, these are the keys to progress on the challenges that affect us all, and the baseline for responsible global leadership. We don't need to agree on everything to keep moving forward on issues like arms control, a cornerstone of international security. After more than 50 years of progress under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Russia is shredding long-standing arms control agreements, including announcing the suspension of the New START and withdrawing from the Conventional Forces in Europe Treaty. I view it as irresponsible and makes the entire world less safe. The United States is going to continue to pursue good faith efforts to reduce the threat of weapons of mass destruction and lead by example, no matter what else is happening in the world. This year, we safely destroyed at least the last chemical munitions in the U.S. stockpile, fulfilling our commitment toward a world free of chemical weapons. And we condemn the DPRK's continued violation of UN Security Council resolutions, but we are committed to diplomacy that will bring about the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We're working with our partners to address Iran's destabilizing activities that threaten regional and global security, and remain steadfast in our commitment that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. Now, even as we evolve our institutions and drive creative new partnerships, let me be clear. Certain principles of our international system are sacrosanct. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, human rights. These are the core tenets of the UN Charter, the pillars for peaceful relations among nations, without which we cannot achieve any of our goals. That has not changed, and that must not change. Yet, for the second year in a row, this gathering, dedicated to peaceful resolution of conflicts, is darkened by the shadow of war. An illegal war of conquest brought without provocation by Russia against its neighbor Ukraine. Like every nation in the world, the United States wants this war to end. No nation wants this war to end more than Ukraine. And we strongly support Ukraine in its efforts to bring about a diplomatic resolution that delivers just and lasting peace. But Russia alone bears responsibility for this war. Russia alone has the power to end this war immediately. And it's Russia alone that stands in the way of peace, because Russia's price for peace is Ukraine's capitulation, Ukraine's territory, and Ukraine's children. Russia believes that the world will grow weary and allow it to brutalize Ukraine without consequence. But I ask you this: if we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected? If we allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow. That's why the United States, together with our allies and partners around the world, will continue to stand with the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity and their freedom. It's not only an investment in Ukraine's future, but in the future of every country that seeks a world governed by basic rules that apply equally to all nations and uphold the rights of every nation, no matter how big or small. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, they are the fixed foundations of this noble body. And universal human rights is its North Star. We cannot sacrifice either. 75 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights captured a remarkable act of collective hope. I say that again, collective hope. Drafted by a committee representing different regions, faiths, philosophies, and adopted by the entire General Assembly. The rights contained in the Declaration are elemental and enduring. And while we still struggle to uphold equal and inalienable rights of all, they remain ever steady and ever true. We cannot turn away from abuses, whether in Xinjiang, Tehran, Darfur, or anywhere else. We have to continue working to ensure that women and girls enjoy equal rights and equal participation in their societies, that indigenous groups, racial, ethnic, religious minorities, people with disabilities do not have their potential stifled by systemic discrimination, that the LGBTQI plus people are not prosecuted or targeted with violence because of who they are. These rights are part of our shared humanity. They're absent. When they're absent anywhere, their loss is felt everywhere. They are essential to the advancement of human progress that brings us together. My fellow leaders, let me close with this. At this inflection point in history, we're going to be judged by whether or not we live up to the promises we made to ourselves, to each other, to the most vulnerable, and to all those who will inherit the world we create, because that's what we're doing. Will we find within ourselves the courage to do what must be done, to preserve the planet, to protect human dignity, to provide opportunity for people everywhere, and to defend the tenets of the United Nations. There can only be one answer to that question. We must and we will. The road ahead is long and difficult, but if we persevere and prevail, if we keep the faith in ourselves and show what's possible, let's do this work together. Let's deliver progress for everyone. Let's bend the arc of history for the good of the world, because it's in our power to do it. Thank you for listening. You're kind.
欢迎您收看《华尔街评论》。乌克兰的银行如何在另一场战争中生存下来？路透观点。在最近的一次播客采访中，乌克兰前央行行长瓦莱里亚·贡塔列娃讨论了该国在2014年采取的激进措施如何帮助其贷款人抵御俄罗斯入侵并保持金融系统的稳定。贡塔列娃强调了乌克兰继续改革的重要性。苏纳克和贝利暂时同意提高英国利率。路透观点。英国首相 Rishi Sunak 和英格兰银行行长 Andrew Bailey 都支持短期内提高利率以应对通胀，但他们的道路可能很快分道扬镳。Sunak 面临着在2024年下一次选举之前推动经济复苏的压力，他认为最佳策略是先进行一次利率上调，然后在明年进行降息。然而 Bailey 的任务是将通胀率降至 2% 以下，英格兰银行预计直到2024年9月才会降息。这些相互冲突的目标可能导致 Sunak 的政治需求与 Bailey 的经济任务在不久的将来发生冲突。立法透明度还是违宪的，政府强制的社交媒体审查。美国企业研究所。从加州这个蓝州到佛罗里达这个红州，立法者们正在采取法规，强迫大型社交媒体公司披露其平台内容管理实践和政策的信息，所有这些都表面上是出于透明度的善意。然而，对于一项新的诉讼案 X 公司诉邦塔案的仔细审查，揭示了加州的法律引发了严重的第一修正案问题，并且对平台施加了严重的负担。这些义务似乎是强制性的，旨在倾斜私营企业对有争议但受宪法保护的表达方式的管理，以符合政府的意愿。X 公司对加州总检察长罗伯特·邦塔提起的诉讼于9月8日在萨克拉门托的联邦法院提出，挑战了源自加州议会议案587的法定要求。当加文·纽森州长去年9月签署该法案时，他宣称该法案将为塑造我们每天消费的社交媒体内容的政策带来急需的透明度和问责制。这位民主党人断言，平台被武器化以传播仇恨和虚假信息。像反诽谤联盟这样的组织称赞这项法律，认为它有助于打击在线仇恨。通过路透社 AB 587如何做到这一点？首先，它要求一些特定的社交媒体公司年度总收入超过1亿美元，每6个月向邦塔提交报告。报告内容包括： 1. 描述他们的服务条款是否以及如何定义了一系列有争议但模糊的主题，包括仇恨言论、种族主义、极端主义、激进化、虚假信息和错误信息。 2. 详细描述他们的内容管理政策如何处理属于这些有争议类别的言论，包括如何删除此类内容以及发布此类内容的用户。 3. 披露标记和采取行动的内容被查看、分享、降低优先级、取消货币化和删除的次数，以及有关对此类内容采取行动的上诉和撤销的数据。在此过程中，加州对内容的标记和采取行动进行了干涉，要求披露是由公司员工还是承包商、人工智能软件、社区主持人、公民社会伙伴或用户进行的。至少有2个方面表明了该法律的违宪性。首先，仇恨言论通常受到第一修正案的保护。正如美国最高法院在2017年的一项裁决中观察到的那样，基于种族、性别、宗教、年龄、残疾或任何其他类似的基础进行贬低的言论是令人讨厌的，但我们的言论自由法律最引以为傲的是我们保护表达我们憎恨的思想的自由。只有在这些令人讨厌的词语在法院已经从宪法保护中剔除的表达类别的狭窄背景下使用时，它们才是无保护的，比如挑衅性言辞、真正的威胁和煽动非法行动暴力。同样，法院并没有为种族主义、极端主义或激进言论 或涉及虚假信息和错误信息的信息创建第一修正案保护的例外。换句话说，法院在2012年的一项意见中拒绝了将虚假言论归为一般类别，该类别被假定为无保护的观点。总之，加州强迫私营企业报告和定义一些不仅受到宪法保护，而且缺乏任何法院认可的定义的言论种类，这是一项违宪的行为。这导致了第二点，我最近写过的一点，第一修正案不仅保护言论自由，还保护不受政府强迫就有争议的政治问题发表言论的权利。虽然政府可以强迫广告商披露关于纯粹事实和无争议信息的信息，以防止欺骗消费者，但前提是披露要求不过于繁重，而这在这里绝对不是这种情况。X 公司并不是被迫在可能会让消费者感到困惑的商业广告背景下发表言论。此外，正如 X 公司的诉讼中强调的那样，被强迫发表言论的主题，仇恨言论、种族主义、极端主义等是极具争议的主题。几年前，最高法院强调，加州不能强迫就堕胎问题发表某些言论，因为堕胎绝不是一个无争议的话题。此外，详细的每年2次的披露要求，仅上面列举了其中的几项，是过于繁重的。最终，这项诉讼直指加州暗中寻求的目标，让公司参与一种表演性的、激进的公开羞辱行为。当他断言反斜杠必反斜杠，通过强迫社交媒体公司就内容管理进行政治化的披露，州政府正在不允许的情况下，试图在公众中引发关于内容管理的争议，以此来迫使社交媒体公司如 X 公司限制、限定、不利对待或审查州政府不喜欢的某些受宪法保护的 X 上的内容。要求披露影响不受保护的言论类别，如淫秽和儿童色情的政策的事实是一回事，但当政府干预私营的思想市场，并在涉及受宪法保护的言论种类时将其倾斜为政府所偏好的方向时，这是一项截然不同且极其有问题的要求。并请参阅密苏里州诉拜登案及政治、审查和言论自由的十字路口。在 Twitter 和谷歌案中，最高法院避免了第230条规定的声明，理解密苏里州诉拜登案中混乱的法律，强制平台透明度，言论管制无处不在。联邦政府如何对石油和天然气行业进行问责？美国进步中心。石油和天然气行业长期以来一直利用美国公共土地和水域的租赁和钻探系统。多年来，一些顶级租赁人在反复违反环境和劳工标准、逃避支付和摆脱责任方面面临的后果很少，甚至可以继续在公共土地和水域上运营和购买新的租赁权。美国进步中心发现，超过 50% 的顶级石油和天然气公司表现出一种或多种不良行为，例如放弃井口、摆脱责任、逃避版税支付或违反环境或劳工法规。见方法论。拜登政府在改革联邦石油和天然气计划并旨在追究石油和天然气公司的责任时，有机会通过美国内政部的规则制定为不良行为者设立强有力的限制。实施这些限制将有助于防止中产阶级再次成为石油和天然气行业的贪婪受害者。公共土地和水域是美国联邦政府代表所有美国人管理的共享资源。联邦政府以各种方式管理这些公共土地和水域，包括保护、娱乐、放牧和石油和天然气生产。土地管理局 BLM 管理公共土地或陆上租赁，海洋能源管理局 BOEM 管理公共水域或海上租赁。截至2022年，石油和天然气行业在公共土地上拥有超过 3.4 万个租赁权，涵盖超过2370万英亩。在公共水域上，石油和天然气行业拥有超过1200万英亩的租赁权。尽管许多公司参与联邦石油和天然气租赁，但只有少数几家公司拥有许多租赁权。在陆上运营的前20家公司及其子公司占据了超过 40% 的租赁权，涵盖超过300万英亩。在海上运营的前20家公司占据了超过2/3的租赁面积，涵盖超过900万英亩。许多大公司都有多个子公司，这些子公司以原公司的名义运营，这使得很难确定谁对各种石油和天然气资源及相关责任负责。石油和天然气行业的租赁数据不一致且难以获取，这进一步促使许多公司的破坏性行为。 联邦石油和天然气租赁系统长期以来一直受到纳税人、公共土地和海洋倡导者的批评，认为其过时并迎合了该行业的利益。2021年11月，美国内政部的一份报告发现，该计划在许多重要方面未能为公众利益服务，包括对纳税人、环境、娱乐和文化造成损害。除此之外，联邦政府已经大量补贴化石燃料，每年直接和间接补贴数十亿美元。所有这些都增加了巨额利润，石油和天然气公司仅去年就获得了超过2000亿美元的利润。根据 Good Jobs First 的违规追踪器，陆上和海上前20家公司自2000年以来已经受到3000多项处罚。这个企业不端行为数据库涵盖银行业、消费者保护、虚假索赔、环境、工时、安全、歧视、价格垄断和其他案件，来自联邦、州和地方监管机构。由于追踪器没有涵盖前20家公司中的每一家公司，因此这可能低估了处罚数量。然而，无论计算还是未计算，这些公司目前仍然可以继续利用公共土地和水域，尽管违反历史表明他们不应该被信任管理公共资源。不良行为的做法涉及利用租赁和钻探系统对他人造成损害。对于石油和天然气行业来说，这包括欺骗纳税人，使员工处于危险之中，破坏环境，并让其他人真正的清理残局。这些破坏性行为发生在联邦土地和水域上，但并不影响公司获取额外租赁权或许可证的能力。如果这些公司不为不良行为承担责任，他们就没有进行良好行为的动力。以下是一些常见的不良行为事例，这些行为应该追究在公共土地和水域上运营的公司的责任。摆脱责任，放弃井口。当公司从井口中提取燃料后，应该正确封堵井口，以防止其污染周围地区。但是，一些公司放弃了他们的井口，以避免支付清理损害的费用。多年来，废弃的井口不断增加，美国境内已经有超过300万个废弃井口。在联邦水域，超级石油和天然气公司如 BP、壳牌、雪佛龙、埃克森美孚、康菲石油、Total Energies 和 ENI 是具有封堵和废弃责任的井口的现任或前任所有者，占比 88%。碳追踪估计，封堵所有现有记录的井口，包括活跃和闲置井口，将需要2800亿美元。纳税人不应该为此买单。截至2021年4月，有证据表明雪佛龙、EOG 资源和 Occidental Petroleum 在他们可能在联邦土地上遗弃了一些井口后获得了新的租赁权。出售旧资产，一些公司出售老化资产，例如旧油井，并避免清理和适当退役相关基础设施的成本。2014年 ，Occidental Petroleum 成立了分拆公司加利福尼亚资源公司，该公司吸收了 Occidental 在加利福尼亚的资产和相关责任。2020年，加利福尼亚资源公司拥有超过 1.7 万口井，并承担了高达20亿美元的环境责任，占该州所有环境责任的 35%， 并宣布破产。一些公司出售资产的原因并非为了避免清理成本。根据2022年公共利益新闻的一篇文章，壳牌正在剥离资产，部分原因是为了转移相关的温室气体排放。这是石油和天然气行业的一个更大模式，因为公司将污染性资产出售给环境目标不如前任所有者严格的公司的情况越来越多。破产，在过去的10年里，有60家煤炭公司宣布破产，导致社区面临污染和清理成本，前员工没有医疗保险或养老金。但是，煤炭并不是唯一一个似乎利用破产来避免清理自己的混乱的行业，似乎一些石油和天然气公司现在也在遵循类似的策略。2018年至2020年间，最大的石油和天然气破产案之一是切萨皮克能源公司，其债务达118亿美元。由于破产，切萨皮克能源公司只需支付120万美元与美国环境保护局 EPA 达成和解，尽管 EPA 估计切萨皮克能源公司可能要承担超过2500万美元的所谓违规行为。从2018年到2020年，前25家石油和天然气公司的破产案支付了近2亿美元给高管，同时裁员超过1万人。2020年，钻井公司 Diamond Offshore Drilling 尽管从 COVID-19 救助法案中获得了数百万美元，并支付高管数百万美元，但还是裁员了100多名员工。 这是2018年至2020年间石油行业中最大的破产案。保证金不足。在公共土地上运营时，石油和天然气公司必须提供保证金，以确保从一开始就有资金用于清理。然而，目前的联邦保证金要求远远不足以支付整个复垦成本，使纳税人不得不承担费用或遭受污染。目前的保证金标准已经提出通过一项拟议规则进行更改，只要求公司为单个租赁权设置1万美元，为覆盖一个州内所有进口的州级保证金设置2.5万美元，为覆盖美国所有进口的全国性保证金设置15万美元。然而，最大的公司可能拥有数千口井，而一个井口的完全复垦估计成本为7.6万美元。不仅保证金太低，公司还可以使用会计方法来折扣估计的清理成本。公民团体根据11家公司的证券交易委员会记录，查看了超过 5.7 万口井和总计15亿美元的环境责任，发现这些公司总共只有 2.81 亿美元的保证金。此外，根据碳追踪估计，这11家公司的环境责任总额可能超过100亿美元。这11家公司中的一家是切萨皮克能源公司，碳追踪估计其对超过 1.1 万口井的清理保证金短缺了20亿美元。逃避版税支付。石油和天然气公司根据从公共、私人和部落土地和水域中提取的燃料销售利润支付版税，即销售利润的一定比例支付给相应的群体。但是有许多公司避免正确支付版税的例子，其后果是人们最终无法获得他们应得的版税份额。根据 Accountable US 的数据，2021年路上前20家公司中有12家的记录显示，他们反复且故意向矿产租赁所有者，包括美国公众，支付不足的版税。例如，那一年 Devon Energy 同意支付超过600万美元，以解决其故意低报和少付版税的指控，通过内政部向美国公众支付。自2000年以来，雪佛龙因虚假索赔法案或相关违规行为被罚款超过 2.13 亿美元。EOG 资源 Enron 的前子公司甚至被内政部调查涉嫌未经授权的钻井、开采和出售联邦矿产，他以数十万美元的罚款和解。反复违反环境法规。根据 Good Jobs First 的违规追踪器，陆上和海上前20家石油和天然气公司自2000年以来已经有超过2200项环境违规行为，即美斯新南威尔士州预算解读5图解。悉尼先驱晨报评论版。新南威尔士州 NSW 的州预算预测，由于最近的利率上涨，经济增长将放缓，失业率将上升。然而，预算还预测下一个财政年度将实现盈余，并改善该州的债务状况。本财政年度的预算赤字将达到71亿澳元，但预计通过削减支出、增加矿业特许权税收和改善关键收入来源，将在2024至25年实现840万澳元的小幅盈余。预算还强调了经济面临的风险，包括高通胀、利率上升和中国经济放缓。欧洲与伊朗的关系从未如此糟糕。外交政策。欧洲议会议员批评欧盟外交事务高级代表约瑟夫·博雷尔的伊朗政策。他们声称博雷尔未能改变伊朗政权的行为，并呼吁他降低与伊朗的联系，而不是继续试图恢复核协议。博雷尔根据法国、德国和英国的要求寻求重新建立协议，但批评者认为伊朗继续镇压其公民并劫持人质。据报道，博雷尔决心维持他现有的策略，但欧洲的舆论正在转向反对他。布拉德利·库珀的假鼻子能教给我们什么 ？FT 评论版。大师电影中布拉德利·库珀的假鼻子引发的争议，凸显了试图取悦每个人的挑战。库珀在拍摄前咨询了伦纳德·伯恩斯坦的家人和朋友，尽管有些批评，但该片得到了犹太组织和伯恩斯坦的子女的支持。作者认为，领导者在面对抱怨时应坚定立场，不必对每个批评做出反应，因为不可能取悦每个人。有效的领导者应该选择一方并坚持下去，理解分歧是不可避免的。美国的仇恨情绪全球蔓延。外交事务。美国已成为极端意识形态和暴力的主要出口国。美国的阴谋论、反政府极端主义和其他形式的仇恨和不容忍正在全球蔓延。澳大利亚、加拿大和英国等亲密盟友已将美国的团体和公民列为外国恐怖分子。 这些意识形态的传播导致了其他国家的暴力行为，比如一个持有种族主义和恐同观点的男子在斯洛伐克一家同性恋酒吧杀害了2人。美国自身的种族主义和白人至上主义历史可以追溯到重建时期，助长了现在正在被输出的极右翼极端主义。大替代理论声称，非白人个体被引入西方国家以削弱白人政治权利，这一理论在美国获得了推广，并在国际上蔓延。这一理论常常与加速主义策略相结合，后者通过暴力和混乱来加速社会的崩溃。美国在输出这些意识形态方面的角色，对其在世界上的地位有着深远的影响，因为它被视为软弱、分裂和脆弱。俄罗斯和伊朗等对手已经利用这种脆弱性进行了自己的影响和信息操作。美国的合作伙伴，包括加拿大，已经采取措施应对右翼极端主义的威胁，将美国的团体列为恐怖组织。为了解决这个问题，美国应将外国新纳粹和白人至上主义团体列为外国恐怖组织，并考虑通过国内恐怖主义法来将针对受保护群体的暴力行为定为犯罪。这将传递一个强烈的信息，即政治暴力在民主国家中没有立足之地。中国的语言警察。外交事务。中国政府一直在压制除普通话以外的其他语言的使用，以促进中国统一身份。这种压制包括将普通话推广为唯一的国家语言，并贬低其他语言，如粤语和藏语。近年来，政府采取了更加强硬的立场，旨在简化中国身份的复杂性，扩大普通话的霸权。这包括打击在公共和私人场所使用非普通话语言，如粤语。非普通话语言的压制在中国社会的各个方面都有体现。例如，政府要求所有汉字的罗马化拼音都基于普通话发音，而不承认其他发音。基础设施和教育优先权也倾向于普通话，对非普通话语言的支持投资较少。政府压制非普通话语言的努力，在中国领导人习近平的领导下变得更加明显，对私人空间的监控和控制也增加了。对政府压制非普通话语言的抵抗在中国大陆和香港都有体现。在香港，语言一直是抵抗的核心手段，粤语在2019年运动中成为了一种抗议的语言。然而，像香港语言学习协会这样的倡导非普通话语言的组织的关闭，对语言权利活动产生了冷静的影响。对非普通话语言的压制抑制了人们表达自己的能力，并促进了一个同质化的中国身份。中国的下一场芯片战争将是为了底线。路透观点。中国的半导体供应商中芯国际 SMIC 正受到审查，因为目前尚不清楚它是否能够扩大供应，以满足华为新款 Mate 60 Pro 智能手机系列的需求。该设备的麒麟 9000S 处理器是在中国制造的，没有使用荷兰设备制造商 ASML 的及紫外光刻工具，而这些工具已被美国限制。然而，目前尚不清楚中芯国际能否准确地将设计印刷到晶圆上，而该制造商的毛利率在2021年上半年下降了一半。中芯国际在上半年报告了 1.1 亿美元的政府补助，并且北京正在推出一个400亿美元的基金，以为该行业带来更多现金。澳大利亚人可能让200亿美元烧掉布鲁克菲尔德的口袋。路透观点。澳大利亚竞争与消费者委员会 ACCC 可能会阻止布鲁克菲尔德资产管理公司计划以120亿美元收购 Origin Energy 的交易。该监管机构正在调查这笔交易是否会给这家加拿大公司带来过多的市场力量，并使其能够通过拥有控股权的电力传输网络 AUSNet 向竞争对手提供优惠待遇。该监管机构已将决定的最后期限延长至10月12日。此外，Origin Energy 的10大股东中有一位反对该交易，认为收购价格低估了该公司的价值。从1989年的档案中，即使在国际象棋中，一个人也只是罗恩·巴拉西的棋子。悉尼先驱晨报评论版。这篇文章讲述了作者与前澳大利亚橄榄球教练 Ron Barassi 下棋的经历。作者描述了他经常与 Barassi 通过电话下棋，常常为此而放弃热腾腾的饭菜。他回忆起在长时间的比赛中耳朵会出汗，以及当 Barassi 挑战他的走棋时的沮丧。作者还描述了 Barassi 的下棋风格，他认为这种风格过于粗暴，专注于消耗对手。 他回忆起 Barresi 会创造不舒适的比赛条件，并在比赛中不提供茶点。尽管与 Barresi 下棋具有挑战性，作者还是认识到他的技巧和竞争力，指出 Barresi 从不承认失败，如果输了，总是要求重新比赛。作者最后将 Barresi 与另一个传奇人物查尔斯·狄更斯进行了比较，后者也对立即重新比赛有着强烈的渴望。是时候在启德交通方面做些准备了。南华早报评论版在香港启德发展区提出的一项高架列车计划可能在搁置3年后重新启动。该项目最初因成本和拥堵问题而被搁置，但由于该地区公共交通的缺乏已成为一个紧迫问题，因为人们已经搬进了已完成的住宅。政府现在正在考虑将铁路选项作为该地区大规模交通系统的一部分，预计将有几家香港和内地公司竞争该项目。启德交通规划的缺乏进展受到了批评，解决这个问题对于发展的成功和城市的声誉至关重要。左翼资金都去哪儿了？纽约时报评论版美国的进步组织正面临筹集2022年中期选举资金的困境，这导致了裁员和缩减规模。进步团体的捐款普遍下降，人们感到资源匮乏。捐款的减少不仅仅意味着政治从业人员失业，还意味着本应为明年选举建立起动员机构的组织不得不缩减规模。这种缺乏热情在又一场艰苦的选举即将来临之际令人担忧。从米特、罗姆尼到 Mega 的道路。纽约时报评论版米特、罗姆尼最近对共和党的批评是有根据的，但他必须面对这样一个事实，那就是他和他的同事们帮助创造了一个现在无法控制的怪物。根据保罗·克鲁格曼在《纽约时报》上的说法，自上世纪70年代以来，该党右翼经济学的支持者利用社会不宽容和敌意来推销他们的议程，而他们认为他们在利用的极端分子现在统治着该党。罗姆尼在2012年成为了诽谤运动的受害者，但他的党派随后的激进化是他们自己的错。谢谢您的收看。上面播报的内容是6度团队推荐的全球专业媒体、智库、政府机构和行业专家的最新报道、分析简报，更详细的内容，请大家去这些媒体、智库的网站阅读。这些内容并不一定反映6度简报的立场，亦不能作为任何决策的建议。6度团队由专业媒体人、学者、科学家组成的独立新型媒体，大家可以根据自己的专业要求订阅各种简报，网址是6dobrief.com。您在世界任何地方都可以通过电邮收到6度简报。